someone who will lead us in the official opening prayer, and then we can embark on the anthems and do the official opening of the first National Science Summit. And the National Science Summit is part of the National Science Week, which we are proud the Honorable Minister has set a standard to make Uganda the best. So let's raise up and have an official opening prayer. And this time it will be led by Mr. Mordecai. You're going to lead us in official opening prayer. Okay. Official opening prayer. Let's stand up and pray and give God the glory and honor. Someone should give Mordecai the mic. And if he's not, okay, Mordecai is ready. You can lead us in the official opening prayer. Okay, let me lead the prayer. Lord Heavenly Father, we thank you. We bless your holy name. We know that you're God. There is none like you. We thank you for the Honorable Minister, Honorable Dr. Monica Msenero, and the team at STIOP for the work well done. We thank you for the National Science Week and this very first National Science Summit here at Koloro. We pray that you're always honored. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen. Let's keep praising for our anthems. In that order of our anthems, please. Okay, Brenda, you can lead us in the anthems, please.
Okay, let's start with the national anthem. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
East African anthem.
E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Wow, let's clap for Brenda for leading us. Thank you very much, Brenda. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. I would like also to take this opportunity to welcome and recognize the Uganda Ambassador to Washington, D.C., Your Excellency Robi Kakonge. You're most welcome. Let's welcome the Excellency for being with us. And we want to recognize all the scientists who are here, the innovators, the team from STI, different universities being represented here. You're most welcome to the first National Science Summit. So without much ado, allow me to welcome Professor Bruce Chilenga to come and take us through the first part of the program, give us welcoming remarks, and the subsequent actions as we have agreed. You're most welcome. Professor, thank you very much for coming. Let's clap for Professor as he comes on board. Thank you. He has been leading this to make sure it happens to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director for the summit. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency the Ambassador, members of Parliament present here, all of you scientists, ladies and gentlemen. My duty here this morning is to welcome you to this first National Science Summit. I have to say, and on behalf of the organizing committee who are here, that you are most welcome to this summit. I had prepared some slides. I don't know whether the people in the systems can show the slides, please. Okay, the slides are there. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we want to thank the Honorable Minister, Dr. Musenero, for allowing us to embed this first National Science Summit within the National Science Week. I know you have already clapped for her, but please clap for her again. Yes, thank you. As scientists working in this ecosystem in Uganda, working with the STI team, we requested the Honorable Minister to allow us embed a conference. We called it a summit, so it looks very big, but a conference into the National Science Week. The purpose is to harness the full potential of STI for national development. We know that STI, as a flagship government agency or organization or department that is advancing science, has made the theme for this year, Made in Uganda Innovation to Market. Okay. Oh. I don't see my slides anymore. Okay, you can move the slides to that side. Traditionally, ladies and gentlemen, the National Science Week has focused on exhibitions where innovators present prototypes and demonstrations to visitors in order to show what scientists are doing in Uganda. The challenge with the exhibitions that the interactions are always short and there is no environment for deeper discussion. To deepen the public and expert engagement, this year's National Science Week includes a conference. The conference will offer a unique opportunity for scientists from all corners of the country and abroad to showcase the back end. This word I have borrowed it from the minister, but in my slides I don't have the back end. To showcase the back end of the innovations that we are going to see in the stalls. What is the science that is behind the innovations? The theme is Science for the Economy for this summit, building quality science for market-driven innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that as scientists, the only way we are going to move the pin in the scientific economy is when we have real, true, and quality science. So the goal is to strengthen the quality and the relevance of our science. We have 3 objectives: to foster dialogue. We understand, ladies and gentlemen, that in the ecosystem of innovation, there is always protectionism and competition. However, we can only grow as a team of scientists if we talk to each other and discuss the challenges while maintaining our intellectual property. We also want to unpack the back end of the science and then to showcase and provide a platform to the young people, the early career researchers, to present their ideas. I know Honorable Minister is very passionate about growing science. She's always asking us, Bruce, when you go away, who is coming next? So we have included rapid abstracts, the best of the best. We received over 100, we have selected 24 of young people to present their ideas. The outcomes is we expect collaboration, we expect accelerated commercialization after this discussion, we expect improved public dialogue between the scientists and the public, and recognition and promotion. So the program includes a science-packed day of discussions with keynote speakers, short presentations, panel discussions, and the rapid fire which I've already described. Honorable Minister, I wish these slides could be seen because I want to see the people who have organized the summit. I have just been in the background just making noise for them, encouraging them, but the real people who have organized the summit. Systems, can you please show the slides of the organizing committee? But I will just mention that the organizing committee has been composed of different people who you can see in the program book. I may not be able to list them in the interest of time. Maybe allow me to ask, since the slides have not worked, can the organizing committee please, who are around, move forward for recognition? Honorable Minister, let's allow them 1 minute. These guys have organized the conference in 2 weeks. So, Honorable Minister, this is the team. It is much bigger than this. The others are busy working in the background. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, that was my welcome remark. But before we leave here, I had my co-executive organizer, who is Brenda. Allow her to greet you for 1 second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We are grateful. The day runs up to 4 p.m. Please don't leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful day of discussions.
Prof, before you leave, I would like you to take this singular opportunity. But first of all, let's clap for Professor Bruce Chilenga. That's not worth for him. Let's clap again. Thank you. You have led us well. So at this moment, I would like to request you to invite the Honorable Minister to come and give us our keynote address to the scientists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable Minister, I take this opportunity to invite you to address us. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Is that louder? Okay. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda to Washington, Vice Chancellors present, distinguished scholars and scientists, innovators, investors, entrepreneurs, development partners, members of the public, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning and welcome to this first ever Science Summit for Uganda. I'm greatly honored and very greatly privileged to be here this morning because this is a moment I have dreamt about, that we shall have sufficient momentum at one point for us to gather in a congregation like this. Today we are gathering here not merely to convene a summit, but we are gathering here to mark a historic and pivotal moment in Uganda's journey. Today we mark a shift from mere promise to performance, from a raw potential that we have nurtured to realized impact. Through the full harnessing of science, technology, and innovation as the engine of our national and regional development. As many of us are aware, we have worked very hard in the background, especially as scientists, as researchers, as innovators. There has been a lot of hard work that has been taking place. Not just now, but over the past decades. We have worked to build capacity among professors, among people who understand manufacturing, and I really want today to acknowledge the contribution and the foundational and invaluable work of these people who have worked for a long time in the background, building institutions that have laid the foundation for the work which we are undertaking now and which we are showcasing now. I wish to request you to join me in an applause to our institutions and our professors and our universities and research institutions that have worked for a very long time. Let us give them a hand clap. Institutions like NARO, Uganda Virus Research Institute, our universities, Makerere University, Mbarara University, Wasitema University, you've worked for a long time laying the foundation for what we are seeing now. The establishment of STI Secretariat under the Office of the President in 2021 marked a significant transition in Uganda's science, technology, and innovation. It was not simply an administrative shift or adjustment, but it was a very strategic signal. It was a declaration that Uganda would no longer stand at the margins of the knowledge economy. And so it was time to harness everything that we had built over the decades to bring it now to bear on the livelihoods, on the economy, on the jobs, on the technologies available in Uganda. Under the wise leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda, Uganda's STI architecture has been redesigned to serve as the control tower of the national transformation. Through our dual-track approach, we have a dual-track approach in which we have a looping system. We loop behind to close historical gaps using existing technologies, as well as pulling up our technologies which had been abandoned when the colonialists came. And we are coupling that with a leaping approach into the frontiers of deep science. We are building a resilient, inclusive, and competitive economy founded on science, technology, and innovation. This moment of this inaugural National Science Summit is the natural outcome of that bold commitment. The summit is not only a technical event, it is a national awakening, a realization that our most strategic mineral is not in the ground, but it is embedded within the minds of our people. Our most valuable exports must not be the raw materials that we have been known for globally, but ideas, innovations, technologies that bear a stamp made in Uganda. And this is what we are set our face towards, even as we gather this morning. The future will not belong to countries with the most land or even the most gold, but it is going to depend on those with the most functional minds and the capacity for us to move innovation from idea to impact, and to do it fast and very efficiently. This summit is very, very important for us because it serves as a platform for one, demystifying innovation ecosystems. For a long time, we work and science is considered outside the scientific community as something which is really not for them. But where our nation must go, we must replace that myth that science is for a few elite minds. My brothers and sisters, fellow citizens, science is life. Science is our life as individuals, as a nation, as sectors, as institutions. It is the engine in your smartphone, which you spend quite a bit of time with. It's behind the border rides that we take. It's behind the reason whether that border will break in time or not, or whether that car will crash or not. Science is what we live and move with every day. Through this summit, we bring science back to the people, accessible, practical, and empowering. Although scientists will be sharing what they do behind the scenes, they will endeavor to make it understandable to those of us who don't live our lives daily in science. The second reason is connecting innovation to manufacturing and industry. Manufacturing is the hallmark of any nation that aspires to go beyond basic livelihoods. Any nation that wants to participate in the future of nations, you must have something that you're manufacturing, something that is unique to you, something that others want. So Uganda must break the cycle of brilliant ideas which die on the drawing boards or become perennial prototypes meant only for exhibition. We are building the last mile manufacturing, making sure that our ideas from the lab touch the market. And so the man on the street begins to feel that the science that we are undertaking in the back end is beneficial and has a connection to his day-to-day struggles. The ecosystem that we require brings innovators with engineers together, fabricators who are necessary, financiers, both local and global. When we are in such a summit, we mix and match. And this is how our prototypes are going to become products on our shelves, and ideas will become industries, and the industries will build our economy. The third reason for the significance of this platform, which we are going to build and build, is creating interdisciplinary value. The National Science Summit is curated to fuel cross-pollination of disciplines, where an agricultural scientist is going to meet a data engineer, and a health innovator is going to meet collaborators with material chemists. This is how the systems of innovation is born, not in silos, but in symphonies. Because there is no single industry or product that arises and reaches the market out of a single scientific discipline. Hence, this platform. The fourth value why we wanted to have this summit is for us to begin to create the global and local relevance. Our ambition is not to copy. It is to contextualize. We are convinced that there is a lot of room reserved by science and innovation for any nation which at any time takes that decisive decision and action to join the world of innovation. There is a price to pay, however. There is a price of hard work. There is a price of understanding that you have to think differently. You will not go far by simply imitation and walking in historical steps where the highest value has already been mined. But you can stand on the foundations of science and innovate and create. That's the beauty of innovation. We turn challenges into value. Actually, challenges are the raw materials upon which we work. And so I should never hear a scientist grumbling and complaining helplessly, because the presence of a problem signals creation of a solution, which is your fodder. So we want to craft a niche for ourselves. Our unique approach as Uganda is to take the global scientific principles and reimagine them through the Ugandan lens, responding to our needs, our climate, our culture, our geographical location, and geopolitical positioning, the era of industrial revolutions, and our current economic context and aspirations. And that is how we are moving from imitation to original contribution. What makes Uganda's STI approach unique? Under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, and the support of the frameworks that support him, the Vice President, the Prime Minister's office, the colleague ministers, the cabinet, the support of the Parliament, which has enabled us to move this far, is that we have crafted a distinctly Ugandan path. One that anchors on the deep scientific fundamentals, not quick fixes. We do not follow quick fixes. It imbues original, unique thought rooted in context, history, and relevance. It accelerates implementation through a result-oriented, mission-driven governance framework at all levels. And most importantly, it places people at the center, building Uganda's innovation from the household to the community to the global stage. This hybrid of scientific rigor, and I would like to give an example of a beautiful orchestra that we have built, linking our formerly known herbalists, now known as indigenous scientists, and building it into a symphony up to the topmost science of clinical trials, and coming out with unique products that meet requirements far beyond even what is on the market. We have bust myths, and soon in the next few years, I believe Uganda is going to be unleashing drugs that cure hitherto declared incurable diseases. So as we open this summit, it is my passionate call to all of us in the academia and research arena. Please let your research, let your teaching speak to the urgent questions of our economy. Train not for numbers of graduates, for the sake of history, because that is how it has always been, or for some other mundane academic tradition because you want to fit into a global architecture. Train for problem solving, relevant in the context of our nation and our region, and our space and our time. I thus call upon you not to attach yourself to rigid curricula, but become innovators of curriculum daily, so as to become relevant in every step of the Industrial Revolution which is unfolding in this nation. Private sector, I appeal to you to invest in Uganda's innovations. Bet on our brains. Partner with our makers. I assure you, ignoring the current wave of innovation and technologies which are emerging will soon render you irrelevant in the market. So I want to encourage you not to nurture entrepreneurial suicide, but to embrace this surging wave of innovation in the country. See how to embrace it within what you're doing, and we'll partner with the government so that we build offtake for our innovations emerging out of research institutions and academic institutions, and out of the sometimes the most unexpected places of our Juakali. Let us create room for them. Otherwise, if we continue doing private sector traditionally, importing technology, there is an emerging new economy upon which we are going to appeal to Ugandans to take at heart. The traders take our products and build the relevant chains of trade so that later you don't cry foul. Our development partners, I appeal to you to support Uganda's unique STI vision, not as charity, but as investment in a rising innovation economy. Invest in the future donor country, because that's the goal now. We want to see Uganda as a donor nation who will come to support your work in the future. To my fellow citizens, I appeal for you to believe, participate, speak positively about the innovations in your country. A positive stance will harness our energies, make sure you are demanding science-based solutions in your communities. Industrial revolutions come, the ones who benefit most are those who align quickly, especially the youth. I call upon you to pay interest. Do not meet every announcement, every pronouncement that appears on your social media with a negative barrier. You are going to remain behind, because outside your social media cocoon, there are many that are moving ahead. If you barrier yourself from noticing what is happening, you're going to find yourself in a zone of no benefit. Because undoubtedly, your future job, your mobility, the medicine, the technology that you use, and the services that you are going to need are herein embedded. As I come to the close of my remarks, I want to state that there are no angels and miracle workers at STI. We are ordinary men and women, made of flesh and blood, bred in the same environment, breathing the same air, experiencing the same things that everybody is experiencing, with the same circumstances. But we have made a conscious choice to lay our lives for this cause. And at this moment, I would like to request the STI staff who are in the congregation to stand up for recognition. These are mostly young men and women. As the minister charged with the responsibility to provide the technical and policy leadership, I chose a path of implementing this with the people. The technical staff are young, they are ordinary Ugandans. They have laid a foundation for a work ethic which has transformed science, technology, and innovation in short 4 years. Because this work ethic works, and we have demonstrated it works, and it can transform any sector, we embrace the laws of science, which include the scientific process which guides our decision making, the idea to market journey which guides our support framework to innovations, the value chain analysis which helps us to answer the question, where is the money? The ecosystem thinking which helps us to embrace all players in the ecosystem, even those who had not thought they are part of it, and we harness value. And we have embraced this last one, brutal integrity. Brutal integrity. For science does not tolerate corruption. If you ever fly in an airplane which lacks 5% of the technology because a corrupt scientist diverted that money, you may not live to tell the story. We have been joined in this crusade by an array of science institutions and scientists and innovators. And they have heard this gospel, and they have a reason. I've seen many of them translate their ideas in record time. So now we invite the public, the media, all of you to join in this crusade. And within a few years, we shall forget where we were when we started the journey. Let this be known across our land. Uganda is no longer waiting to be transformed. Uganda is doing the transforming. We are building not just products, but a culture of innovation. Not just industries, but scientific sovereignty. Not just factories, but a knowledge-driven civilization. And as we open this summit, the first one ever, we do it with a deep conviction that science, when contextualized, prioritized, and democratized, is the highest form of patriotism and the surest path to prosperity. Let us rise, let us innovate, let us make in Uganda and make Uganda known. Let us commit to polishing this pearl, the pearl of Africa. Let us make Uganda the best. For God and my country, thank you for listening. And with these remarks, I wish to declare the first Uganda National Science Summit officially opened.
Ladies and gentlemen, another moment of applause to Honorable Minister. I kindly request that before the Minister leaves us, we all join here and take a photo. And then, of course, she will come back later. But let's now come in front, dear scientists. And then we can take a photo with Honorable Minister to commemorate. We can come here in front. Let's come and take a photo with Honorable Minister. But thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for setting a stage for science and innovation in this country. You have done us well. Since 2021, we have seen a rigorous change in the innovation ecosystem of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all come. We can fit on this platform. and take a photo to commemorate the first National Science Summit. This is the first of its kind, and therefore you shouldn't miss in the photo. Okay, let's move to the stairs. I think that is more appealing so that everyone else can join on the side. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making it. My desire is that your faces will not miss on this very first inaugural National Science Summit. Thank you very much. This is memorable, and we want it in the books of history that Uganda held their very first National Science Summit under the leadership of Honorable Minister Dr. Monica Msenero. Thank you. Okay, Brenda is saying one more chance. One more chance. Okay. Okay, we have youngsters, innovators who are ready to join in. Thank you, Brenda, for recognizing these young people. All right, that's very important and more in order for the young people to be part of this important milestone. As we take the photo, we want to recognize all the STI technical team that the minister has introduced to us. Dr. Cosmas Mwichirize and the team, Madam Brenda, the team, thank you very much for the good work you're doing at STI. We are so proud of you for making Uganda the best. Thank you very much. I would request that we take our seats. I've been advised by the Honorable Minister that we are going to sign the clinical trial report when she's back. So we will allow her to leave, and then she will sign the clinical trial report when she comes back. We thank the Minister and we thank everyone for this first session. We are now moving in with a few changes that have happened on our program, and I would like to introduce this change so that you are able to know. So the abstracts that we are going to follow are going to come a little bit later. At this moment, we are going to have the first panel, and after the panel, after two panels, we are going to delve into a presentation of the scientific work that has been screened out of the 100 plus abstracts that were received by the scientific team. So I request that we organize our platform, and then we'll have a panel that is chaired by Madam Brenda Nakazirwe. That is panel 2. which is building innovation-driven enterprises in the pathogen economy. Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are so glad for all the representation from different universities, the great innovators here. I have seen my friend, Professor Patrick Ogwang. Thank you very much for your groundbreaking COVIDx. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome and recognized. Let me invite the following panelists that are going to be modulated by Madame Brenda Nakaziwe. That's the panel we are beginning with. And that panel will be followed by panel 1 in our book, which will be modulated by Professor Paul Wako. So let me invite Brenda to take over this particular part. But allow me to invite the following to come in front as Brenda takes over the modulation. Mr. Edward Kazire of Kazire Herbal Products. Let's clap for him as he comes in front. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Mr. Brian Kavuya. Mr. Brian Kavuya, can you take over? Okay, Mr. Cedric Akwesige. Let's clap for them. Dr. Matthias Magola. Dr. Matthias Magola, come over. Let's clap for Dr. Magola. Thank you very much. Over, Brenda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and a very good morning once again. We are very, very, very delighted to have you here this morning. Thank you for coming in large, huge numbers to attend the first National Science Summit. It is embedded in our National Science Week, and indeed, this is where the conversation on the back end of science happens. I have distinguished gentlemen on the panel coming from the pathogen economy. This is the bureau I lead. My name is Brenda Nakaziwe. I am the team leader, the pathogen economy. What is the pathogen economy? At the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. Here we support, we coordinate the science ecosystem in the areas of research and development relating to response tools to health threats. So we span human, animal, and plant health. So this morning, our topic is, we are looking at players in the industry, in the pathogen economy, who have come up with several products. And our theme, our panel theme this morning is building innovation-driven enterprises in the pathogen economy. So as we talk vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, you are going to see what we've been able to achieve in this field as a country, but as we also go beyond the borders of this country. Our first presenter this morning is talking about revolutionizing healthcare, Africa's quest for affordable biological drugs. We want to now welcome Dr. Matthias Magola to speak to us. Let's welcome him.
the Honourable Minister, the Ambassador, members of Parliament, fellow scientists, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is sad that what Ugandans do not know is there are drugs that are out of reach to the African people, including the one who's for treating sickle cell. There are 2 treatments for sickle cell that have been approved by FDA, Kasigavi and Lifegenia. One costs $3.1 million. The other, the cheapest, costs $2.2 million. These are gene therapy products. I wonder how many Ugandans or how many Africans can really afford the cost of these drugs. So what we are doing at Day Biopharma is to try and bring the cost of biological drugs down so that our people can afford it. It's the reason why at Day Biopharma, sitting on more than 250 acres of land at Matuga, and I want all of you to visit, by the way, we are setting up more than 26 different manufacturing units, from biologics, vaccines, nutraceuticals, ointments, injectable, cephalosporins, carbapenem, oncology, small molecule. Name it. We want to be the center of excellence in Africa. We've been named as the largest pharmaceutical facility on the African continent by consultants from WHO and FDA, Food and Drug Administration of the US. What you see in Matuga is what they call real innovation. We are not only talking about manufacturing, we are talking about innovation. I'll give you an example. My first patent that I filed in the US, you've heard that I have more than 100 patents in the US, and I continue to file more to treat different diseases. But guess what? The first patent that I filed in the US is used for treatment of acute kidney failure, severe anemia, and virus cancers. This drug is called dabiquatin. It's a biological drug. I don't know, I was discussing with the Cancer Institute the other day when they visited me at Matuga. They don't have this drug because the dose is about $30,000 a dose. So guess what I did? I filed a patent on this drug, and I'm the first one to do so, to make this product using mRNA. And when I use mRNA to make this drug, I reduced the cost by 95%, the current cost. So when I made this drug, I went to the US FDA, and I'm the first one in the world to go to the US FDA with a product that has been made using with a therapeutic protein that has been made using mRNA. Did you understand that? Because all biological drugs are used using a recombinant process. My brother here knows what we go through. He's a fellow scientist. When you make these biological drugs using a recombinant technology, they are not affordable to us. But I filed a research paper in a peer-reviewed journal, and I wish you had projected it for people to see. It won the best molecular biologist award in the world. I'm teaching the world that when we want to make these products affordable, use mRNA. And I have a research paper on that. It was published in a peer-reviewed journal, which is headquartered in the US and Switzerland. Now, what are we doing in Matuga? What are we doing with our more than 100 patents? This first drug that I took to the FDA, and the FDA actually agreed with the development plan. The minutes are there to that effect. What we are doing in Matuga is to manufacture these biological drugs, to manufacture these vaccines that have not been affordable for the first time on the African continent, in Uganda. Can't we clap for that? Because in Uganda, we import more than 90% essential drugs. We want to change that by ensuring that we manufacture all the drugs that Uganda needs. And we are doing it right there in Matuga. So, what are we saying? What are we doing? We want to assure Ugandans that first of all, we thank our president, the president of this country. We thank the Honorable Minister of Innovation, who have given us all this support. Because you know that to bring a single molecule, a biological molecule, to market, the cost is around $3 to $5 billion. This drug I made every year, it generates about $10 billion in sales for a single company. So by making this affordable in Africa, we are not only going to multiply the fertilities of this country, we are bringing real solutions so that other people who have not been affording these drugs can afford them for the first time on the African continent. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Magola, for the great work happening there. Indeed, we are building this economy. No longer are we going to look at things as, oh my God, this is a scale of disease. We are going to be impoverished by disease, but we are using the same pathogens to actually come up with solutions. That's the name, the pathogen economy. And right after Dr. Magola, we are calling on Dr. Cedric Akwesije. You're very welcome to speak to the great delegates here. You're welcome.
The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister, the Ambassador, Member of Parliament that are available today, protocol observed. Good morning. I'm so excited that Brenda and her team, they chose a Monday morning to talk about science. This is very important. It's very, very important because on a Monday morning with a lot of fresh energy from the weekend and then we start talking about science. This is very, very important. I'm Dr. Cedric Akwesije. I'm the MD of Microhim Group of Companies. I'm here to talk about, they requested me to talk about two things. How, question one was key investments to scale up pharma manufacturing in Uganda, and how can Uganda fast track this pharma manufacturing. Now, there are 4 key important activities if you are going to set up and manufacture a product in health. Number 1 is the infrastructure. The infrastructure for manufacturing a bio product that's going to be used on a human being, has a standard. It's not the usual brick and mortar, and that part costs some good money. The second part is the science, the technology, the development, the R&D part. The third part is human resource. In biomanufacturing, not everyone has capacity or has gotten the skill. So the skill set, actually, when we were discussing this issue in 2022, I don't know whether you know that what we are talking about here is a continental agenda. When we were discussing how do we how does this African continent break itself from the problem of importing almost 100% of health products it is using. One of the challenges they gave us was, they put across was, where are you going to get the skill set? And the fourth part is the money. Biomanufacturing is not cheap. You know, when I hear some people talking about budget, money, I just wish they can understand what they're talking about. It's a very expensive venture. But how do we do this in our continent? How do we stand out and still succeed with all these challenges ahead of us? Okay? So one is we have to look in-house. Which capacity do we have in-house? For example, do you know that there's no bigger farmer in the outside countries? What do they call? They call them overseas diaspora. Okay, where you will go and you find the entire production team or the research and development team when there's no black talk of any of these. So we have a huge capacity as Africa that we can call back our black brothers to do what they have been doing out there and do it here. After talking about this, let me just show you one example. Professor Alex, can you stand up? This Professor Alex is an American. He's been there for over 20 years. He has developed so many products, has taught so many. This Professor Alex is not even, he's a man from Guru here. But do you know the products coming to Africa? Thank you, Professor. They are being developed, manufactured by such people, and they are not able to come back here. Why? You don't have the infrastructure. If I have the knowledge to manufacture, but I don't have the infrastructure, I don't have the facility, I don't have a good environment. And that's why sometimes when I talk about our president, I'm so passionate about it. Because he's so visionary that he knows that for us to disentangle ourselves from the slavery, you know there is modern slavery. Forget about the old slavery, where they would come, capture a live human being and take. There is some modern slavery. We can enslave you without taking you from your home. So when the president speaks of disentangling us from this modern slavery, I get so excited. So we can actually tap into that. We actually have the financing. You know what? Someone will say, where are you getting the money? When we were starting, everybody said, where are you going to get the money? And the question was, okay, so where do others get the money? And I want to encourage all of us here. For me, even last time, I said, I wish all of us as a country can go into pathogen economy. And then we leave other continents, so other countries to handle other things. Why? Because, you know, Ugandans are so bright. So that's on the part of financing. Financing, as long as the project is viable, money is always available. Okay, so whenever you go out and you really don't find the financing, look back and check how you wrote your concept. What can you change? So that's one part. How do we make sure we succeed? The other part which I may talk about here is how are we going to grow our skill set? I want to go back to skill set, because a healthy product is a product that is manufactured and is controlled, and with double control, if you can know how many times you will have to go into certification and recertification. So for you to keep that standard, you can attain the standard, but how do you keep the standard? You need to have a very well-trained, skilled team. And this team, I've talked about, we can bring back our people. We can still collaborate with these people who are manufacturing, who are developing these products, and we retrain our people. We train our local team. Okay, so the other part what they asked me to talk about is technology transfer. You realize from morning, we are talking about R&D, research and development. For a research, for you to begin from scratch to attain a certified product. My brother, Dr. Matthias Magora here will tell you, you need minimum 4 to 5 years of going back and forth, to put up a product. When the product is out, you now face the outside world. Everybody wants to come and verify that actually the product is working, because you are dealing with human life. Because of this, how can Uganda also try to join? Because R&D is taking a lot of money, R&D is taking a lot of time. What can we do to join the queue? Add enough before even the queue is full. One way is technology transfer. So technology transfer is a process where you talk to someone whose technology is already certified, and you go into an agreement or a joint venture or any form to have his product already certified, manufactured by your side. The advantage of that is that you quickly go to the market, but it has disadvantages too. One is that you have to manage the relationship. Because you know, once I'm the owner, I own, and you have to dance to my tune. Number two is that you must meet the MPAs. They are called minimum purchase agreements. So before you think of a technology transfer discussion, think of where is the market? Where is the commitment on the market? Where is the offtake of these products? Because that's what the owner of the technology is going to ask you to do, to provide. But immediately you have that, and you have your agreement solid. One disadvantage is that not many of us in the continent know technology transfer agreement details and those hidden clauses and stuff. But fortunately, WHO has a guideline now on technology transfer. How should a technology transfer agreement look like? And after that, you are good to go. But still, you are not going to escape from the actual standard. The standard must be met. So at MHS, we have gone through, we have two segments. We have our own indigenous development, R&D, research and development, where we think we can, by 2030, you should be able to go to a village in Masaka, a village in Guru or wherever, when there is an outbreak, pick a sample from that patient, come, grow the bacteria or the virus, whatever is causing the causative agent, do a sequence, develop a product. Actually, our target by 2030, when there is an outbreak, 100 days you should have a product, either a diagnostic kit, a test kit, or a vaccine. And that's our route. And that's why you see when COVID came, how long did it take China to start sending out kits? How long did it take US to develop and manufacture the vaccine? Why? Because of R&D. So we have put a huge portion of financing and funds and human resource into R&D. That's one part. But also to access and be present on the market and start putting out your name. Because we are like a tiny thing, a tiny insect, among giant elephants, the known elephants of biopharma, you know them. I don't want to mention names. But how do you constantly continue putting your name on the table? Like now I'm talking about Michael him here, all right? So one, we also did some products through technology transfer, and we have commercialized them. We have commercialized HIV, RDT, we have commercialized malaria, a PF pan with a PLDH. I was so excited recently when I saw that our malaria kit, locally made in Uganda, is able to test and confirm someone has malaria when others that are imported are not are misdiagnosing, a false negative. A patient is being in and out of hospital, they are treating bacterial infection. When randomly, when he comes on a store like this, he tests positive. So these innovations are going to happen, and I don't want, in conclusion, I don't want Africans, and more especially us Ugandans, to feel inferior. There's that inferiority complex. Have you ever been on the road when you have a small car, someone with a big car passes, you feel you want to fast park for this person to pass, but this inferiority complex has to get out of Africa. This we must fight, because those people who are doing it have the same red blood cells, same everything like us. We belong to the same class. So what is the issue? Therefore, at my office, we don't have any issues of saying, you know what, for us we can do this, we will do it whether it's possible or it is impossible. We will do it. So I want to say thank you so much, and I want to encourage you to keep coming and fighting so hard. All right? Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Cedric. Indeed, patriotism at its best, a continental agenda being started right here in country. We are undoing modern day slavery, and we are going to have our own products hitting the market and also selling outside. We are going through all the approvals, and just watch the space. Okay, in a very short while, for a very short video clip, as I call on Dr. Kazire, Okay, as we work on that, Dr. Kazire, we want to welcome you to take to the podium to tell us what is happening down where you are. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Brenda, Honorable Minister, the ambassadors in the House, dear distinguished professors in the House, the Vice Chancellors in the House, all distinguished scientists, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Kazile Health Products is an indigenous pharmaceutical company purely dealing with the natural therapeutics, and we are as old as quarter essentially, because I started in 1999, and I'm delighted in the House to see one of the people who steered what you see in me and what you see on the market under Kazile Group, Professor Gwang, in the House. Because he was a young man at the Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute at the Ministry of Health, which was by then, I think, a small laboratory. It was a Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Lab. And he was there together with Dr. Grace Nambatia. I don't see her around, but she normally graces such functions. And these people, recently when I was with Professor at Mbara University, he's one of my supervisors for my PhD in medicine, which I'm doing at Mbara University of Science and Technology. I told him I will always not only call you professor, but I will always say father of natural medicine. Why? These are people who stood to be called witches, because since until before 2019, any scientist, even him the professor, who was doing any innovations in natural therapeutics was being guided by the 1957 Witchcraft Act. So meaning, I had served a long time with him and other scientists as witches. But today, thanks to Uganda, that's why I'm grateful to the leadership of the government of Uganda, that by 2019, the traditional medicine bill, the Traditional Medicine and Complementary Medicine Act was put in place, and today we can say we are scientists. And I think it was not a small mark, because this was bringing regulatory hurdles. While we did a lot of innovations, they could not be regulated by National Drug Authority, who is the regulator. And they would say, what you are doing is witchcraft. We cannot regulate you. Here in Uganda, it is a criminal offense to practice in what you are doing. But thank you, you kept leading us, and thanks to the government and the leadership of Uganda, that by 2019, when the whole world believed there was a new way of doing things, that your knowledge you had preserved was called into action and is now legal knowledge. And that it can now contribute to the pathogen economy. So what was witchcraft is now seen as a journey to freedom, and economic reliance of Uganda can be now achieved. It is not only looking at that, but over the 25 years of our practice in natural therapeutics, we have come to a level whereby upon regularizing the practices, beliefs, and traditions of all traditional medicine practitioners who are now called indigenous scientists, we were able now to have space to breathe, and as scientists, bring out all the scientific protocols that have led us to a level where now I can present my product to Professor Chilenga, who is here in the house, one of the serious researchers in this house. And he can receive my product and say, yes, you are talking some science, it is there. Because we have now a legal framework and we have support of government. And I think, as one of my brothers said, what we are working on is not only for Uganda, but we are looking at the 1.2 billion, more than 1.2 billion on the continent, which is still being marginalized, still being pushed, and our science still being looked at something that cannot be of value. One of the key things is that in the natural therapeutics, the value chain, when you analyze how many people will be engaged in the planting of the medicinal plants that we are using as raw materials in our value chain, you find that medicinal plants will be commercial plants. Today, aloe vera, which was once a herb known to be in the bushes in the western Uganda, today is a commercial plant. People have established commercial plantations. They deliver it because we have established protocol that can be used to extract aloe imodine, which is a known active compound, which we are using in one of our formulations for its bioactivities. We have not stopped there, but our role at Kazire Health Products is focusing at standardization of natural medicine. Aware that more than 60% of Ugandans, they are still using herbal medicine. Whether they go and pick conventional medicine from the hospitals, they end up using any means. They end up also going to access herbal medicine. So if the role of National Drug Authority, our regulator, is to provide safe, efficacious drugs, then the journey should not be to push away and shy away from this, but to call on scientists to join these indigenous scientists so that we can standardize these drugs. Lucky enough, the WHO guidelines for standardizations of drugs is now available, and National Drug Authority has tried to benchmark it and bring it to customize it to our national requirements. And it is through this that we are able to do acute safety studies, and we can also do sub-acute toxicity studies on a product. We are able to do HPLC profiling, and we can do identification of active compounds. We can do both pharmacokinetic data on any formulation, and once all this is presented, then a product can be looked at and its safety and efficacy can be assessed. One of the two products that we have worked on is Vidicin, which has gone through phase 2 of the clinical trial. I don't want to preempt the work of Professor Chirenga, who is the lead member. He was the PI of all that work that was done, and being done on a natural product designed from the bush to our labs, to our production line, and brought to his desk for analysis. And from there, we believe the data will be shared to the regulator, National Drug Authority, who will finally have us registered, and our product can be accessed at every level. And on this journey, we will have a lot of scientists who will be engaged in the process. We will have a lot of communities which will be engaged in the planting of these medicinal plants that we are using. But also, we are also embracing biotechnology for most of the endangered species and the rare plants. I'm working, one of my researches which I'm doing at Mbarara University of Science and Technology is making sure that I can extract cells from the plant, and I can use a bioreactor, and I can elicitate the process and cause this plant cell to continuously produce the metabolite of interest, which I am focused at. That's why bioassay-guided fractionation and phytochemical analysis is so important for us in the natural therapeutic sector. And we believe that the support we are getting continuously is going to lead us to reach where we are going as a nation. And I wish to thank STI for the commitment you are putting. When you go there, you see each person exhibiting various technologies, various forms of science, and you have not rejected any. And I learned that from Professor Gwang. He said, what you do not know does not mean that it is not existing. And my dear professor, that's what I practice every day. I believe that what I do not know, maybe someone knows it better. And it has kept me to be a continuous student, learning, even after an experience of quarter a century in the natural therapeutics research. I want to thank you for your dedication and for supporting this initiative that will see our country to greater heights for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazire. Very, very well said. Let's give a round of applause to our gallant gentlemen, distinguished gallant sons of the soil. Thank you, thank you, thank you for going to the market. Thank you for driving us out of the laboratory to the markets. Okay, so we are throughout the day, we shall be seeing the work happening in the different laboratories, but also the different parts of industry that the distinguished ladies and gentlemen here represent. But for now, let's just have a snippet of one of them. Over to the screens. Congratulations, Day by a Farmer. Something I want to bring out for us to understand is we've long been doing our science and probably not having where to particularly manufacture from. But what STI has done is create an end-to-end so that you're not thwarted at some point in your science, dear scientists, as you work. This facility is actually a contract manufacturing facility as well. So as we do our work, there's a whole setup, as you've seen, where we are able to do our drugs, our vaccines, our diagnostics. It is huge and the biggest in Africa. And as our panelists plan to go, we shall give only 2 questions from the audience. They will answer and then they will give us their parting shots. Okay, one hand is already up. We have one hand. Hello, hello. Okay, and the other, just one more.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a detailed presentation. As you kept thinking, my mind kept going. I had a lot of hierarchy and guardrails or gatekeepers for you to qualify to be your paper, scientific paper, to be published in scientific science review. It takes a lot of effort. Now, that comes from building institutions. I'm a student of understanding institutions and institutional dynamic. How do we make sure that we establish our strong institution, that Africa can build a scientific, an Afrocentric scientific institution, that we publish our own scientific review papers that are respected? My second question is, do we have an idea on, we see Silicon Valley in the US promoting technology and all that. As Africa, with a lot of biodiversity that are medicinal, can we build a valley or a mountain that give a social structure for all scientists where they can go and think and innovate? Because I've interacted with scientists, that are people who don't like hierarchy, they don't like bureaucratic. Is there a possibility where a scientific person can go with a scientific thinking, get a rich social structure where they can innovate that is based here and looking at all over the continent? Because when you're going to provide scientific solutions, they are very expensive. Looking at Uganda, 45 million, you may not have enough market. That building that will require collaboration. Are we able to collaborate as a continent and build that rich structure where scientific come and think, and we know that the solution is targeting 1.something billion population, and that will make it more affordable, and that also will earn us another extra market, because people are going to be respecting that.
Okay.
But achieving that will require collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate, for that question. And I think it runs all through. Just one more short one, or we are good. I think that is thrown to all of us. Yes. Okay. Okay. As we close this panel session.
Yes, thank you very much. My question is being directed to the MD, Microhim. You talked about one of the challenges being lacking the skilled labor in Africa to produce mostly the biologics and the vaccines. So I don't know if you could help shed light on what is actually taking place in Uganda. Are there any efforts in terms of skilling the people that are already in Uganda? Thank you.
Okay, and right.
Thank you very much. You raised a very beautiful question. Before I answer that, I want to encourage everybody, because when you are talking scientifically, you have to prove it. So go and check out, Google about Dr. Magol, and you'll be able to see these patents I've talked about here. They are there, they exist. The US Patent and Trademark Office has already published these patents, so you can go and read about it. Secondly, when I said we are the first in the world to take a therapeutic protein that was made using mRNA, you can check that information also, it's public information. Can you verify it? Anybody can verify? Are we speaking the truth? It's here. First in the world. You can verify that. Now, to come to my brother's question, he raised a very important question. The reason why I'm doing everything I'm doing in the US is because of that infrastructure. So I find myself that the only laboratories, the only facilities where I'm able to manufacture my products are in the US. But we also have presence in India and US, Japan, China. So we are working with the entire world. Because you cannot be doing this and say I want to do it only me. But to answer your question, yes, it is possible because that's what we are doing. You've seen our facility here. Once it is complete, we are going to transfer all our technologies in Uganda. We are going to transfer all our patents in Uganda. To answer the second question, can we do a silicon leveling using our natural methods? I started with Professor Okwanga here. We will work together for a very long time. I left him here and I went to the US. Dr. Kazere here is my OB. Now, the first drug to make a sales of more than $1 billion is called paclitaxel, 40 years ago. It is an anti-cancer, treats cancer. Up to now, we still use it. This drug was got from a plant, Taxus bulbifolio, Pacific Mu. $1 billion from natural sources. Look at quinine from a chincona tree. We are getting this plant from Congo to get quinine. And the list is endless. Look at ashwagandha. Ashwagandha from Somonifera, Wuzamia somonifera. It's a plant called Wuzamia somonifera. It grows freely in northern Uganda. 5 milligrams of somonifera is $500. So what I want to encourage my brothers, the Kazeris, and the people who are practicing medicinal plants, and we have put that program for you at Day by Farmer. My first product that I did, that has given me all this technology, and that has given the whole world to listen to me, was a malaria drug from a medicinal plant. So I have this formulation that treats malaria, but it's a herbal, it's a plant. So I took it to the US in a very first world laboratory. And in its cold form, it was working better than the normal drugs that they know. These ACTs, and it was working better than them. So what we did, I extracted the active ingredient and I filed a patent. You can also read about it. Once you extract the active ingredient from this plant, it becomes a $1 billion innovation. Because that's what our brothers, the other side, the developer, that's what they understand. They don't understand your herbal stuff. So what I encourage my brothers here to do, because they have all the information, is, and I'll give you free information, free service, free knowledge. How do we move from a herbal thing to the active ingredient and file a patent? That one I'm going to give Ugandans free because I've done it before. I think I've answered your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I will touch the two questions, though there was one directed to me, but I also touch the first one because it is very important. My brother asked for asked a very important question. My brother here has answered it. Let me just add a little bit. and I go to my own question. Now, yes, I want us to first of all, you know, before you succeed with bigger things, you need to be appreciative and excited with the smaller thing you have. That gives you the energy to now work harder for a bigger thing. I want to appreciate our universities. Can you clap for them? Okay? They are doing a great job. But what we are talking about is two-phased. The knowledge you get from the university is like the way you start constructing a house. You need a foundation. So, this knowledge that you are getting from these universities is a very big, important part of what we are talking about. It is the foundation. After that, when some of these organizations, some of these companies, like you can see Day, Microhim, Kazire, come up, you are going to generate revenue. Which revenue is going to come back in two phases, in two ways. One, money, the institutions themselves or the companies themselves will be having academies. Like at Microhim, we have an academy. It is going to be hosting around 200 staff, 200 students. In others, you can walk in and learn how to manufacture a product from end to end. But also, the revenue that such organizations are going to generate for our country. Okay, let me give you a small example. East Africa alone, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, the first original East Africa, the 5 countries, their budget for HIV, malaria, and TB, for test kits per year, they spend $3.19 billion. This money is collected from each of these countries and spent on these 3 diseases. Imagine if this money is not being spent in China, in India, or wherever, and all that money is coming to Uganda. How many jobs are going to be created here? How much revenue, tax, how much tax is going to be created? Foreign income. And you will find that even our government will collect enough money now to build such institutions for our young people to join. So I just want to encourage you that we are on the right journey. We haven't just seen the fruits, but we will see the fruits soon, okay? Now, on skilling Ugandans to become process engineers, production engineers, staff, yes, my brother, we're already doing that. This company, we just commercialized our first 3 products. They are on the market right now. Ugandans are using Ugandan-made product to test HIV, to test malaria. But the day we said we are now going to manufacture for government, my friend, that day when we put out an advert, we received 5,600 responses. All right? And you know, we picked normal Ugandans. My brother, come and ask them. They will tell you every process of how to manufacture this kit. So, next time, another industry is opening or another venture is coming up, they will not begin from zero. Someone in Uganda knows how to manufacture a test kit. Yes, so we are on the right track. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One key thing that we must understand, long time ago, many people had not understood that disease was business. But I'm grateful to the deeper explanation of the government of Uganda to let scientists understand that the disease is business. And that's why my brother is talking about numbers. Me, for the last 25 years I've been in business. Business is not about being busy. And it is a disease for most scientists. You be in the lab, you are busy up and down, you finish a certain study, then you publish, then you hang on the notes board, then you walk that evening like this, but what has come to your pocket? That's why I love Professor Chirenga. He emphasizes that monetizing research. So once scientists in Uganda get to understand this, that everything you are doing before and also I learned that also from Professor Gwang. Before he goes to the lab, he's telling you the product he's intending to put to the shelf. Along the journey, if he fails, that's okay. As a researcher, you should be expecting a yes or no. That's the way forward if you want to avoid bias in your data. And most of the time, this is how it has ended. The moment I remember in 2000, when I put out my first version of Vidicin, by then I was calling it knockoff. I had only $10 in my pocket. And I had to make a decision to start. The biggest challenge, when people hear Mr. Magora has been allocated how many billions in the budget, they do not know behind that, before that time when you are being allocated funds in the budget, what did you go through? So that is one thing we must focus on. And again, some people, when they find Kazire health products everywhere, they again feel like Kazire has taken the whole of it. No! There are still so many problems in society. That's why when I meet Professor Gwang, I still learn from him. He still teaches me. As he's teaching me, he visits my facility. He's also learning from me. So we have a challenge of scientists in Uganda who want to keep their small innovations under the armpit. It will grow more while still under your armpit. We must open. The first time I met with Professor Chirenga, he was so excited on how I was open about my science. My brother, Dr. Magora, said, science is facts. So put the set of facts to the scientific world so that they can understand you. Then we standardize our work to meet international standards. Then money will flow in. At all costs, the pathogens that have been a burden to Uganda will finally turn into an economy for Uganda, where the whole of Africa will be focusing at Uganda for their pathogen solutions. And with that, I hope our economy will grow and we will stand out, as we normally say, that for God and my country. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. What a panel. Kindly join me to thank them for a message very, very well delivered. And in their last delivery were their parting shots. As they stand up for a photo moment, I request to be joined by Professor Chirenga, my superintendent, Industrial Value Chains, and Professor Wako, okay, and Professor from BSU, that is our Professor, the Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stewart. Let's come take a photo. Professor Wilbur. These are products of science. You've had them making mention, and we have our leaders of institutions right here. So we have an opportunity to take a photo with them because they taught them, they are now in industry. Oh yes, okay.
Thank you very much, Brenda. As we take a photo moment, let's clap for Brenda and the whole panel. Thank you, Brenda, for taking us through this wonderful panel. And thank you, panelists, for the work well done. They are now taking a photo, and then we'll delve into another panel. I want to inform us that we have organized some break tea for all of us. We will have that later, a little bit, but we have 30 minutes that we are going to engage with another wonderful panel that I would like to introduce to you as the photo moment elapses. Thank you very much, our dear panelists, for the job well done. And thank you, Brenda, for the wonderful vigor and the energy that you have always brought to the STI team. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear scientists, right now we are going into what was supposed to be panel one, where we are looking at laboratory to the market. And I thought you saw the energy that Dr. Edward Kaziri had. So we are moving towards that to make sure that we see how the laboratory can take us to market. I will welcome Professor Paul Wako. Professor Paul Wako is the Vice Chancellor of Bustima University, and he's the chair of the Vice Chancellor's Forum. Let's welcome him with his panel. Those are not welcome hands for the Vice Chancellor of Bustima University. Professor Wako is a scientist, to be more specific, a clinical pharmacologist, and also has done a lot of work in the science world and has made great contribution. I'll be asking him to introduce the other Vice Chancellors, being the chair of the Vice Chancellors Forum. We have quite a number of Vice Chancellors here and those online. And I would welcome the foreign people on this panel. Professor Patrick Engeu Ogwan, the masterminder of COVIDex. I partly share him as Mbarara University of Science and Technology, but he's now here as the Executive Director of Jenner Hubbles. You're most welcome, Professor. Then we have Professor Moses Joloba, if he's around, if he has already come. Professor Joloba is the Executive Director of Ndio Biosciences Limited. Maybe he will join later. We have Engineer Paul Isaac Musasizi. Are you here already? Engineer Paul. Let's also have Mr. Ivan Douglas Karugaba Baguma. He's right there. You welcome him. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Unovex. The other panelists are going to join, but we have been glad also to be joined by Professor Sabit Wilba, who will come later to give some remarks in keynote speech, all the way from St. Andrews University, United Kingdom. Let's welcome Professor Wilba. I know he spent most time traveling. Thank you very much for making it. And I also want to appreciate all of you dignitaries. We'll keep introducing you as you come in. But we have the Superintendent of Industrial Value Chain, Dr. Mwichirize Cosmas. Many people may not know you. You can wave to us if you're around. I think he has just moved out. Oh, right there. Thank you very much, the work that you're doing at STI. So ladies and gentlemen, we have only 30 minutes, and I want to be very humble to request Professor Wako to make sure that the panel observes time. You're most welcome, Professor. You will introduce the other Vice Chancellors and continue with your panel. Thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Masters of Ceremonies. We've got 30 minutes, and we shall apportion it by having, since you are two so far, I think you can use about 7 minutes for your presentation and then we shall leave some few minutes for discussion. As we already introduced, I'm Professor Paul Wako. I'm Vice Chancellor of Bustima University. And if I'm to be homed, I belong to the pathogen economy because I'm a clinical pharmacologist by training. Allow me to take this opportunity as chair of the Vice Chancellors to request all Vice Chancellors and heads of institutions to rise up who are present here. I know quite a number online. Professor John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart, you are warmly welcome. Dr. Kahikiriza, representing the Vice Chancellor of Undeje University, you are warmly welcome. There is Lira University, Deputy Vice Chancellor, you are warmly welcome to this meeting. I'm told that Professor Pauline Biachika, Mbarara University, is following this discussion, is online, and many other Vice Chancellors, they are welcome. Oh, okay. Let me also take this opportunity to invite my good friend, Professor Vincent Anibog, to join the panel and answer these questions as well. Professor Vincent is the director of the Visitema University Center for Agro-Entrepreneurship that is supported by the STI. You are warmly welcome. Let me now, we have a strong team of scientists, people I've really interacted with. I was extremely excited when I was made to chair this panel. I recall Professor Moses Joloba. We left Uganda on the same week when I was traveling south, University of Cape Town for my PhD. Joloba moved north to the University of Case Western in the US to study his PhD. We moved in the same week. We left Ogwang behind. But when we came back, he had also left us in innovations. So you are warmly welcome. It is a pleasure. Dr. Mosasizi has been in engineering. I think he's also one of those we left behind, but again found when he had done a lot of innovations. And similarly, Ivan, it is a pleasure to be with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to request members of this panel to give us some information as to how they have managed to take science to from laboratory to actual enterprises. I know that the biggest challenge we have in universities today is transferring the knowledge that we generate in laboratories into business enterprises. And this is actually the story which we would like this meeting to unravel. So I will start with the Professor Egwang. Can you briefly take us through how you managed to establish the enterprises that you can tell us a bit more about from the innovations that you have developed in the laboratory? We know very well you have been an academic for a long time, but still you were able to go into actual business enterprises. So Professor Egwang, we would like to hear your story, and in the interest of time, I request you also to include some challenges that you faced and some of the future perspectives of this concept with reference to Uganda universities. Thank you.
I don't know whether it's still morning or afternoon. Is it still morning? Yes. Okay, good morning. You allow me to speak while seated. First, I want to begin by thanking God Almighty that we are here today as scientists, policymakers, and Ugandans celebrating the first National Science Summit. We can't take it for granted. It is by His mercy and grace that we are here today. I also want to use this chance, first of all, to thank the organizers of this function, Honorable Dr. Monica Musanza for carrying the vision of science in this country. We know that before she came on board, we never used to hear about scientists and science working with industry or meeting such a forum. So I want to thank her for the leadership she's showing. And of course, we cannot forget the government of Uganda, led by President Museveni. Whenever I travel to other countries and meet other scientists, they admire our president. They say, I wish we could give them President Museveni to be their president in their country. So we should be grateful that we have a leader who understands science and loves science. I also want to use this chance to again emphasize what the minister said. I think we were telling Professor Chirenga and others, mentorship, mentoring people who will carry on. I'm very glad that Professor Wako, who taught me pharmacology in undergraduate, is here, giving me more questions today. He used to give me questions those days. At Masters, he was again the one giving me questions. At PhD, he was the one giving me questions. When I was promoted to associate professor, he was the one who reviewed my work. And today again, he's giving me questions. So Professor, I want to thank you and recognize for your effort in my life. So the question is, how did I manage to move from research to industry? First of all, I think I joined research in 2004 at Chemotherapy in Wandegea as a research officer. And while I was there, one of my nephews, I was informed by the mother that he has sickle cell disease and it always disturbed him. So what I did first is to begin reviewing plants in Uganda that could be used for sickle cell disease. And I found publications by Professor Wako and Professor Gual and Professor Diek, and I began from there. But I want to inform that the first paper I published, I was guided by Professor Wako. When I submitted the paper for review, I got comments, and one of them was so difficult for me to answer. It was my first paper. So I went to his office, and I sat down with him, and within 30 minutes, we had solved the problem. And the paper was accepted and published as my first review paper. So thank you, Professor, for mentoring in that direction. Now, I found that a plant called Xanthoxylum gileti, or Chalibium uganda, has anti-sickling properties. So I decided to make medicine for my nephew. I first got that plant, extracted in the laboratory, and tested for safety. When I found that it was safe, then I formulated into a syrup, which again I took back to animals to test if it could be able to prevent ant-sickling. And I found that it was working. So I gave that medicine to my nephew, and after like 2 weeks, the crisis went off, and I want to thank God that up to now he's alive, more than 30 years. He's more than 30 years old. But from there, one day I bought land in Gayaza side. I used to be a farmer also. So I went to check on my land, and I passed my neighbor's home. And there was a young boy, about 12, 13 years, sitting under the sun. And I asked the grandmother that, what's the problem with this boy? She told me that the boy has a kidney problem. That problem with the kidneys. I said, kidneys, and you are here sitting under the sun? I asked for his papers. They brought papers from Mulago Hospital, sickle cell unit. I found that he had sickle cell disease, but it was affecting his life. I told the grandmother that I have medicine which I'm going to my medicine, and it's working. So the following day, I went back and took the medicine for the boy, and I gave it to him. After 1 week, I went back to check on my land, but I passed there. I did not find it was called Muyanja, sitting under the sun. I found he was not there, so I asked the grandmother, where's Joshua? They said he has gone back to school, boarding school. I said, no, it can't be. It's a school far. They said, not far. So I went there with the grandfather. We found Muyanja in class studying. The medicine had helped him to go back to school. Now, one time I went to Ethiopia to do my research in Ethiopia, and I spent there 1 month. When I came back, I got a call from the father of Muyanja that he had died. I asked the father, what happened? He said, we looked for you to make for us the medicine. We called your numbers, they were off. From that time, I said, I must make medicine and put on the shelves in pharmacies. So I tried to form a company called Genabos Limited. And I began manufacturing medicine under that company and giving to pharmacies to give to patients. So even if I'm not in Uganda, they can access the medicine and nobody dies again because of going not around. So that's how I began the journey of manufacturing commercially. But I stayed one formula for a long time, that one of sickle cell. However, there are many people who are facing different challenges. diabetes, ulcers, and all this. But what I did first was to do a lot of research on the plants we have in this country. I studied a number of them for safety, their chemical properties, and also what they do. And if you look at my products, the work I did 10 years ago are the ones I'm using now, the research I did 10 years ago. So without understanding the material you're working with, you cannot make a product. First, understand the material, its science, then you can transform it to solve a problem. So after that, I began making other products for cough, for ulcers, and put them in African farmers. Now, at the beginning, I faced one challenge. I would make the medicines, take them to the pharmacy, and the patients like the medicine, they were working, but they would burst. You know, the bottle just burst. So one day I went to Freka and I said, but Dr. Kwang, why don't you solve the problem of bursting? The medicines are good, people like it, but what? It's spoiling our shelves. So I learned the value of natural preservation. I solved that problem. So in other words, when you begin a journey, there will be challenges. From lab to industry, you're changing the process. You're changing the mechanism of making the medicine. So you have to understand the science of what you're doing before you move to industry. And that's what I was able to solve it. During the time of COVID, we all remember, when COVID came, we were all looking for a solution. I had this formula that I developed like 7 years before. I knew it could kill viruses, I knew it was safe. When my colleague became sick, a professor in Barrow University, I gave him, and within 2 days he was negative. Another friend also put COVID, I gave him and recovered in 2 days. So because I had the knowledge that this product can kill viruses, I could give it to them, and I was sure of safety. So in terms of challenges, of course there are financial challenges are there, but if you are committed, as Dr. Makola has said, you'll never give up. We have been through many years of struggle. Use your own pocket money to begin something, but along the way, government will see you and give you the support. So I want to end by saying that right now, my company employs more than 100 people, scientists, in Jena. And every year we train students from Barara, from all universities that come there for placement. You are welcome to visit our laboratory in Luzira, and also we are building a bigger one in Soroti, so you are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang. Our next panelist is Mr. Ivan Douglas Karugaba. We are now talking about homegrown IT solutions. Innovex Uganda, isn't it? Yes, tell us a bit more about Innovex Uganda and why you were able to go to enterprise level despite the various challenges many people cite.
Thank you very much, Professor. All protocol observed. Good morning to you. As introduced, my name is actually Baguma Douglas, and I am the CEO of Innovex Uganda Limited. At Innovex, our dream is to transform Uganda into a global electronics manufacturing powerhouse. One of the things that inspired us to start Innovex was when you look around, it is very rare, or it's even uncommon, for you to find a technology that has been made in Africa and is being sold across the world. It is very uncommon. And we're in the 21st century. You cannot find a technology that a population of close to 1.2 billion people in Africa are making, and they're selling either to Asia, to Europe, or to America. I don't know if that has ever disturbed you. And interesting enough, as Uganda, on an annual basis, we're importing close to 3 trillion shillings worth of electronics from just China. This is a single country. From China alone, we're importing 3 trillion shillings worth of electronics. And it is well known that on an annual basis, we are graduating close to 1 million graduates in Uganda. It's coming close to 1 million from all these universities that are here today. And disturbing enough, you find that some of our best and brightest students who have done degrees such as engineering, computer science, are being repurposed. They're being repurposed by banks. They're being repurposed by audit firms to do audit work. And fun enough, it is the same country, Uganda, which is importing electronics, importing almost everything, where you find that most of our girls are flying in thousands of numbers, flying out to Saudi Arabia looking for jobs. This is what really moved us as Innovex. And fast forward, we have established the first of its kind electronics manufacturing facility. And we have secured global partnerships for technology transfer. We're working with a number of partners from Belgium, from the UK, to transfer knowledge on how to manufacture electronics into Uganda. Innovex has a very humble story. Personally, because I needed new challenges beyond academia, I got exposed. I tried to expose myself to as many opportunities as possible back at the university. And this is where I started to get involved in, co-curriculars. I started doing some bit of business as I was doing my engineering degree at the College of Engineering. And there was also this interesting program that was called iLabs under a presidential initiative. Together with a couple of friends, as we graduated, we noticed that we had very superior skills in product development, electronic product development. And even at the time, we were being consulted by PhD students to come and help them build prototypes. That is how good we were. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how Innovex started. We continued seeking for problems, challenges in our society that we could solve. And I'm so happy to say that on the 10th of April this year, we launched a very huge partnership where we are going to start, or we have started manufacturing electronics for solar water pumps here in Uganda. There are some pictures that I shared. Maybe we can have a look at those. So this is our facility where we're doing the manufacturing of electronics in Uganda. And it's important for me to mention that we are the first, not just Africans, but we are the first. Innovex team is the team of the first black people to manufacture electronics that are being sold across the world. So our dream, of course, when you look at electronics, they cut across all industries, be it agriculture, be it health, education. And today, everything is becoming electronic, especially with the coming of AI. The global electronics industry is a $600 billion industry. 600 billion, projected to grow to over 1 trillion in the next 10 years. And in building Vision 2040, we believe as Innovex that 20% of our GDP come 2040 should be coming from the electronics industry. This could be the manufacturing of electronics, design of electronic products, and other services within the electronics industry. On getting a product to market, through, when I look back and try to see what really got us moving, very importantly is identifying a problem that you're working on, that you should be working on. And of course, as you might know, Uganda were not short of problems. I do not believe that is the biggest issue for very many innovators. It is not whether they have failed to identify a problem or not. But the second one, of building a team, I believe is where very many of us fail as innovators, as scientists. A business is there to make money. And that is the only way it can sustain itself. And beyond the push that STI is giving us today, it is important that as a company, as an innovator, you think about how you're going to sustain yourself. STI is not going to be there forever. So when you're composing your team, many of us, the mistake we make is we mostly bring on board people with similar skills. You're an engineer, you find that the team is composed only of engineers, electrical engineers, if you're an electrical engineer, and that is where we go wrong. So it's very important. It's very important to bring on board different disciplines as you're building your team. And of course, for a young business, being able to sell is key. You need to convince people to buy your product. And I'm sure the difference between Kazire today and other people that probably failed along the way is he got to the market and started selling. And it is only now that the government is actually trying to help. Of course, in going to the market and building any business, there are a number of challenges. And I don't think even 30 minutes is enough to talk about challenges of doing business, especially if you're in Uganda. But I want to talk about how it's possible to overcome them. And personally, I feel this is always around the people, especially you, the founder. If you ask me what the most important skill could be as an innovator, I would say nothing short of persistence. You have to be persistent. You have to push, to build your dream, to bring your business to life. You have to be driven, curious, and most importantly, one thing that we struggle with ourselves is belief. I'm sure as most of our professors were presenting, some Ugandans were asking themselves, it is still witchcraft. That doubt, that inability to believe in yourself that it is possible, to believe in yourself that you can do it, is what is killing most of us. You have to believe that it is possible, and it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. We would have wished to have a lot more time to hear your story, and I hope colleagues will look for you after this meeting. Our last panelist this afternoon is Professor Vincent Anibog, who is the Director of Agro Entrepreneurship Center at Westema University. It is amazing, and the question is, who does an innovation? Professor Vincent, I was requested to source a director for the Agro Entrepreneurship Center. And I presented a CV of a professor of analytical chemistry to Westema University Council for appointment as a professor in leadership and agro entrepreneurship. Professor Vincent, I invite you to come and clarify how all this comes to be.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to congratulate STI for this wonderful, wonderful conference. Yes, I'm going to speak from another perspective entirely. As you heard, I have a PhD in analytical chemistry, and I practiced analytical chemistry for more than 20 years in the United States of America. But in 2004, I left chemistry. Why? I found my passion. The first statement I want to make is that if we are going to build anything great that will have global impact, you must find your passion. It's your passion that will push you to put more than an average effort and make sure that your idea succeeds. So I found out that my passion is actually leadership development. I was burdened by the fact that we have so many educated Africans that have been to some of the best institutions in the world, yet we can't build anything. That tells me that PhD is not enough. Beyond your area of expertise, you need leadership skills. You need management skills. I was consulting for the Standard Organization of Nigeria. They had invited me to help them establish quality standards in their bureau. So I introduced the ISO 9000, ISO 14000, ISO 17025, and even ISO 22000. I will come back later and find that nothing was done. Why? No leadership skills to execute. That's when I realized that the most critical thing Africa must develop are passionate and transformational leaders that can lead change. So in 2008, I started the Institute for National Transformation, not just in Uganda, in Nigeria, and in 8 other African nations. I'm here to announce to you that the woman leading this dynamic movement is a product of our institute. What if I had stayed in the lab playing with molecules? And Honorable Dr. Monica can tell you that coming to the institute was a turning point for her. She's not the only one. We have trained people like Alan Kajina and quite a number of them. What am I trying to say? You have some fantastic ideas, but you will never grow and be great until you yourself become what Jim Collins called a level 5 leader. If you read the book, Grow to Get Great. Secondly, if you're not able to build a competent team that can flow with you, the reason STI has grown and made so much impact in such a short time is because Honorable Dr. Monica had intentionally groomed people like Dr. Cosmos and the rest of them that are flowing with them. So a chemist turned into a leadership guru, but I can tell you that our impact, by the way, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda to US, is a product of our institute. And there are quite a number of them. So I want to encourage you, as big as you think, please give serious thoughts to leadership development and building the capacity of your people. I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the 3 panelists. We shall allow 3 questions before we close. There is number 1 there. Sorry? You need to give them the microphone. Number 2, any lady asking a question? Because the first 2 are mainly on this side. If none, then I will take Dr. Magola, and possibly we can take a 4th one as long as you are quick. The 2 of you can ask. Over to you. Keep your hands up.
Thank you so much. My name is Robert Mugume Tinyafuza. My question goes on with appreciating what the government of Uganda is doing and also bringing science to reality. We've had, and research says that we take much time for us to develop solutions, 5 to 10 years, 15 and also. But the world has now moved to data systems and artificial intelligence and also augmented reality. what is the government talking about AI? Africa is saying that AI is actually making people lazy, but the Western world is investing billions and billions of money to see that AI is taken in as a language to translate how our local people who have not gone to school to understand how solutions can be modeled. So my question goes to the universities around here and the government of Uganda. What are we talking about AI and it being integrated into research? Thank you.
Where's the next one?
Thank you, thank you. AI universities to respond. John Mugisha, will you try to respond to what universities are doing about AI? Yes, please do. Yes, next.
Okay, thank you. Royce Bwampale, a researcher at the Water and Energy Research Center of Ndeje University. I think if I have any question, it won't be far away from the integration between educational institution and the industry. I am curious to know from our experts, what do you think is most critical to actualizing what we need as a government in the industry side, but through the educational system? Because I have been leading the research centers at Ndeje University, and I realize that it is such a struggle to actualize things, because I have a Japanese experience. That's why I had most of my researches. I realized that it is too hard to get financing from the industry side and get prototypes to scaling. It's like you somehow have to ensure you work both at the university and the industry for you to take student projects to what? To scaling up. Like you have to be the same person in the industry, same person, which is not the case. In Japan, once you are a professor or any researcher in the institution, you actually are very sure of the government inputs in ensuring that whatever you're developing at the research institution goes to the industry. So what do you think is missing in Uganda, and how best can we go about it? Because I'm still challenged.
Thank you very much. Second last question, Mr. Dr. Magola.
Thank you so much. Mine goes to the engineer and actually to the universities here. Nevadia, the evaluation is bigger than the entire African continent combined. Because the evaluation is more than $3 trillion. Nevadia, a company that started about 30 years ago. Because they are designing and manufacturing advanced chips. The chips are what you need to do what you are doing, the electronics. So my question then, are you importing the chips to be able to make the panels you are making, or you are just assembling after importing some of these components already made? And to the universities, what plan do you have to at least put these courses in place for our younger people to go into the future? Because manufacturing microchips is the future if Africa wants to come up. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Your neighbor had put up his hand. It is okay now. So thank you very much. Oh, there is a lady. Please ask only one. That's the last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Ninimuntu. I work for a company called Vision Scientific. We help scientists like those with equipment to do their research. My question goes to the engineer. He said theirs is the first company to manufacture electricals, not only in Africa, but in the whole world with a team of blacks. And that is really admirable and quite inspirational. My question, because I come from the background where quality is very key, I would like him to take us through what quality measures you take to make sure that your product is not only fit for the Ugandan market, but for the international market. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now start from Professor Patrick, then engineer, then Professor Vincent. You make any response to anything that has struck you. Over to you, Patrick. And finally, Professor John, you'll make some comments about issues related to universities.
I think I'll respond to the issue on industry-academia relationship. Can you be a professor and also be an entrepreneur? I think I am either a victim of it or I'm a driver of it. I believe strongly that professors should have practical places where they go to experiment, develop things practically, as opposed to sitting in class and lecturing theory. And because of that, for me, in my philosophy, before I do any research, I'm looking at what product going to come out of this. If you look at my publications, they're all linked to a product, most of them. Because I want to be practical in what I'm doing, turn my research knowledge or output into a product and money. Now, I think you all remember when Covidex came up, there was a war, some bit of war, who owned the Covidex. That situation always happens if you're in academia and you're also in private. So first of all, number one, we need to have either laws or they call them, they call them what? Like a guideline on if you're a researcher in the industry, what belongs to you and what in university, what belongs to you and what does not belong to you. Can you bring a product from the industry to the university to do research on? Can you take a formula from the university to the private, and how is it handled? In the UK, they have made it better. If I work with the university and I innovate, 80% of that innovation is given to me, and the university takes 20%. That encourages people to create things. Because I'm the one who sits to write the proposal, get the money, make the product. A university cannot own it more than me. So for me, I think that we need to improve our laws. I need to encourage professors to be practical by having their own industry or laboratory or consulting firm where they go to practice and even take students to show them practical things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Starting off with the question on the education system. One of the things that got me into co-curricular was, I remember vividly my first lecture at the College of Engineering, when our lecturer brought a heap of notes, threw them on the table, and he told us, here are the notes, go and read. We'll be discussing, then in 2-3 weeks you'll have a test. In my mind, I was like, not again. I think we all remember, I don't know what your experience was like, but for me going through A-level was a lot of trauma, having to read chemistry 3 papers, physics 3 papers, and you have to put all those in your head. I thought university would be different. So I took it upon myself to look for other opportunities because I really wanted my experience at university to be different. And that is why I ventured beyond the lecture room. And sometimes you find that as a student, it is some of those things you are doing outside class that actually feeding you today. It's funny and interesting. But it is because you joined that club, it's because you became part of a particular activity that you learned some of these skills that later in life become very meaningful. Of course, on top of the education that you have. So in as much as the system is broken, as it is, no debate, it is upon you as an individual to look for opportunities. They are there. The opportunities are there. There are very many projects ongoing at the university that you can be part of. So design your own system. Don't look at the system that has been designed for you. On the question of manufacturing versus assembly, when you look at any value chain, but for this I'll focus on the electronics value chain. There's a lot of players. If you're making a car, and probably a Mercedes-Benz, you have people who are making tires, you have people who are making the wires, people who are making the seats, and at the end of the day, as a brand, Mercedes-Benz, you bring all this together and you manufacture the product, the final product, which is the vehicle. So just as that value chain, for the electronics value chain, electronics are mostly, chips are mostly made of sand. Sand. This is sand that you find in Luera. If you have ever wondered why people put our sand on planes and export it to their countries, it's because they're making these chips. Very good and pure sand. That is where chips start, as sand. So from the chips, from the sand, you have what they call silicon wafers. This is pure silicon from which they cut the chips. That is one industry. Then there's the industry of the designers. People that are designing the chips. People that are designing the products. So you have the designers coming to contract manufacturers such as Innovex and asking us, can you make for me this product? Of course, we'll get the chips that have been manufactured from the sand, we'll get other components, and then we'll manufacture a final product. So yes, we're manufacturing electronic products. And these are already being distributed across the world. For quality, I believe this is a very important question, because in as much as quality is important, in some industries, especially if you're starting, if you're not careful, quality can be a deterrent, quality management. If you look at the first electronics that we're manufacturing, and if these electronics had been made for the health sector, we would not have taken off. And this is because of the stringent quality measures you have to go through to bring a product, a health product to the market. Of course, that is understandable because you're dealing with people's lives. But we are lucky that the industry we started was not very stringent on quality. And over time is how we've built quality. So, of course, quality is in two phases. One is you could have the product itself being certified. So the different certificates you can look at, mostly ISO certificates. And of course, lab tests, such as ensuring that it is not radiating dangerous irradiation. So you have to do EMC measurements. And there are standards that have been adopted by Europe. So you have to ensure that your product is adherent to, they call it ROHS. And other quality standards, mostly towards SOPs, it's ISO. You can look at ISO standards. We comply with ISO 9001:2015 as Innovex. So that is how we work with quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to conclude with this. In as much as we invest a lot of time training, molding, reshaping, and helping top leaders to lead transformational organizations. As the director of Busitema University Agro Entrepreneurship Center, we are bringing this transformational mentality and infusing it in the youth so that they can do agripreneurship with that transformational mindset. And so we selected about 100 youths, trained them for about 18 days residentially, waking up every morning by 5 and going to bed by midnight for 3 weeks. I can assure you by the time it ended, they were totally different individuals. Now when you put agripreneurship skills on them and you give them money, of course you monitor that, they will produce. We've tested it in Nigeria and we are now testing it here in Uganda and we're seeing some great results. So the summary is you need people, whether at the top, at the bottom, that have transformational mentality to achieve greatness. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Professor John Mugisha.
Thank you very much. I'm John Mugisha, Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University. I'm told I'm given 2 minutes, but let me mention that AI, I'm lucky AI invaded the universities. When I was a VC initially of Cavendish University, Uganda, now Bishop Stewart University, there was resistance. Actually, even fear that AI is going to get the universities to produce fake graduates. Now we are past that. We have realized that we can use AI for effective teaching and learning, and we are doing this. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Kigali speaking at an AI conference, actually. We had over 25 universities. I realized that we don't have policies, although we are using AI, because we don't know enough. We use AI in student admissions to help us detect those that sneak through with low grades and below the admission criteria, don't meet the admission criteria. We use AI in personalized teaching and learning to help us detect students' needs, and you use virtual teaching assistants, to support students' learning and to do personalized learning. Of course, also to assist students who are weak. We all know that students are using chatbots. Sometimes if the lecturers are not serious, you can be confused as a lecturer. So the lecturers have to be trained also to know this. But let me mention something about innovations and AI. I have my Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology and one of the innovators here. We are using AI in innovations. I have realized that in the Faculty of Agriculture, when they teach animal health production, when they detect that animals like a particular type of pasture or a particular herb, they use simple things like planting it. Planting it you put it on just the leaf of a plant, and it gives you the scientific name. And then you use that one to understand the level of nutritional capacity, potential of the plant, its therapeutic properties, of course also its level of toxicity. And if you want to deal with the toxicity, it also helps you to know the formulations that you can do. We are using this to improve our teaching, animal health production, agriculture. We have an innovations hub, actually, where we're also using this. I have seen that our innovators into herbal medicine, and many of them were trained by Professor Guang, and I think probably they have interacted with Kaziri and others. When they know that their mothers were using a particular herb, let me just say blackjack, Biden's pillows for treatment. They just use plantanet and other forms of AI to capture it and know its scientific name. Then they follow it up to know its therapeutic properties, its level of toxicity. And using that, they have come up with various products that are now being tested. Some for treating ulcers, others for healing wounds of animals. I think STI has already listed us for a grant to manufacture, to continue to test our product for treating foot and mouth disease. There are other products to deal with a number of other ailments, both for animals, for plants, organic fertilizers, and all sorts of things. So yes, universities are using AI. Is there a policy? The chair of our forum is here. And before him, I was the vice chair of Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum. I'm also a member of the National Council for Higher Education. And I chair the Quality Assurance and Accreditation Committee. We actually do not have a policy. on AI because we do not know enough. You know, the worst thing is to make a policy and then you realize that what is more useful has been stopped by that policy. So universities are at different stages. I think as NCHE we are coming now together. Our recent NCHE week was focused on AI. I was one of the speakers there, and we are trying to take stock of what different universities are doing. And then to get a team to go even out of this country to work with others. I'm on the Research and Development Working Group of East African Science and Technology Commission, and we have interests at the level of this table. So we want to welcome industry. If you are using AI at a higher level, please work with us. Support the universities to support you. But gradually, we are getting there. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Allow me thank our three panelists and all those who asked questions. I should say two things about universities. That one, almost all universities have embraced curricular reform. We are reforming our training curriculum. And industry-university partnerships are critical. We are pushing for national policy and, if possible, a law to govern industrial placement of students. So the process is ongoing, and I believe even AI policy is going to be worked out so as to meet the society expectations. So thank you very much. You've been such a wonderful audience, and I want to stop here. I request you to clap for our three panelists and wish you a good lunch.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Professor Paul Wako and your team. You will remain there for a photo moment. Just have a photo moment, I'll request. We have been joined by one of our leaders at STI, the Undersecretary at STI, Mr. Peter Orien. Can you stand up for recognition, sir? So I request you to come and join this team so that they can have a photo with you. And also the chair of the scientific team that has organized this, Professor Bruce, can have a photo with Professor Mujisha. You can join the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University. Let's have the photo moment. Our dear camera people, can you take this photo quickly? Thank you very much. We are moving on well. Thank you. At this moment, we are going to break for only 20 minutes. We'll have our break tea, and our break tea will be served just as you move out. Move on your right. There's a team that is going to usher you this other side. On my right, you'll have a cup of tea, and then we converge here at 12:45. And I request that we manage time because we have quite a number of scientists that are going to present their work. We have different panels. We have different fireside chats. So there's a lot that we have. But let's make some exercise, stretch for 20 minutes, and then we'll be back at 12:45. Let's kindly keep time as we make Uganda the best. Thank you very much, team. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The following people on the abstract list should meet with Dr. Samuel Obachilo. After the break tea, we are going to have the following. I kindly request that you meet with Dr. Samuel Obachilo. We have Nahurira Gaston. We have Mukama Martin. We have Dr. Kato Charles Drago. Dr. Bachiro, you can come here so that they see you. Dr. Bachiro is my co-MC. So he's going to be leading you in arranging these abstracts to make sure that you have them uploaded on our system. We have Nicolette Arionget Obiai, Lubiria Eric, Moses Andima, Jennifer Serwanga, Dr. Matthias Magola, Mr. Praise Ben Kajimu, and finally, Isel Solomon. So those people that have read, make sure you see Dr. Samuel Obachiro, who is here with me, so that you can liaise with him on the arrangements of presentations after the break tea. We also recognize Dr. Martin Ongol, the Director, Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. You're most welcome, Dr. Martin Ongol. You can wave to us as we move out. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Ongol, for leading the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Thank you very much. We are honored to have you here. So the following people, once again, should see Dr. Samuel Obachilo, Nahuira Gaston. We have Martin Mukama. We have Dr. Kato Charles Drago, Nicolette Olienget Ebiayu, Luburwa Elik, Moses Andima, Jennifer Serwanga, Dr. Matthias Magola, Mr. Brace Ben Kajimu, and finally, Isel Solomon. The names I've read, please make sure you see Dr. Samuel Bachiro, who is here to guide you on the next stage of presentations. We'll have the abstracts presented, and each of the presenters will have 5 minutes to make their presentation. So we need you to pitch your idea so that we can understand what you're working on and how you're taking it to the market. Otherwise, thank you, dear scientists, for making it happen. This is our first National Science Summit 2025. And we want to thank STI for being at the steering rod to make this happen. Thank you very much. Let's meet at 12:45.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing mic 1 2. Testing mic 1 2, testing mic 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing mic 1 2. Testing mic 1 2, testing. Perfect.
should be getting back. I would like to invite our presenters to come back, as well as the participants. Dr. Data Santorino, Dr. Cato Charles Drago, Dr. Nicolette Arionget, Dr. Rubulwa Elk, Dr. Medad Twinamasko, Dr. Moses Andima, Dr. Jennifer Serwanga, Dr. Brace Kajimu, Dr. Solomon Isel, Dr. Matthias Magora, and Dr. Nahurira Gaston. In case you are near any of these presenters, kindly alert them that they have 5 minutes to make their scientific presentations, and they are going to strictly be 5 minutes, no injury time, no extra time, no added time. We would prefer if you could use 3 minutes. In the interest of time, I'm inviting the following presenters to come back to the venue for the summit. I'm seeing the representative of Dr. Matthias Magora, Dr. Farouk, thank you for coming. I'm not seeing Dr. Andima Moses. I'm seeing Dr. Charles Cato Drago, already in the house. I'm not seeing Dr. Medad Twinamasiko. I'm not seeing Dr. Nahurira Gaston or a representative of Dr. Nahurira Gaston. All right. Dr. Rura Eric's team, please show up. Dr. Jennifer Serwanga, the presenter, I'm not seeing how you are around. Dr. Brace Ben Kajimu, Dr. Solomon Isel. At 1 sharp, we are going to be starting, and the first presenter is Dr. Moses Andima. So at exactly after 5 minutes, if you are not in the room, we shall not give you another minute. I don't know whether Dr. Moses Ochan has arrived. Dr. Moses Ochan, if you are anywhere close, please show up. In absence of Dr. Moses Ochan, Dr. Winters, I'm also looking for you. Dr. Winters, again, I want to confirm that Dr. Nicolette, you are around, or a representative. Dr. Moses Andima, you should have 2 minutes to appear. Dr. Moses Andima.
The other participants, please, you are invited to come and take your seats as we also do this session that will last for not more than 1 hour. Again, I want to appeal to our scientists. Try as much as possible to keep time. 5 minutes maximum. We shall appreciate 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are starting right now. I know some of you are still taking your breakfast, but we are running short of time. I therefore want to invite those who are ready. We shall start with those who are ready as we move forward. So my presenters, our presenters, kindly get ready. Again, I want to go through the list of presenters. I've confirmed Dr. Nuhurira Gaston is present. Dr. Data Santorino is also available. Dr. Kato Charles Drago is in the building. I've not seen Dr. Nicolette around. Dr. Medad Twinamasko is around. Dr. Moses Andima, you're the first presenter. I'm not seeing you. Dr. Jennifer Serwanga, I've not seen your representative, neither have I seen you. Dr. Matthias Magola's team is available, represented by Dr. Farouk. Dr. Blaise Kajim, I've not seen you. And then Dr. Isel Solomon, I've seen you. So in the interest of time, I'm inviting, if Dr. Moses Ochan is around, Dr. Moses Ochan, please show up. As I also look for Dr. Winters. Yes, kindly please show the slide, the first slide for Dr. Moses Andima, the first presenter, the person in the control room, the first presenter. How are they going to be moving the slides? All right. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate all the scientists whose abstracts were accepted, and after a serious competitive review, the following abstracts managed to make it for oral presentation at the first National Science Summit. Without wasting any further time, I would like to invite Dr. Moses Andima. Remember, the rules of the game is 5 minutes strictly. At the end of 5 minutes, the microphone will go off and you will politely leave. I want to remind you, 5 minutes strictly. So allow me to welcome Dr. Moses Andima on stage. Dr. Medat, come and occupy some of these seats. Let me invite Dr. Charles Drago. We are saving time. There are seats here, let's use them. Dr. Nuhurira Gaston. Dr. Santorina Data. Dr. Ice Solomon. Dr. Rubura Eric. Dr. Rubura Eric. Yes. So I have the honor to invite, we know some scientists are still outside, but we have to chase time, and we are not sure whether they are going to report right now. So we shall start with those who are around, and allow me to invite Dr. Moses Andima to start off this presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. This is Dr. Andima Moses from Busitema University, and we have a project on pre-course microbicide and biofertilizer from lab bench to the field. And what we are trying to look at is advancing agricultural sustainability in Uganda. And this work is the motivation for this work is actually drawn from a number of papers published in different journals, which indicate that agricultural produce from Uganda, especially grains, are heavily contaminated with aflatoxins. And so based on this, our motivation was to see if we can be able to fight aflatoxins. And if you look at data from Uganda, you can see so many agroecological zones have aflatoxin levels higher than the permissible level. Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, we cannot see anything anymore now. So what we've done is to study, okay. Okay, I hope this can be fixed. Yeah, so, yeah, in the interest of time, so we have studied different fungi which are associated with soils in eastern Uganda. And most importantly,
one of the important fungus that we have identified is a fungus in the genus Trichoderma, a natural enemy of pathogenic fungi. And so we have developed a product out of this fungus to fight aflatoxins pre-harvest. And then our understanding is that since this fungus colonizes the crop plant, and then it has the potential to actually fight pathogenic fungi, but apart from fighting a pathogenic fungi, it also enhances soil fertility, and therefore we have healthy plant growth. Unfortunately, our slides are not showing up. Oh, okay, finally. Yeah, so basically we have aflatoxins that we already know chemically. We see the structure of aflatoxins. And so our solution was basically, this is typically what we do in our lab. And from this, we have then been able to generate our product, which we call trichos. And that trichos are 3 products. One is for foliar application, the other one is for soil amendment, and the other is for seed coating. And so with a triple action product, then we are able to enhance a crop productivity and reduce levels of aflatoxins. And we have already done field trials, first season field trials, which indicate that trichos actually enhances plant growth and also inhibits pathogenic fungi. And then, interestingly, many farmers have been struggling with the fall armyworms, especially on maize. And already we have interesting results from this project, which indicates that trichos actually reduces the severity and incidence of fall armyworms and maize stalk borer in maize. So interestingly, we have received now additional funding from STIOP to take this study further. And so within the 5 minutes, I quickly want to appreciate the people that I work with, Professor James Egonyu, Nalule Habiba, and then a number of students that we work with. And this project initially was supported by Busitema University through the Busitema University Research and Innovation Fund. And then we have received additional funding now from STIOP to transition this product from the lab into the field. But also importantly, we have received additional support to try this product on other additional plants from the Italian government. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moses Andema, for that presentation. We shall request the audience to keep their questions. After the speakers, we shall try to get a few questions. Allow me to invite Dr. Charles Katodrago to do the next presentation. Biomark facility presentation.
The presentation with the title Biomarker. Maybe as the presentation comes, I'll start introducing myself. I'm Charles Katodrago, and I work with Makerere University. And before I start, as the presentation comes, I'll start by defining why we call ourselves biomarker. Once all of us have a disease, once a pathogen enters our body, the body responds by producing certain compounds. And these compounds decide how the disease treats you. First, we have compounds from the body itself, and you also have compounds from the pathogen itself because it wants to survive. Once your body is bombarding it with antibodies, the parasite is also fighting back. So if we get two people, one has the disease and the other one does not have, then we can identify compounds in the body of the person who has the disease that are unique to that person. The best example is in pregnancy for our women. When they are pregnant, they produce a certain hormone. This hormone can be detected in the urine. Once you have this urine, then you can design a diagnostic kit to detect it. So that's what the biomarker lab at Makerere University is doing. I don't know. Yeah. So the facility, that's what the biomarker research facility at Makerere University. And what we are doing, our products are what you see. These are the rapid diagnostic kits, or what we call lateral flow kits. So I've already defined what a biomarker is, but a biomarker can help us to detect who has the disease and who does not have the disease. They can also help us to find out how the patient is responding to the drugs that are being used. So that is what we are making, and the overall goal is to come to the kits we are talking about. So why? The first thing we did is we didn't have a facility. We used to send samples outside of Uganda, or we are still relying on the importation of these kits in Uganda. So we set up a facility in Makerere University, first to prevent over-reliance on what we get from outside, then also because we have our own diseases. For example, diseases like Ebola, HIV, malaria, we need to make sure that the innovations that we have are from the country itself. So the goal of our facility, which is a central facility in Makerere, anyone from any institution in the country or even internationally can come and use the facility. So is to strengthen Uganda's capacity to make point of care or the rapid diagnostic test kits, the ones you can use in your bedroom or in your house. Of course, the first thing we do is we identify the biomarkers, like I said, then we use these markers to develop the kits and commercialize the kits. So this is our workflow. For example, you get a blood sample here from a patient, then from people who do not have the disease, then we put it in a machine. This is a very expensive machine. It's the only one we have in Eastern Central Africa for proteomics. It is at Makerere University. Then we put the samples, then we identify which markers are unique to that disease. If it is malaria, for example, we are developing a malaria urine strip. We no longer want you to have your fingers pricked to test for malaria. You can just use urine in your bedrooms or in your houses and you know if you are positive or not. So what we do is this machine identifies which markers are in that urine, then you come and test them out, then you develop the kit that you are going to put on the market. So this is the machine. This is almost a 5 billion machine provided by the government of Uganda, and it is already at Makerere University. It can do several things. The first one it can do is what I'm talking about, clinical research for discovering biomarkers for diagnostics. People who are doing drug discovery, if you want to discover drugs for any illnesses, you are also welcome. People who are in food health, if you want to detect contaminants in health. Forensics, the police, if someone has died due to a poison that we have never seen before, this machine can identify that poison for you. There's no poison that we cannot identify. That's what it does. Then also in any of these environmental, any contaminants in the soil, we can identify them. So what we do, of course, we have several products, yes. We can have these kits, the one you are seeing here. Then also we can have the products that make these kits. Then we also have capacity. We can train junior scientists. So far, we have several prototypes. For example, we have one for COVID-19 here. Then we have one for sleeping sickness. We are also developing the rapid cow pregnancy test, whereby you can test cows if a cow is pregnant using an RDT. Then also malaria, urine strip, and we are also going to prostate cancer and cervical cancer. by just using urine? Why are you going the invasive methods? Then, of course, this is how you assemble. These are the kits you test, and at the end, that's what you have. This is what we have done. We have one for COVID-19. We have one for cow pregnancy, prototypes. We are now testing them. Then we have one for malaria, urine strip, urine, not blood. I'm finishing. So this is the mini production, the equipment that we have. From you can move up this until the end, you have that at the end. So we have also built the capacity of young scientists. You can see if you want to come and train on how to do this, you can come to our facility or our lab at Makerere University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Dr. Charles Kato. I want to invite Dr. Medad to know Masiko, you introduce yourself. The presentation is by organic farming.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bachiro. Ladies and gentlemen, I had introduced myself. I'm Medad Twinamasko from Barara University of Science and Technology. I'm the Director of Innovation and Technology Transfer. I'm also a senior lecturer in the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System. I would request my presentation to be on. I'm presenting our innovation, the first of its kind, an organic NPK fertilizer, which is titled Linking Innovative Sustainable Organic Farming Techniques to Youth Employability and Farmer Value Addition in Uganda. And this fertilizer has the potential to help Uganda save about $32 million that we every year spend on importing artificial or synthetic fertilizers. We are saying we are turning our waste that we have always seen into a superior 3-in-1 NPK fertilizer. Mbara University is doing this in partnership with NARO and Bishop Stewart University, also facilitated by the Biogas Solutions Uganda. And we are addressing two main issues. One is increased soil productivity, but at the same time, we are introducing an agriculture-oriented community learner training model, which is supported by a mobile application, which we call the iSoft app, so that we can bridge the gap between the youth and agriculture. Why organic NPK at this time? This poses a multifaceted response mechanism to our soil health because of different applications of synthetic fertilizers in organic fertilizers exported to Uganda. We find our soils are degrading now and again. And this has resulted into declining crop yields because you don't go back season after season. We have also an element of environment. Because of synthetic fertilizers, we cause environmental damage. But as you know, much as there's research needed in this line, but most of the synthetic fertilizers are aligned with health risks like liver infections and all that. So we are addressing a health risk challenge, but also we are contributing the import substitution and export promotion strategy under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So this is our ISO process model. We feed stock using plant and livestock waste, and we move on because we know the organic fertilizers on the market have a lot of odor, so ours does not possess that odor. So we use a sand filter to remove the odor and then generate the first level of liquid fertilizer, which is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. And then we have the solid fertilizer at the same time, but we can enhance this using some rhizobium inoculants. We are taking this to another center stage of engaging communities. So at MUST, we have a skilling center that is working with farmer families and farmer community groups. We have identified the focal institutions and model farmers as our field schools in order to promote this technology. That will enhance more of the multiple farmer families, which after giving them some seed funding, we can have this scale to the entire country. Our traction so far, we have developed the technology and the application, they are in place, and we have also incubated this technology for now 2 years. We have the product now tested on 192 farmers in southwestern Uganda in 5 districts. We have demonstrated in one of the gardens for grapes that 1 acre, which used to harvest around 262 kilograms of grapes, after applying the NPK organic fertilizer, they are now able to harvest over 526 kilograms using the same area. We have also filed a patent with URSB and UNBS certification for the market launch. And this is the technology. As you can see, we use a biodigester system, and these are launched in different communities now, and we are able to generate a 3-in-1 organic fertilizer. We have trained many youth, and in 2021, we had this exhibited at the National Science Week, and the President was happy on what is happening. So we are happy to contribute to this, and I want to thank you as we make Uganda the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medad from Barara University of Science and Technology. Our participants, we have prepared for you some gifts. So please don't leave it with us after the end of this session. We are having Dr. Data presenting next, Prisms.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Mukama. I'm representing Dr. Data Santorino. We've been working together on the technology that I'll be showing you. But I work with Barara University of Science and Technology with the Center for Innovations and Technology Transfer. But I also serve in EWOL Technologies, which is the company that is commercializing prisms across Africa. All right. The reason that made us start working on this technology was we discovered that 2.5 million babies were dying globally. But most of those deaths were happening in the first week of life. That accounted for about 75%. But the other thing that we discovered was that most of these deaths were happening in low and middle income countries like Uganda. And when we looked at Uganda, what we discovered was that Uganda's neonatal mortality rate was actually still high at 27 deaths per 1,000 live births. But the other thing that we discovered was that most of the newborn care in Uganda is actually being done by midwives and nurses that are not specialized to make the clinical decisions. And so the gap that we identified was related to clinical decision making, which was a challenge for most of the midwives and nurses that were involved in newborn care. So we developed Prisms to, first of all, create a framework for newborn assessment. And the other thing that we do with Prisms is we leverage the skill that the nurses have. So the nurse can actually easily assess a sick baby for the different parameters, maybe color, feeding, and those other parameters that we look out for. So we use those parameters, we enter them in the Prisms technology, and in turn the technology gives us a complete management plan that guides this midwife on what to do and how to do it. And the plan is also similar to what a pediatrician who is a specialist doctor would have offered for the same sick baby. So Prisms guides the midwives on what to do and how to do it. And we validated it according to WHO guidelines and national newborn guidelines. But with Prisms, the other thing that we do is that it collects quality of care data and also it gathers indicators that we use to improve quality in the different health facilities that we serve. We also use that data for collaborative learning and remote consultations. So in case a midwife gets a challenge, they can call in a pediatrician who can answer to their challenge. Now we have run a couple of validation studies with this technology. The first study we ran was in 2016, which was a feasibility and acceptability study. And what we discovered from that study was that there was 100% agreement between the pediatrician doctors and PRISMs. And PRISMs has actually also been approved by the Ministry of Health. We got our approval last year. We have had a lot of traction. We are currently working in 3 countries. In Uganda, we have used PRISMs in assessment of more than 160,000 babies. And we have also validated PRISMs in Tanzania, and we are currently running a validation study in South Sudan. Now we have been in position to create a total of 23 jobs from something that started as an idea. But we're also working with more than 8 partners to make sure that we reduce neonatal mortality in Uganda and across the 3 countries that we are serving. This shows you the impact of PRISMs on in-facility neonatal mortality. In most of the facilities where we are serving, we have reduced mortality below 8%. Yet these are facilities that had mortality as high as 25%. So these are results from the validation study that we did in Tanzania. We managed to reduce in-facility neonatal mortality by 45% and 23% in the 2 facilities where we worked. And PRISMs is a ready product. We charge $250,000 per facility that uses our technology. This would not have been possible with a multidisciplinary team of doctors and engineers and advisors from Canada that we have been working with from inception up to where we are today. And we want to appreciate our partners that have moved this journey with us to date. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. There is a lost and found phone. In case you have misplaced your phone, it is an iPhone. You can check on me. I would like to recognize, as the slides are coming, for desktop, Nuhurira, the presence of the team lead for mobility. Engineer Alan Mhumuza is in the building. Wave to us. It's the man behind the vehicles you were about to enjoy. I have seen Dr. Engineer Catherine Wandera somewhere, team lead for import substitution. I also realized that we have Professor Kant Kanyalusoke in the building. I'm not an engineer, but when you talk about the name Professor Kant Kanyalusoke, it is popular, from the mountains of the moon. I'm waiting for the slide to show for Gaston, such that I invite the man from Lira University. You can be coming in to use your 5 minutes profitably. Thank you. Let's clap for the young man.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nahura Gaston, with Masters of Computer Science and all the way from Lila University. So I'm here to present to us our research from Lila University that is basing on improving the test results of cervical cancer screening through the use of PCR test kits.
The control room, we are not having, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So our research is based on enhancing PCR-based cervical cancer diagnosis in resource-limited settings with AI-powered GALE image processing. So we may all be aware that we are trying to look at how we can provide solutions that are not costly and we'll be able to extend health services, especially to cervical cancer and women who may get affected to cervical cancer. So we see that cervical cancer has presided and taken over almost 33.6% of Ugandan women, and all these cases are detected at an early stage. So from our research, we realized that commonly the PCR tests are being used in the laboratories in Uganda, based at the Cancer Institute, and the results are being analyzed manually after using the microscopes to determine whether there is existence of the HPV in those test results. We realized that HPV 16 and 18 at a high cases of causing cervical cancer in women, and therefore we decided to use conventional neural networks, that is a machine learning or deep learning model that we are training with the images from the tests that are being output from the laboratories, so that we can enhance the accuracy of the test results. So we get a number of results. Those are the images, and we take them through our model that we are training vigorously, so that the model can be able to automatically tell the HPV that is being detected in the test results. So we intend to produce an application that can be installed at health centers that are in low settings, that may not be having big equipment to use, that after getting test results from the cervical cancer units, they can just send back to those health centers and they use the applications on phones and be able to give results to the young mothers and ladies who are being undertaken through the cervical cancer screening using the PCR test kits. So this, the model that is being developed shall basically not require us to have any additional materials in hospitals, whereby we shall just be using the application, and the experts from this main centers will just be sending results, and these health officers will just pass through the application and get the results. So this will help us to extend services to local health centers, that is health center 4s, health center 3s, that the mothers in villages can be able to access cervical cancer testing services without necessarily needing to go to big institutions for testing or for checkups. So this will help us to reduce basically the expenses that we undertake during the cervical cancer tests. So displayed are the images from the PCV test kits that we get from the laboratories. So after getting those images, as you see the distribution of those, that I may simply say like kind of the white lights in the middle, so they be passed into the AI model, and the model studies them and be able to recommend and says from this test result we have the number of HPVs that are left. So that is basically our research that we are undertaking from Lira University. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Again, I'm announcing the lost and found phone as the control room prepares the anti-diabetic capsules presentation by Rubulwa Eriki's team. We'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Jackie Lugemwa, who is in the building from Uganda Virus Research Institute. Can we wait for people to see you? Yes. Yeah, I'm buying time to have the presentation. The presenters were complaining, right?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm by names of Emily Msimenta. I'm a pharmaceutical scientist, a young innovator, and also I've done a master's in pharmacology. Today, I stand here to represent the team from anti-diabetic capsules, which are basically for prevention and management of diabetes type 2. So, diabetes is really a large problem. Over 10% of the Ugandan population actually suffer from diabetes. And we can see from the screen that in 2024, there was a report that showed that Ugandans spend over 2.2 trillion on diabetes treatment annually. And over the years, from 1990 and up to today, we see the prevalence of diabetes actually increasing. This not only threatens us as Uganda, but it actually threatens the current Uganda's GDP's focus on industrialization as we try to achieve middle income status by 2040. And this is where we come in. As an incubator at Farm Biotrack, we locally source raw materials, that is including blackjack, black seed, aloe vera, hibiscus, which we process here in our labs and actually come out with these diabetic capsules. So far, the product has been authorized by NICOTA, that is the National Traditional Healers Association for use, but we have also done some studies on it, that is the preliminary studies like the phytochemical screening, then we have also done some microbiology. And as you can see from the presentation, there have been community-based responses. For example, in the picture there, we see a lady that had a diabetic foot, and she was able to improve in just a span of 3 weeks. So meaning that there is actually magic in these therapeutic natural formulations. So this product is actually commercially viable because, as we can see, we have over 10% of the Ugandan population being diagnosed with diabetes. But also when we look at Africa, we have over 24 million patients that we could target. These capsules go for 50,000 Ugandan shillings in case you have a diabetic patient. If we compared ourselves with other people, we see that most of these herbal supplements are actually imported. So why wouldn't we find something here in Uganda, made in Uganda, and actually very affordable? So we have our partners, one being Farm Biotrack, where we are incubated, the Center of Innovation and Technology Transfer, CITT, from Bara University. That is the team of the young innovators I work with, where I lead the research and development team. Our recommendation, according to the scientific or policy recommendations, we seek for herbal certification, just to add on what was being said in the morning, for these drugs to be done on clinical and preclinical studies where we have animal studies, but then not only leave these drugs on the shelves, but also take them to the actual patients. Thank you so much for listening to me, making Uganda the best.
Thank you very much. Check for the presentation for Samuel, as I also find out if Farouk is present or Dr. Magora's representative. Dr. Serwanga Jennifer, have you reached, or a representative of Dr. Serwanga Jennifer? Kindly, I'm going to make a presentation about TASCOV, and I'll request that the control room can help me to share it. Taz Samuel. When I talk about TASCOV, I'm talking about a product that is going to be, or was launched by the president. And as you may be aware that behind that clinical trial, a lot of work had been done previously. So I would like to share the background work that went into TASCOV. So, to remind you, COVID-19 caused a big problem globally, and Uganda was not exceptional, and development of anti-COVID drug was every country's strategy. Importantly to note also that acute respiratory tract infections such as cough, flu, bronchitis, among others, are a common disease, particularly among children in Uganda. The good news is that we have drugs to treat these conditions, except COVID-19. However, the antivirals and immunomodulatory agents are less effective, expensive, associated with adverse drug reactions, and suffice to say, they are not easily accessible. But as we are all aware, Uganda has a rich biodiversity of medicinal plants, which have a rich phytochemical composition. They have perceived efficacy. They are believed to be safe, readily available, and affordable. So at the peak of COVID-19, Bustema University, working with its partners, attempted to formulate a product to manage COVID-19, and after that, test it both preclinically and clinically. So this product I'm displaying underwent a rigorous scientific process that involved different stakeholders, starting with STI, who was our funder. This knowledge was got from the community in eastern Uganda through ethnobotanical surveys, but we also did extensive literature review, and then we developed this product from Bustema University. When we developed this product, it was regulated by the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, as well as National Drug Authority, and we have tested this product in animal models, in vitro models at Uganda Virus Research Institute, and we have evaluated the phytochemical and pharmaceutical properties of our product at Directorate of Government Analytical Lab, and this product has undergone a thorough clinical trial at Makerere Lang Institute. We are now at the commercialization stage, and Day Biopharma has been contracted to produce this product. Now, what is very important background is that our product was made up of 3 plants. One plant, Tephrosia linearis, has very serious flavonoids and flavonoids, as documented by Ulrike Ward, and is a powerful anti-inflammatory plant. Dansoxylium caribeum, as studied by this gentleman, Andima Moses, has powerful chemicals which have antiviral properties, and Orira had also documented the same. Myself, I had worked on Albizia coriaria, and it has both anti-inflammatory and antiviral compounds. Now, our computation modeler is this gentleman, modeled these chemical compounds using in silico models, and identified very exciting findings with very excellent binding affinity. So we convinced ourselves that these plants had stronger potential to develop into the drug we needed. So we did phytochemical analysis, and we confirmed that really there were phytochemicals in these plants in appreciable amounts, and therefore we went the next step of formulating. When we formulated our prototypes, we came up with 5 samples. These are results from Uganda Virus Research Institute, and the owner is Dr. Jackie Rugemwa, the lady there, she's done whose child with us these results. Our products, we are doing better than the standard remdesivir, which was the antiviral at that particular time. This is not Bustema University, Uganda Virus Research Institute. From there, this gentleman, Dr. Kato Drago, is the owner of these results because he took our product, gave it to animals in 1 day up to 28 days and evaluated if it could cause toxicity. The report he gave us that the product was relatively safe. From there, we went to DIGAL and assessed the pesticide residues, aflatoxin, heavy metals, and then microbial contamination. The report from DIGAL, not from us, showed that all of these contaminants were below the limits and therefore of no toxicological concern. As I conclude, we now have a product made in Uganda. It is there on that billboard. Thank you so much for listening. I would therefore want to invite a few burning questions, not all presenters. I would like around 3 to 5. If you have, I'll request someone to help me move the microphone. You will be lucky to get a question. If you have at least 3 to 5 questions, and we close this session. I will invite the people giving bags to give my presenters also give such that they go when they are smiling. Any questions? Yes, be exact. Don't meander. I'll be just this 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. I'm asking one question to Dr. Charles. You talked about biomarkers for, except biomarkers for depression, for stress, and even post-traumatic stress disorders. And I was thinking that if we could develop some items on biomarkers for detecting stress, PTSD, those psychological conditions, then to be easier for us to manage some of the problems we see happening. Number 2, what do you think about brain bank? That has been my desire, that in the country we can have a brain bank which would be able to detect some of these other conditions. Thank you.
Balance the gender.
Thank you so much. I have a general question, actually a general concern. I noticed that these are great solutions that are being provided, but I would like to understand from the House, how can we increase linkages between the industry and institutions that are creating solutions to the existing problems? It would be ideal that we have strategies in place that can link the industry to these institutions, because it is much challenging for the country to source solutions outside Uganda, yet these solutions can be created by these innovators. Thank you.
2 more questions.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My question is to Dr. Kato. With the recent launch of the proteomics lab now available at Makerere University, what opportunities does that present to us who are interested in diagnostics research? Thank you.
I think Dr. Kato has got enough questions. Yes, gender balance, right?
Thank you very much. I am Brenda Ayugi Ojara from the Nutrimeal project from Finger Millet, Makerere University School of Public Health. My question goes to you, Dr. Obakero. In the process of coming up with TASCOV, you mentioned you conducted clinical trials. So I'm wondering if you did only those trials among the animals, and if that was the only case, what were the dynamics? Did you have to write the proposal yourself, or the organization that conducted the clinical trials did everything. What happened around it? Because we seem to be in a similar situation.
Thank you very much. I will invite Dr. Kato to answer.
Thank you, modulator and the participants. Sorry, we get an echo from this side, so some of the questions may not come out clearly, but I will try to answer. The first one was that why don't we also look at biomarkers for, I think, stress? Yes, with the equipment that we have and the facility, we can look for biomarkers for any disease conditions, right from infectious diseases to any disease condition that is available. The issue we have that we as Makerere University, we cannot do it all, but we are supporting, like I said, we are a support center. If someone from another institution are developing a tool or a kit that they want us to support them with, then they can bring it to the center. For example, we are working with, there is a team from the University of Gulu. They want to work on a rapid diagnostic test kit for aflatoxins. Then there is a team from Nairobi. They are working on an HIV quantity test kit. So they also want to work with us. So if you have your innovation for any disease that you have, be it diabetes, cancer, you can come and we help you to develop your diagnostic kit. Then we help you to test it. Then also to give you the knowledge and the capacity. Then the other question was opportunities for junior researchers at the university or at the center. Yes, we have a number of opportunities. For example, we have a number of trainings. You can come and give us a visit at Makerere University. That's College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity. Then there was a question for linkage between institutions and the industry. Of course, STI, Dr. Cosmas is here. Maybe you could have answered that question better. But what we do is that most institutions have a number of linkages with the industry. For example, our biomarker facility, we stop at mini production. We cannot do industrial scale production. So our plan is to work with Microhim, the poster behind having MHS Microhim Scientific. They are also exhibiting behind there. So they have commercial manufacturing for rapid diagnostic test kits. Thank you.
I will invite Dr. Medad to speak about industry, academia partnership briefly.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Obachiro, and thank you very much for asking that question. I think initially the traditional way of institutions working in silos has not integrated the work with industry, and we are realizing that we have had a challenge of having to innovate and stay in the lab. And from the Minister's communication this morning and what has been transpiring at STI, we are now breaking that barrier. So as Mbarara University of Science and Technology, our innovations that we are working on, we ensure that we integrate the industry element right from the initiation stage of these innovations. For example, when you had me presenting the 3-in-1 NPK organic fertilizer, we are working with NARO, because we know NARO works closely with the farmer communities. Biogas Solutions Uganda, which is a private company in Uganda working on biocereal production and biofertilizer promotion. We are trying our best to do that. But of course, it needs a deliberate effort of institutions of higher learning to move out and innovate in line with industry. Because the challenge that we've had with innovators is when someone innovates and is looking for a problem to solve. I have a solution, but I'm looking for a problem to solve. That's a very bad way of moving innovation to the center stage. The problem identification should start right away from industry identifying the needs, but also society identifying the needs. And then innovators can fill in that gap of industrial demands, industrial needs, and societal needs. Then innovation becomes more meaningful. We have also at Mbarara University created what we call a monthly baraza, where we are now arranging with industry to come and interface with the academia, so that the industry can propose various demands to the academia, and then academia can work towards addressing those demands. So that's what I think that the universities or higher institutions of learning should do, to ensure that there is a blend, there is that nexus between industry and academia if we want our innovations to be more meaningful in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for the speakers. I know someone is saying he has dodged his question, but I'm not dodging the question on clinical trials, because there is a whole session for it. And I don't have the shoes to speak about clinical trials when Professor Chirenga is in the house. So at that particular time, all the questions regarding the clinical trial are going to be answered. But I can confirm, Bustema did not participate in any way and Kazire in this clinical trial. Actually, we are sent away to allow independence of the results. But that will be addressed during the session. Let's clap for them again as they take a group photo. I would like to invite Dr. Jackie, Dr. Cosmas, and Professor Chirenga and Professor Sabit, the chairperson for the scientific committee, for a group photo. Please, group photo. After that, we are going to hand over to Engineer Alan Muhumuza to take us in the next session. Yes. Thank you very much. Dr. Cosmas? Thank you so much. As we invite mobility, Dr. Cosmas Mukirize is the superintendent of the industrial value chains at the Secretariat of Science, Technology and Innovation. He's going to be the moderator of the next session. However, before I do so, I would like to recognize the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University, Professor Opio Okaka. Let's give him a hand clap. Thank you very, very much.
So it's a fireside chat, so let's just have two seats facing each other.
Good afternoon. So we're going to have 3 quick fireside chats. We'll have 3 people on the front line. We'll start with Alan Muhumuza, the team lead of the Mobility Bureau at the STI Secretariat. Alan, please come. we've been listening to the science, and now we're going to talk about how the STI Secretariat is creating an enabling ecosystem to make all this flourish. So Alan, let's start with the broad stroke. We know that your bureau, mobility, is focusing on e-mobility. What is that all about, and why is it important for our nation?
Thank you, Cosmas. So the automotive industry is a very pivotal industry. So it contributes, if you look at mobility in its entirety, which includes manufacturing, systems and data, operations, biggest contributor to global GDP. Now, if you look at specifically the movement of goods and people, there have been 4 main trends that have been shaping this industry. We have automation, autonomous vehicles, how vehicles driving themselves, you know. You have shared mobility, so I don't need to own a car. I can ride pool, for example, safe border or whatever, safe car. I don't need to own a car. Then we have connectivity. Cars can talk to each other, can talk to the roads, can talk to, you know, the traffic lights. And then lastly, electrification. We're seeing a fundamental shift in the technology that is moving these vehicles. Now, when you see year-on-year growth of vehicle sales globally, we've been seeing about 3% year-on-year growth, which a bit shows a bit of a saturation. However, if you now look at Africa specifically, we are seeing double-digit growth, about 15% year-on-year. So the real market opportunity is actually right here at home. E-mobility has also created a shift in the way this market opportunity is being looked at. We are seeing a 25% year-on-year growth within the e-mobility segment. So there's significant market opportunity for us. So why am I saying all these things? Is that we need to see how we can tap into that market opportunity as a country. We are importing about $800 million worth of vehicles every year. By 2040, on a business as usual scenario, we are looking at over close to $2 billion of vehicle imports if we do nothing about this. So right now the thing is, how can we leverage this pivotal moment of a technology shift in mobility so that we can be on the table? Someone once told me that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. Yeah? So how can we be on the table in this conversation? And how can we leverage this technology to catapult ourselves and be the beachhead for automotive manufacturing, especially for e-mobility within the African continent?
Yes, so to that end, the Secretariat, in collaboration with other MDAs, has developed a strategy for e-mobility. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. So they can project that slide. So in November of 2023, we worked closely with the entire ecosystem of players, whom we have organized in 6 clusters. We have over 80 players in the e-mobility ecosystem in Uganda, in the area of manufacturing, area of energy, area of transport operations, value chain financing, policy, and digital infrastructure. And we mapped out and we asked ourselves, as a country, what should we focus on? So we have 7 priority areas that we have focused on as a country. The overall target of this strategy is to position Uganda as a net source of e-mobility solutions and systems in the region. And we set our targets on these 7 areas. One is on local manufacturing. How would we grow our manufacturing capabilities to at least 500,000 electric vehicles production capacity per year by 2030 with 65% local content? How would we enhance battery manufacturing? Because up to 60% of the value of an electric car is in the battery. How would we leverage that and bring that value chain here with a target of 1 gigawatt hours of battery production by 2040? How would we electrify public transport and have it, not even just electrify it, but shift it to mass transit to address our challenges of congestion on our roads with a target of 15,000 electric buses on our roads and all our motorcycles electrified by 2040. The other one was charging infrastructure, because these vehicles need the infrastructure in place. It's a chicken egg problem. How do we catalyze the infrastructure so that we can increase the uptake? Targeting that by 2040 we should have over 10,000 DC fast chargers. And then the other areas which are really facilitative on human capital as well as standards development and policy.
It's quite a mouthful. It's very ambitious, I must say. So, have you registered any progress on these targets, or it's just wishful thinking?
So now you can move to the next slide. Now that slide is our scorecard currently. How far have we gone? And we published the Uganda e-mobility outlook report just yesterday, and you can scan that QR code and access it online so that you can get into the detail of the 7 priority areas, how we are performing. But just as a highlight, currently Uganda has up to 10,000 vehicles per year production capacity. Looking at the buses, our electric buses in Jinja, 2,500 buses per year capacity, and the electric motorcycles and the bicycles. And I will invite us to the mobility exhibition, which is just on this side, where you can see these products and interact with the innovators that are, this is their scorecard, this is their work, these are their outputs. My work has just been to enable them to realize this. We have up to 40% local content, and you will see some of the parts and components we are manufacturing here. Brake pads, oil filters, air cleaners, wiper blades, tail lights. Right there you will see. We have attracted investment of over $160 million since 2018, with commitment of up to $800 million in the next 5 years. So far we have close to 5,000 vehicles, electric vehicles on the road, locally made here. That includes the buses and the motorcycles and the bicycles. With over 30 DC fast chargers across the country, 150 swapping stations. You'll be able to see like the Zembo swapping station, spiral swapping cabinets that they are brought here, that they're setting up across the country, going all the way to the border points to the west, to the east, Nakasongola to the north, Mbarara to the west, and everything in between. And with all this investment, we've been able to create over 10,000 jobs and avoid over 270 kilotons of CO2 equivalent.
That's quite impressive, I must say. Now, I'll go to the room. If I were a member of this audience and I'm hearing about e-mobility for the first time, or probably I've been enthusiastic all along, but I don't know how I can plug in, what would be your message to me? How can I synergize with this ecosystem?
So there's still a lot of opportunity, especially when you look at the science. There's still a lot we can do. A vehicle has over 70,000 parts and components in it. All these parts, there's a lot of engineering required. Material science. If it's Internet of Things, for example, the sensors, there's so much opportunity in just localization of the vehicle. Now that's on the manufacturing side. Now there's also opportunity on the after-sales side, because you're now dealing with how do you keep the vehicle on the road, How do you make sure that it is operated properly, And government has actually invested in building human capital in that space. We have a program which has been free. We have trained over 300 electric bus operators. These are people who were previously bus drivers, taxi drivers, and they've been upskilled free of charge to be able to operate an electric bus as well as charging equipment. So there's opportunity in that space as well. Now the other space where there's a lot of more opportunities on the data. There's a lot of data because these e-vehicles are platforms where, because you have a battery. It's an energy platform where you can literally plug in anything. So there are opportunities on how we can, for example, plan our infrastructure. There are opportunities on how we can, because you look at movement of people. These buses can track all that, counting how many people are on board, how many vehicles are on the road, how are they consuming, the vehicle-to-grid technologies. There's a technology we are funding for that as well. So there's a lot of opportunity as well on the data side. And then lastly is on the infrastructure side. We have a company, for example, called Electrify Africa that is setting up charging infrastructure. We have Total Energies that has set up even down here at Wampeo Avenue. So there's also an opportunity for people to invest, to set up charging infrastructure, swapping stations, and make money as well. Yeah.
You've heard the man. A lot of opportunities in e-mobility, and we want you to participate. He has made a clarion call, and he's available to talk to, and you're also invited to visit the Mobility City.
Yes.
The Mobility City, to see the progress that we've made in the ecosystem. Thank you so much, Alan.
Pleasure.
Let's give him a round of applause. Alan, please take a seat on the extreme. I'll now invite David Gonahasa, our team lead of the Industry 4.0 Bureau. So David has established for us what he's calling a deep tech center of excellence. And to the ordinary mind, it may sound like something out of a science fiction movie. Could you tell us all about it?
It might be better to show you. So I'd like to ask the guys at the back to play the video, or I'll just run through it to the end. It's not changing. I'm trying to get the clicker working so I can show this to you. Okay. Sorry.
Can we just move it manually?
Pardon?
Can we move it manually?
Yes. Okay, great. So I want to show you a video very quickly, and then go back to the start of this conversation. What this video shows you is a facility we've put in place to try and catalyze hardware development in Uganda. And why is this important? For a very long time, we've been pushing the narrative that we're building technology. But unfortunately, when you start looking out to how much have we successfully commercialized, it's hard to understand or see how many companies are out there. And when you dig deeper to understand the challenges, they really are ecosystem problems, right? So in this country, you have a great idea as an engineer, and what you used to do was you design your schematics, send this to China, produce a prototype, have a very basic prototype done here, send it out, produce version 1, version 2, and then maybe eventually start to mass produce. It's very expensive, it's not sustainable, you risk losing IP. And the first thing we thought was, as we want to build an industry 4.0 industry, if you want to call it that, where's the ecosystem? Where's the supporting infrastructure? Like if you're building vaccines, yes, you can have shared workspaces and labs that you can do this. We never had that for most electronics, so we've done that. We've built a facility where you can go in and start to build technology or build hardware. But let's also go a little bit further and think about this and why it's important. If you look at the slide on the screen now, this is a house, right? So the most expensive part of building a house normally is the foundation. And in technology, the foundational infrastructure or frameworks that you used to build, majority of those are not African. Many of these are foreign platforms that we rely on. I mean, we're all enjoying the AI conversation, but let's be honest, we're all relying on multiple different foreign LLMs to build whatever we're building on. And yes, there's the argument around, do you have sufficient compute or do you have sufficient human capital? But we need to appreciate where the value is and begin building in those spaces, right? Think of this house again, like about the payment space, for example. At the top, you have all these great African startups. I won't mention the names, but you know them. But then all these are relying on foreign payments infrastructures to process their payments. I mean, Africa has one large real payments processor, I think it's Verve, Nigerian, but half the companies building payments are relying on American infrastructure. And if you go even lower, all the core infrastructure is still not ours. So how do we appreciate those gaps and as a country or as academia or scientists begin to do real research into trying to solve this? So what we're doing at the Deep Tech Center of Excellence is providing the opportunity for academia especially, right? And I want to say academia because deep tech is steeped in research. You must actually do the hard work, the research, prove that it works. It's not only problem solution as it is with typical entrepreneurship. We want to see, some of the things that we've seen being built, for example, your smart controllers being built locally. That's based on research. Someone has spent the time to see what's in the market, do the research, design something, validate it, and build it. So the Center of Excellence is pretty much not just a facility, but a movement to create an enabling ecosystem for our scientists, our academia to be able to build high-value electronics and IT or technology products.
David, I want to be fair to you. You've left out the bit about our data sovereignty and also the work we're doing. There was a conversation about AI earlier, the work we're doing in foundational models.
No, the beauty of having your boss moderate the fireside is it's a bit it's a bit rigged, but indeed, and these are themes that we don't care about very much. But think about this: you're running on a foreign cloud service that is hosted in the Far East or the Far West, wherever it is. What happens to your data, right? But even more importantly, as a country today, we speak about regulation that insists that data for fintechs, data for health techs has to be stored locally, but you don't have an active cloud infrastructure. How does that work, right? So we're proud to say that as we build this, one of the things we're looking at is also what's that additional enabling infrastructure. So yes, the Deep Tech Center of Excellence exists, the support mechanisms exist, but also things like we've invested, and we'll be launching that this week, the first pure, I think one of the first pure public clouds in this market available for innovators to build services on, and even supporting some of the other products in the cloud space.
I think the question on everyone's mind now is, yes, you have a Deep Tech Center of Excellence. What opportunities exist for them? How do they benefit? How do they become a part of your journey?
Okay, I want to share the screen now as well. Again, please, yes. So this is really what we're doing, and to give you an idea of how it's going to work. We want to work with universities to drive the research behind this. When we're not saying our innovators are not the best, they're the best in the world, but we need to see more research-led innovation from science. So from schools of engineering, schools of computing, schools of environment. One of the interesting challenges we've learned is, yes, we have great computer scientists building great products, but then they don't have the science behind it sometimes. So someone is building a climate monitoring platform, but you're not an environmentalist. And what happens then is you have what might look like a good product when you take it out there, but it doesn't work because you've not considered the science. So we work with the universities to create the TTOs. The TTOs will run challenge-based innovation that could come from government. Think if we said at university level, how can you solve for productivity within the ATMs using technology? For those who don't know the ATMs, it's agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, mineral development, and STI, science and technology. How do we solve for those? So we build TTO capacity. We then support that with thematic incubators. So the Deep Tech Center of Excellence is one. We have the Carbon Access Lab. We have a few others that we are putting together. These are then supposed to help do product validation and commercialization. So it's, like I said, an all-rounded ecosystem approach that we're putting in place. And opportunities really are for the scientists, for the innovators, within those structures to be able to build into. And maybe it might help very quickly just to share some of the things that we have in place so you appreciate them better as well. So you have, like I said, local manufacturing of electronics. This is the facility in Luera. We have decent manufacturing capacity. You can go and utilize this to do your prototyping, to do your manufacturing. We have the AI studio. If we have a collective of people working actively on supporting the build of data exchange platform, which we can pull data sets that you can access as innovators to build solutions. We're doing the cloud platform as well for hosting. This will be launched and will be available to innovators. On the climate side, the Carbon Access Lab is working to build out DMRV, possibilities, and so much more.
Thank you, David. In just under a minute, we were talking about the electronics value chain earlier. What are you doing with our sand?
So about the sand, and I had someone, one of my colleagues, speak about the sand. We were trying to hide this for a long time, but there was an article that came out in the papers today, so you probably all have seen it. For the last 1 year, we've been actively doing research on beneficiation of sand with a plan to build towards silicon wafers. And there was a phased approach from silica sand to metallurgical grade silicon to polycrystalline silicon ingots through to sliced silicon wafers. And of course, again, we're also doing fabless design for chips. And it's actually being done here, and we're building that capacity as well. So what we learned was that the silica sand in itself is not the best quality, is not the best to use. So we have diverted to using quartz. We have identified the locations of the quartz, and we are slowly moving towards at least the first level of metallurgical grade silicon. So that will be $11 billion industry that Uganda can play in and actively supply silica or silicon to the world. One more thing I want to share before you chase me away.
Sure.
So I'm sure you heard about this in the budget speech. So I think we need to come in front of it so we actually mention that, yes, this is something that we're working on. And why is this important is as we begin to build out these small pockets of success, how do we consolidate this? How do we consolidate this into a space where people can live, build, but also where we can attract highest quality talent or highest quality partners for manufacturing and for growth? So this really is built on 4 pillars: our electronics and semiconductor industry, software, digital services, deep technology, and sustainability. As a city, like this is sort of, I want to just show you what we're looking at. Job creation, how many jobs can we create? Over 10,000 jobs direct. Over $10 billion can be generated. And this is our initial simulations that we're working on. This hopefully will be that 1 square mile that gets us to be a leader in technology, a leader in electronics, a leader in research and the spaces that we're looking at. These are some of the fields of practice that we're looking at. So electronics, software development, deep tech, renewable energy, telecoms, advanced manufacturing, R&D, creative and media industries, and healthcare and biotech. So we're very excited about this opportunity, and as STI and the Industry 4.0 Bureau look forward to hopefully delivering this to Uganda.
Let's clap for David. David leads the Industry 4.0 Bureau, and the exhibition area is straight to our left. Thank you, David.
Didn't have to announce like mobility, it's obvious.
And then we'll have Dr. Doreen Agawa. Doreen leads our, let's clap for Doreen as she comes up. She leads our Aeronautics and Space Sciences Bureau. So Doreen, welcome to the hot seat.
Did I switch it off? Okay. Thank you.
So Doreen, let's get this off the launch pad, pun intended. Where is Uganda on the aerospace journey, and why is it important?
Thank you. Well, in 2022, the Aeronautics and Space Science Bureau was created. So for the past 3 years, we have been trying to lay a foundation to ensure that this sector, which provides both technology, services, and tools for all the other sectors in the country, is in shape.
Right, so what have you done so far, and what is your strategy for the sector?
Thank you, Cosmas. Aeronautics and space science has to do with everything that is vertical mobility. So where Alan stops, I start from there, and we move vertically in terms of technology up to outer space. So this would include drones, UAVs, spacecraft, stratospheric vehicles, and every technology that comes along with that. So to benefit from this, we have had to lay some groundwork. The first one was testing the waters. And so to do that, we sent a few groups of engineers and Ugandan experts to different countries. The most prominent one is the one to Japan on the Pearl Africa Sat-1, but that is not the only group. And so we sent them to test the waters, see what is out there, what we can do. And once they came back, they were tasked to help us set this foundation. So with those experts, we have now come up with a formulation that combines this technology serving all the ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of geographic information. In fact, even the ATMs that have been spoken about, we are designing vehicles for tourism. We are providing services for imagery, for different purposes, agriculture. And at the moment, we are even focusing on a very micro scale on coffee itself. Yes, we would like to provide this service to all of the other players in the country to be able to understand the type of weather they are dealing with, the soil that they are planting in, how much yield they can get. Can they take this information with a level of certainty to the banks or the circles and be able to request for information? So we are a sector that enhances other service sectors.
It's very important that you mention that, Doreen, because most people, and we have had so many naysayers out there who say, why should Uganda be venturing into space when we haven't even consolidated what's on the ground? And I know you did some work with the Office of the Prime Minister, and that's a classical example of how your sector touches the common person. Could you speak a little bit about that?
One of the most interesting aspects of the aerospace sector, as we summarize it, aeronautics and space science, is that there is work that you'll be doing that is not in the public. And so there are usually very many questions. And it takes a sector to reach a certain level of confidence to put everything you're doing Thank you. So, Cosmas, as you rightly mentioned, indeed, we have been doing work to support disaster efforts. And one of that support we offered was in the recent landslides that were experienced in the eastern part of the country, in Bulambuli specifically. And so when the landslides came up, we were, as a team, among with the other support teams, called in to say, tell us, what is the extent of these landslides? We have teams on ground that are rescuing people, trying to count how many homes have been submerged. And so we provided an estimate of before and after. So we could see the homesteads that were there. I was trying to load the image, but maybe it will be shared later. And we could see that here there were this estimated number of homes, and here we don't see them anymore. We see a big piece of landmass that has been shifted. And that information, we're using it back and forth with the teams on ground as they rescue. As they even discover more sites, we would correlate with ourselves. Is this the correct site that you have seen? Is this what showed up on your satellite image? And we're doing this in collaboration with service providers for imagery. And that's just one of the few cases of the things that we do in the Aerospace Bureau.
Thank you, Doreen. And lastly, I know you've worked very closely with universities. Why is human capital development important? And you could also speak to that work and where we are now going towards domestication of development of our space assets.
Yes, in our testing of the waters, we found that this is a technology where if you don't early on make a decision to domesticate, you can remain a user and a consumer of the foreign technology for the entire duration of the technology usage. So part of our strategy is domestication, and so we put out an invitation, and 10 Ugandan universities, some private, some government, showed interest, and they have gone through, they gave us a group of students. We took them through satellite, what is a satellite mission? How do you think of a satellite mission? What are the objectives? And this is what we call mission ideation. And we have since trademarked each of these experimental university spacecraft missions. And each university has decided to own each of these missions, and they are quite different. And so we are now taking them over to the design phase. And we are glad to say that even in the design phase, we'll make use of all these government institutions. We are partnering with laboratories, as well as setting up our own space labs at Mpoma.
Very much, Doreen. Let's clap for her. So you've heard from our 3 distinguished team leads, and their bureaus are open. You can have an opportunity to interact with them at close range, but I need to be guided. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. I need to hear from the program director. All right, thank you, Professor. So we can move the mic around and take 3 questions from the audience.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Yakub. I'm a health tech. I'm also exhibiting under Industry 4.0. So my question is for Mr. David, the team lead of the industry. The Deep Tech Center for Excellence is a breath of fresh air, I think, for entrepreneurs and innovators, especially the aspect of a public cloud that you have mentioned. Unfortunately, I think one of the main reasons why innovators struggle within Africa and Uganda is because you don't get advantages with American innovators get. They get free credits, which becomes a barrier for innovation. So I was wondering if you can expound further on how can we use that free infrastructure, and as well as how do we be protect it and safeguard it, because a lot of entrepreneurs become a bit cynical when they see opportunities because of maybe there has been exploitation or there has been a lot of dreams, but how do we protect and safeguard? I would like to mention a company like Rocket Health, which unfortunately had went through some bad times. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask Mr. Alan, as we've heard from aeronautics and space, e-mobility, how are you involving academia? How are you involving students? Which opportunities do you have for students and academia at large? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cosmas and the panelists. My question goes to the e-mobility section. I have worked with the Japanese for some time, and I noticed in April they launched a hydrogen-powered robotic horse. The company is called Kawasaki. I also noticed that the Japanese moved from fossil fuel to hybrid vehicles. And now, with the latest technology, that is the robotic horses for off-road operations, they are applying hydrogen. So my question is, as a country, what are we thinking about hydrogen? Can we also explore the possibility of using hydrogen as a source of power? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, team, for the presentation. Brenda again from Makerere School of Public Health. My question goes to David Gonahasa. I appreciate that you've considered so many areas in the strategy of your bureau. I noticed climate change, which is very good. So I was thinking, now that everyone is going to, maybe the population is going to increase, that is doing a lot of vehicles, for example, so people are not doing so much physical activity, then maybe people are doing a lot of sitting. I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of sedentary lifestyle in future. I'm wondering if you had considered the impact of this e-mobility in future and whether you're going to cater for it, to what extent. Thank you.
I think in the interest of time, that will be the last one.
There's another one.
Yes, sorry for that, sir. My questions are so short. One goes to the e-mobility. I wish to know how have we tallied in policy, mostly if you look at what we are producing on the market and the cities that are growing. I'm speaking this as a consultant on data cities, where we want to grow the new cities, adopting to data and systems. As you bring in the e-mobility vehicles, are the roads that our cities building tallying? That's a question for you, sir. Then for Doreen, thank you so much that Uganda is now rising into the aerospace. My question is, we have a lot of dreams outside there, outside the city. And I've seen some dummies around here for people who are piloting. Is there a chance on how we can have these put regionally so that we can inspire our children more? And then Mr. Gonahasa, I wanted to know on the pricing of these products that you guys are producing here locally in Uganda, as if we are not seeing any price change for the products that are actually coming from China, that is if you've already started producing, and the products that are coming in from Uganda. What do I benefit as a Ugandan on pricing for the products that are produced here? Thank you.
Thank you for all your questions. We understand there are still more questions burning, so please do write them down. And of course, you have the opportunity to visit the bureaus and interact with our panelists. So let's start from David, and then we'll come all the way to Doreen. answer the questions that have been directed to you, and then give us your parting shot as well.
So I believe the first question was around how do we use the cloud then. Yeah, so how do we use the cloud service to extend credits to our innovators? That's the plan. So you will have time-based, usage-based credits accessible to local innovators. Very simple way to sign up for that. We'll be announcing that all parts. Secondly, around the how do we protect local companies from predatory investors. Was that the question? Yes. So the unfortunate thing that's happening in the space now is most of our innovators are asked to establish their entities in Delaware or Mauritius or Dubai. And that's how foreign investors work. So unfortunately, it is a very difficult thing, and I think what we should be doing as government is considering how do we start establishing investment vehicles so that the investments are local into Ugandan companies, right? The legal system in Delaware, unfortunately, you can't control what happens there. So the best thing for us to do is build capacity for innovators to raise money locally, build local investment infrastructure or local investment vehicles. One of the things we are thinking about at the ministry is looking at maybe creating fast loss funds where we can, finance local VCs. On Thursday, there's going to be a very interesting event in this room, the Investor Summit at Science Week. We have about 70 VCs coming in from all over the world, plus our local innovators and local ecosystem. And I think that's one of the conversations we should have, because it's a problem happening not only in Uganda, but really across Africa. So I can't really answer that. It's only if the companies are local that you can have bailouts or things like that. But if it's an American company with American jurisdiction, it gets very complicated. About the impact of sedentary lifestyles, like my colleagues here are seated right now, we should be standing up for this panel. The gentleman, and to answer your question, the gentleman who asked the first question is actually building devices to manage that. So just, he's in a purple suit over there, ask him the question. I also found out today, and I think it's very interesting. And we would be happy to support companies like this, but with the aim to localize manufacturing, localize the software as a service platforms, the parts that we can localize. The last question is, what do Ugandans benefit from manufacturing electronics locally? I mean, I'm just trying to paraphrase your question. Two things. Okay, first of all, the way the ministry approaches manufacturing of electronics is in two ways. It's what we call the loop and leap strategy. The loop strategy is, can we find things that are being imported and we manufacture them locally? So on this side, you'll see calculators, you'll see hair dryers, and a few other things being manufactured in Uganda as part of an import substitution strategy, right? And that means you can get cheaper products, you have better service, but also just removing the importation. How many calculators do we import as a country, right? Some of these things are very easy to produce and can be produced here. But that's not really where the fun stuff is, or where it starts to really become valuable. The true value is in the leap strategy, where we're saying, based on science, based on innovation, what products can we build? Again, on this side, you'll see a company called Ori Studios that has manufactured universal controllers. They've built grid management systems for electronics with purely proprietary technology. Now, yes, they're still manufacturing externally, but we're localizing that manufacturing, which means you don't need to import this and you can export this across the world. There's a company in there called Innovex that is contract manufacturing IoT devices for Nigerian, Swiss, and Kenyan companies. So this is where we want to get to. How do we move to a point where we can localize manufacturing of these products, create high quality jobs, and keep the money here? And that's how you start to develop your economy. Thank you.
So mine were three main questions. One was on how we are involving academia So we have different tiers of how we are integrating academia. From a young age, as young as 3 years old, we have mobility clubs that we have rolled out in a few schools where we can create the interest from a tender age, from 3 all the way up to 16. Now, when it comes to the university, the engagement we're having with the universities is more now on the R&D side of things. For example, we have a project with the Busitama University where we are doing R&D on how we can leverage our natural resources to build lithium-ion batteries. We have a project with, we are supporting with Chambogo University on interoperability in the e-mobility space. And then at Makerere University, there is the iPod program where we are working with Kira Motors and UNDP to skill the undergraduate students there on e-mobility, engineering and support manufacturing as well. So it's multi-tiered. And there's a lot more we are planning to do. So if you have some interesting ideas, please come and we have that conversation. Now, the issue of hydrogen with Japan is also another interesting one. Japan, if you observe, Toyota took a long time to get onto the e-mobility space. And that was a bit intentional because Japan has a fundamental challenge of energy access. Over 85% of their energy is from non-renewable sources, burning fossil fuels. So the challenge it was more of a challenge of energy to get onto the lithium-ion battery because they don't have what to use to charge the batteries. So they were pushing a lot on hybrid vehicles and the hydrogen fuel cell. And that is a space as well where there is a lot of R&D opportunity as well. I would invite the players in the room if anyone picks opportunity. But I know there is an innovator in infrastructure innovations that is working on a hydrogen fuel cell for cooking. So there's a bit of synergy there we can leverage. If you have some ideas as well, please let's have that conversation. Then lastly, on policy, especially I think it was about infrastructure development. If you observe, there's been a bit of intentionality on the roads that we are building. There's enough space, lighting, curbs, parking. And the discussions we've been having with the Ministry of Works and Transport and UNRA at the time was how do we have stations for like a highway every 100 kilometers, and they have made that provision on highways where we can install charging equipment. There is consideration for fiber, consideration for the grid, and all that. So these are things that we're now beginning to integrate in our infrastructure development as well. I think my parting shot is please join us. Let's be on the table together such that we can completely get off the menu. Thank you.
Thank you. How you can participate, there are a number of layers. I'm going to mention the universities that are currently participating in the cohort for the satellite domestication project. And it's not limited to these universities. These are the ones that participated in the first cohort. So if you're in any of these universities, reach out to anyone that you know. I've seen some of the students in the congregation that are part of this project already, even among the exhibitors. So Mbarara University, Busitama University, International University of East Africa, Makerere University, Lira University, Muni University, Mountains of the Moon University, Ndeja University, UCU, and Chambogo University. Those are the 10. If you're in any of these universities or you know people that are there, every year the universities will be adding students to the project. And we continue building until we have an experimental spacecraft per university. We have trademarked these missions already. That's layer number 1. Layer number 2 is we have an aerospace research group. So we don't only limit ourselves to the satellite projects, we have a research group that cuts across universities. And here we have, so far we have experimental payloads. We have someone that has designed a touristic vehicle that will be able to hover people at around 10 kilometers or so we have a number of innovations. You have seen a presentation from Busitama University. That is also one of the projects that we have worked together on, a space weather early warning tool, space weather-based early warning tool. So we have a research group, and this attracts both experts and innovators. So you can come right to us as someone who has a project. We have projects in aerostar technology, different technologies, GIS, drones, and UAV mapping. You can write to us either as an expert or as an innovator, and we will help you put people together, put a project together, and we'll work with you along this journey. The last one is our outreach efforts. So we are moving into communities, and these 10 universities are now going to be tasked to become our point of contact in each of these parts of the country. But currently, we move to primary schools and secondary schools. We have an upcoming GIS and art competition where young people will be able to participate. So we also have outreach activities that are taking place. So those are a few of the ways that you can participate. Otherwise, reach out to us. Reach out to me with an idea. Come to our exhibition area. This particular Science Week, we are exhibiting the value chain of aircraft spare parts. So that is what you're going to find there, aircraft simulators, aircraft spare parts. But we have many more. Every year we change the theme based on how we see the exhibition environment and the general theme of the National Science Week. My parting shots would be that space technology, aeronautics, and space technology does not have to be so expensive, but it is inevitable. And in fact, the highest profit that it brings is relieving us of the losses that we experience when we send several teams of people to the field to look at electricity lines to see where there is an error, yet we can provide this information with an image. When we send several teams in the field to count people, we are not saying these technologies should be replaced, but we are saying we can do optimal planning, implementation, and monitoring with services from the aerospace industry. Thank you.
Let's now give a thunderous applause to our panelists. And just by show of hands, how many of us are walking out of this session with an idea they could act upon in relation to what they've heard from our panelists? By show of hands. It's about 25%. I think that's good enough. Thank you very much. Can we have a photo with the...
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Dr. Cosmas. Professor Chilenga, you will always get the show here because that's what this is about. And then we'll also ask the Vice Chancellor to join as well. Lila University. Yeah, you're most welcome. Let's have a group photo here with the panelists. Thank you, David. Thank you very much, Alan. And thank you, Doreen, for the very well presented part of today's program. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward towards seeing the realization of the outputs of this first National Science Summit. We are going to break off for lunch. And after lunch, we are going to have very other interesting sessions. One is to do with, we have another fireside chat on Innovator Spotlight. And then we have presentations coming from Professor Bruce Chilenga on the findings of the clinical trials. But also, we still have a presentation from Professor Sabit. And then there's another panel on qualitative research for Uganda's, quality research for Uganda's qualitative leap. And then we have another set of a few abstracts that are going to be presented after lunch. So let's break off for lunch. This will take only 45 minutes. We should be back here after 45 minutes to be able to embark on the next phase of the activities. Let's raise and pray for lunch and then have a break of 45 minutes. Thank you, Lord. We thank you for this day and the far you've made us reach. We pray for our lunch. May it nourish our bodies for your kingdom to grow through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Thank you very much. So that means we'll be here at 3:45. 3:45, we should be back. Thank you.
usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja, tunapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, floti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatiririka moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Katikati ya nyota, usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja, mto unapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, floti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatirika moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani, maisha yenye amani. utulivu wa jua, macho ya heshima, upendo na amani, hivyo maisha yetu umoja utaweka mioyo yetu karibu, tunapotembea pamoja daima. Kuimba kwa ndoto, nyumba ya mawe, fimbo za urafiki zinalinda amani. Najiva pateni, sauti za maisha, maji na miti, hakuna wasiwasi, utulivu wa jua, macho ya heshima, upendo na amani, hivyo maisha yetu umoja utaweka mioyo yetu karibu, tunapotembea pamoja daima. Kuimba kwa ndoto, nyumba ya mawe, fimbo za urafiki zinalinda amani. Ebelebe wayoma nke mahụrụ n'anya, nwa Machukwu mere ka anyị jide aka n'ụra. Udo na ihe ọma, ngọzi n'ụwa dum, ka mmiri ahụ na-ezo ka obi dị anyị mma. Ebelebe anyị ga-ebili ka ọ na-agba n'ụtụtụ, anyị ga-atọ ụtọ n'ebughị ibu ọjọọ. Ka ife niile ga-aga n'udo n'obi, ikwe ka ebube ife anyị n'anya. Oge niile ebenebe nkechi nke a nabatara ike, kedu maka ahụ ike ọ na-amaka obi dị mma. Ebelebe nkechi nke a nabatara ike, kedu maka ahụ ike ọ na-amaka obi dị mma. Ebelebe anyị ga-apụba mgbe obi anyị ga-adị udo, mmụọ na-ebube mmiri n'ọchịchị obi. Oge niile oge ndị ga-adị udo.
sky na shine. Katikati ya nyota, usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja, tunapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, floti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatiririka moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Katikati ya nyota, usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja, tunapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, floti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatirika moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba,
Ebelebe wayoma nke mahụrụ n'anya nwa ma Chukwu mere ka anyị jide aka n'ụra udo na ihe ọma ngozi n'ụwa dum ka mmiri ahụ na-ezo ka obi daa mba ebelebe anyị ga-ebili ka ọ na-agba n'ụtụtụ anyị ga-atọ ụtọ n'ebughị ibe ọjọọ ka ife niile ga-aga n'udo n'obi ikwe ka ebube ife anyị n'anya oge niile ebelebe nkechi nke a nabatara ike kedu maka ahụ ike ọ na-amakọbide mma ebelebe nkechi nke a nabatara ike kedu maka ahụ ike ọ na-amakọbide mma ebelebe anyị ga-abụba mgbe obi anyị ga-adị udo mmụọ na-ebube mmiri n'ọchịchị obi sunshine lolugolo. Èmi àtẹ̀bí náà wà pẹ̀lú ra. Ilé yóò wà pẹ̀lú ṣọ́ra. Ìgbòho sì rọ ìsàn. Kùnmi ògì nínú oúnjẹ. Pẹ̀lú àgbàlùmọ̀ wà nípò. Àwọn ọmọ ń kọrin sórí yìí. Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa. Ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí. Àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú. Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Sókè pẹ̀lú àdúrà náà, nínú inú mi dùn, filẹ̀kùn pẹ̀lú ìkàdó, ọmọ ìyá mi túnú. Àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wà, àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wà, pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan, yé bàbá mi lónìí. Ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa, ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí. Àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú, Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Pẹ̀lú ohun ọkàn, yé bàbá mi lónìí. Ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa, ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí. Àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú, Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wà, àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wà, pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan, yé bàbá mi lónìí. Ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa, ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí. Àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú, Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Olúwa nílàjọ sí. Àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú, Olúwa ò ní ṣe wá.
Tula ego shuplageni kwao faringi double upigamo kwatsingilila emfuleni lowo kwashizinyembezi uthando lwafika Banskomthunzi wesihlahla sibambeni izandla zethu siphilise isilonda lapho sithandaza imvana ehlalayo phansi kwehlangano unogwaja boy emasimini lakho Ngani wami unjani wena Kizokwazi ukukhathazeka ukukhamba Banskomthunzi wesihlahla sibambeni izandla zethu siphilise isilonda lapho sithandaza
Maisha ni vita, mzigo wa mabega, njia ndefu mbele yangu, tunapambana na njaa, maji kidogo ya kunywa, mvua hainyeshi sana, lakini moyo wangu hauwezi kukata tamaa. Ndiyo maisha yangu, ndiyo mzunguko tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha. Uchovu ndani ya mwili, lakini moyo wa shujaa. Kwa kila anguko ndugu, tutainuka tena. Ndoto zetu za mbali tutashikilia zote. Naomba nguvu ya mbinguni kwenye kila hatua yetu. Ndiyo maisha yangu, ndiyo mzunguko huu. Tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha. Maisha yangu ndiyo mzunguko huu. Tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha.
Imvelo ihle kakhulu, izihlahla zithule zwi, izulu likhanya phezulu, umoya uthokozisa moya ami, imifula ithula khona, izihambi zithokozisa amanzi, izingane ziyadlala emhlambini, injabulo iningi phansi kwelanga. Umvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Umvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile. Intaba ziphakama zithule, ilanga libona konke, izilwane zihlala ndawonye, ubuntu bukhakaza unomphela. Masibheke kahle mfela, simamukele ngenhlonipho, sithandaza ukuba sihlale njengomhlaba omusha. Umvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Umvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile. Umvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Umvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile. I come see you, you done make my heart beat sing. What can I go do without you, my sweet honey? Under this moonlight, now you the light of my night. Make we hold hand tight, no we lose you out of sight. Love like this, not so true. I dare for you, you dare for me too. Sunrise to sunset, you did my mind, no regret. Together we go set, forever love we go back. Now you be my queen, you did shine bright like stars. No, they make me dream, reality you did near no far. Love like this, not so true. I die for you, you die for me too. Under this moonlight, my night. Make we hold hand tight, no if you lose you out the sight. Love like this, not so true. I die for you, you die for me too. Sunrise to sunset, you did my mind, no regret. Together we go set, forever love we go back. Now you be my queen, you they shine bright like star. You they make me dream, reality you they near not far. Love like this, not so true. I die for you, you die for me too.
Life not every walk out slow. Step by step like river they flow. For this road we go see plenty story. Good times, bad times, all join body. Life they sweet, life they tough. We go show, we go rough. We go smile, we go cry. Now so you be no need lie. Small, we dey reach our place. No rush, no run, we move with grace. Sun go shine, rain go fall. We go stand through it all. Family, friends, they make life bright. We go hold them tight through day and night. For this road, we go see plenty story. Good times, bad times.
Hello, we are welcoming you back. We had agreed that we are going to begin our afternoon sessions at 3:45. So I encourage our scientists to come back and take your seats so that we can embark on the afternoon sessions. Let us welcome you back. Kindly take over your seats because we have to manage time. I know we had a break of 45 minutes, and I'll be so glad if we can all take our seats and then begin the afternoon session. We have quite a number of issues that we have to look at. Therefore, I would encourage all the scientists who had gone for lunch to come back for our first ever National Science Summit. We are welcoming you back in order to start. I encourage all of you to come over and take your seats, and then we embark on the afternoon program. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are still outside, please get in. We have to manage time very well. We still have quite a number of activities on our agenda that we have to ensure that we have achieved at the end. So welcome back from lunch. Let's see how the afternoon session will move on. I have reliable information that the minister is already with us, and therefore it would be nice if she finds all of us occupying our spaces. Thank you very much.
roho yangu itaimba. Ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatiririka moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba. Ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani. Katikati ya nyota, usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja. Mto unapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, fluti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba. Ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye
Ladies and
amani.
gentlemen, I encourage all of us, like I had mentioned, to come back and take our seats. We want to welcome back our Honorable Minister, Dr. Monica Msenero. Like I had told you, she's already here with us. Let's all be encouraged to come and take over our seats and embark on the afternoon program. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister. We thank you for making it again. We appreciate and know your passion for the innovation ecosystem in this country and your desirous effort in making Uganda the best. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to embark on the afternoon program. I would like to encourage all of us, wherever we are, in the stores, at lunch, we had given ourselves only 45 minutes, which have already elapsed. And then we embark on the afternoon program. But thank you very much, everyone. So far, so good. Our very first National Science Summit is scoring, and we want to thank the Minister for creating the avenue for the scientists to come and exhibit the work. And we had quite a number of issues that we looked at here. Honorable Minister, in your absence, we've been able to embark on different presentations that came from scientists. About 9 teams were able to present, and later on we had a panel that was looking at laboratory to market, building the academia industry nexus, which was chaired and modulated by Professor Paul Wako. We also had the chance to have another panel modulated by Madame Brenda Nakazibwe, which was looking mainly at building innovation-driven enterprises in the pathogen economy. That was another fascinating panel that was chaired by Brenda. We've had the fireside chat led by Dr. Cosmas Mwichirizi, which has enabled us to understand how to create an enabling environment for Uganda's innovation-driven enterprises. We've had very fascinating presentations in the abstracts that were submitted, and we want to appreciate all the scientists that have been able to present so far. I'm doing that quick recap in order to allow all the scientists, wherever they are, to come back and take over your seats so that we begin the afternoon session. And I would like to read the following people. They should look for Dr. Obakiro, because you are presenters in the later stage of our abstract and work presentation. We have Monica Namayanja, my old friend. You need to come and see Dr. Obachiro. We have that is Dr. Monica Namayanja. We have Dr. Harid Churunda from Naro, my old friend. Madame Najuko Rachel, Mr. Nayeware Dominic, Leonard Angarukamu, Tina Mutawazi, Edward Kazire, Professor Edward Bantu, Auma Yonis, Baguma Nixon, Dr. Alice Lamwaka. Those that could have missed in our first presentations, make sure that you see Dr. Obachiro to harmonize the abstract part of the presentations. Thank you very much. So Dr. Obachiro is here. Make sure that you talk to him. Meanwhile, as we converge again, allow me to inform you how the events will follow. First of all, we are going to have a keynote address from Professor Sabit Wirba. After that keynote address, we will move to the fireside chat. And the following people are supposed to be in the room to participate in our wonderful fireside chat, which brings the innovator spotlight. I would like to know if Daniel Drahel is here already. Thank you very much, from Zembo. We have Professor Florence Muranga Isabirie, or the representative from PIBID, or Badik. Is the representative here? Okay. Then we will also have Dr. Robina Kulabako. I had seen her here. Maybe she's at lunch. From Makerere University. And we also have Gimbo Eileen. I hope Gimbo Eileen, you're here. From Tutu Foods, Uganda Limited. We'll have another fireside chat to bring this innovator spotlight so that we can have some conversation with the innovators. So after that, we'll have another panel which will be chaired by Dr. Abraham Mwanguzi. It is mainly looking at positioning Uganda's research to the regional and global impact through entrepreneurship and investment. And then after that, we'll have Professor Bruce J. Chilenga presenting the work on clinical trials. And at that point, we are going to sign the clinical trials report. The minister will sign that. And then we end with abstracts, presentations from our innovators who submitted the abstracts. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you back into space so that we embark on the afternoon's program, because the Honorable Minister is already here and we want to maximize her time as well. So I want to be signaled that we have a quorum that can start. Can we start? Okay, let's wait a little bit for the Honorable Minister and the team to come back. And then we can have Professor Sabiti to take us through. Professor Sabiti has been a very wonderful researcher in Uganda, but also overseas in the United Kingdom, and is coming all the way from St. Andrews University in the United Kingdom, and is going to bring part of the summer that is being enjoyed there through scientific research. So I would like to invite all of you to come and take your seats, and then we can embark on a very packed afternoon program. I hope we are able to come back from our lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is the first of its kind, the National Science Summit, and we are so glad that the Secretariat at Science, Technology and Innovation had to bring this to board and ensure that scientists can come together, innovators, entrepreneurs, heads of venture capitals, and many industrial players to come on board and be able to present and share their work to a wider audience. Because through science, we are able to see much more that we want to take to the market, as we have heard from many innovators and the presentations that have happened here. I would like to invite all the scientists who are moving in the stalls, those delegates from different universities, to come and we start the afternoon session, because time is not on our side. But I want to recognize the presence of all industrial players. If you are from industry, can you wave to us? From industry. If you know you lead an entrepreneurship ecosystem, you have an industry, you have a factory, anyone there? Ah, Zembo. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to recognize the representation from different universities. Can we see academia? Academia? All right, wonderful. Can we zero down to different universities and see if we have some scientists from Makerere University? Dr. Robina Flawako and the team, thank you very much for coming. Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Where are you? Oh, that's great. And then do we have from Bustema University? Wonderful, Dr. Bachiro and the Vice Chancellor has been here. Professor Paul Owako has been leading part of our sessions. Do we have from Chambogo University? Chambogo University? Bishop Stewart University? Cavendish University? Gulu University? Lila University? Wow, from Lila, thank you for the representation. Do we have representation from Kampala International University? Do we have private universities here that are present? By show of hands, you can wave to the congregation. Okay, do we have students in secondary and high school who are here? Wonderful, thank you very much for making it. Because the future is now, and you need to start your innovation journey as early as now. Thank you very much for coming. Meanwhile, I'm doing this to ensure that all of us are here because the minister is already with us, and then we get started. I will invite Professor Bruce Chilenga to come with the minister because we need to get started. Professor Bruce Chilenga, if you can bring the minister, we can get started for the afternoon session. Okay, so let me make some inquiries and then we can get started. Otherwise, congratulations upon your coming.
roho inapata amani, ngoma hutuleta pamoja, tunapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo unajaa furaha, floti ikilia tamu. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni, maisha yenye amani.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are making some quick adjustment a little bit in the interest of time, because the minister is a little bit engaged. And I wanted the keynote speech from Professor Sabit Wilbur to come when everyone is here. So allow me to move to the other part of the program and invite the following people in front for a fireside chat. I'll invite Daniel Drehel. Let's clap for him as he comes in front. Let's welcome him from Zembo SMC Limited. You're welcome. Can take over. Someone should come here and help me in the arrangement so that we can able to engage. I also need to welcome the representative of Professor Florence Mlanga Isabirie. Anyone from PIBID or from BADIC? Okay. All right. Let me also welcome Dr. Robina Kulabako, a senior lecturer from Makerere University and a venture leader at Makerere University. Let's warm them up as they come to take over this quite informative engagement. I also welcome Madame Irene Gimbo. Irene Gimbo from Tutu Foods Uganda Limited. Let's welcome her. We now have a very good gendered, balanced stage, and I'll be your modulator or the facilitator for the fireside chat. So I will join you. And then we have quite some discussion alongside. Okay, so thank you very much. I believe, Irene, you can a little bit turn, a little bit face me in that order. Yeah, just like that. Okay, and then, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with this great team. First of all, to be an innovator, it takes quite a lot of effort, and that effort is not to be taken for granted. We brought these members here because of the work they have been doing, but more importantly, to see how they can share with us their innovation journey a little bit. So I'll begin with my friend here, Daniel. Daniel, we'll have a little bit of an informal question. Don't worry. When somehow, you know, I ask you deep into what you do, because mainly we are moving to see how we can share and inspire the team that is right here. So Daniel, I'll ask you a question and then I'll need your response as you face the audience. First of all, I would like to understand, you, Daniel, growing up as a child, and aspiring to be the person that you are now, the co-founder of Zembo. You have done quite a lot in the motorist arena. Did you see this coming as a child? How did you grow up? What were your motivations in the early childhood stage? And this will also cut across the other members of my chatting team. Okay, so Daniel, on to you, over to you, please.
Thank you, thank you. I hope I'm audible. I hear my echo, that's good. So, as you may see, I did not grow up in Uganda. I grew up in the south of Germany in a smaller village with around 1,000 people, mostly elderly people living there. And I always builded things. And one story maybe sticks out. When I was around 13 or 14 years, me and a couple of friends ripped apart old motors from chainsaws or old motorbikes, and we put this on our bicycles. So we created already there our own vehicles, mainly three-wheeled or four-wheeled, because balance and so on. And it was nice to see that even at such a young age we were able to build something. At some point, unfortunately, the police came and took it away because we were too young for driving permits and so on. And yeah, but this was always my passion, to build things. This comes out of metalwork, mobility, but also carpentry. Even up to now in my home here in Uganda, I built all the furniture myself. So I'm really a hands-on person. And then at the age of 16, actually, I started working in factories in Germany with the apprentices program and learned how to build electric motors. It was one of the biggest brands worldwide where I worked in a factory, and I built electric motors and the machineries to build them. And this is how I came along, and I came to university actually quite late. I started my university education when I was in my mid-20s. And I think this is also where I then come and got stuck in Uganda, because this was the time, it was a University of Applied Science, which is a very nice model in Germany, which is not pure theory, which is really hands-on experience and applying the science you learn. And I did there a degree in renewable energies, an engineering degree, and I had the opportunity to work in Uganda for, actually it should have been 4 months. I stayed close to 1.5 years at that point, because I fell in love with the country, and this was back in 2014, 15. Yeah, and since then I'm always back, and now since almost 10 years here in Uganda, and built with a lot of Ugandan fellows, an amazing company.
Wow, wonderful. Let's clap for him, being inspired to have that great love for Uganda. And now I think you have forgotten Germany. Is that so?
Not yet forgotten, but my family is here, my children are born here, so it's very hard to fly now to Germany.
Wow, wow, wonderful. So let me still pose the same question. I'm imagining a young, by that time, of course, Robina, not doctor. Did you aspire to see this innovation space coming? I know as a child I used to play with a lot of mud. Did you play with some gimmicks of groundwater? What happened at your young age so that it can motivate our innovators here to find yourself now?
Thank you very much. I must confess that as a young girl, when I was growing up, I did not see this coming. I never saw myself in this kind of field where I am currently. Interestingly, as a young girl, I grew up wishing to actually become a medical doctor. Yeah, to treat people and bring a smile to their faces. And the reason for that was because my mom was a nurse. And I felt like, you know, when she treats people and they are better, then they are very happy. So I thought maybe I should, you know, follow suit and either become a nurse or become a medical doctor. But somehow along the way, biology was not my thing. And then I realized that maybe instead of treating people, maybe it's high time I looked into non-human things. And then that's how engineering comes on board. And I recall telling my teacher that, you know what, I've changed my mind. I think I want to do engineering at the university. And then my teacher told me that, no, you cannot do engineering. That's a field for males. You cannot even think of going there. And the defiant Robina in me decided that, okay, I'm going to fill in the forms without my teacher knowing. So I filled in these forms, and thanks be to God, I ended up at the university, did civil engineering, went ahead and did environmental engineering, and that is now that which ushered me into the innovation that I'm currently working on. It's in the field of environmental engineering.
Wow, let's clap for Dr. Clavako. This is quite inspiring. Just a turnaround from the medical doctor to now an engineer in civil and particularly water engineering, groundwater engineering. This is very wonderful. Did you ever play with some engineering parts, or that was far from what? Or you were playing with some sort of doctor-led kind of innovations as a young child?
Not really, actually. I think my personality was more to do with empathy, showing care to people, but also one of the things I had in me, I really had a desire of sharing what I knew. And I remember when we would be in those classes, then I would make people sit around my table. I start teaching them this, teaching them that, do this way, do this that way. And maybe that's why I'm at the university doing exactly that.
Exactly
training.
that.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. A round of applause to our two panelists in this fireside chat. Now, we have been joined by a wonderful person here, Irene Gimbo. Irene Gimbo is a very interesting character because she's a female agro-entrepreneur. She has Tutu Foods Limited and many other innovations coming out. Tutu, tell me about your history, some brief background of who you were at that time and who you are now, and how you saw that leading to the current Irene that we see on the stage.
Thank you so much. Gimbo Irene is my name, public health specialist from Lira University. And my background, like I've said, was public health. And I faced a real life challenge at the time when I thought about agro-processing. As a new mother by then, my child loved breakfast cereal. But what was on the market was too costly for me that I could not afford. I would buy one box at about 25,000 and she would consume it in 2 days. So the cost was really high. And one day I remember looking at this little girl and I'm like, can't I do this thing here in my house? And this is what sparked the idea of really utilizing the indigenous crops we have. Uganda, we are so blessed to have a variety of indigenous crops that the nutritionists now are coining as opportunity crops, but they are underutilized. So this is what really sparked the idea, and I started making that beautiful cereal that is made out of cassava, amaranthus, commonly known as dodo, and yellow corn. So yeah, this is me now.
Wow, a round of applause to Irene. Actually, when you put pearl, it is more appeasing because, you know, we are in the pearl of Africa. That's really fascinating. Now, let me move to the second question, which looks at your current work. I'll begin with you. My friend at Zembo, what is exactly there? What do you do that can inspire the current generation? Can you briefly share what exactly you package to Ugandans?
I mean, what we do at Sembo and what is our mission is to make the Boda sector sustainable. And here we talk about two main things, which is the Boda driver needs to earn more money and we want to save the environment. So we do this with an electric motorcycle, which we designed and which we manufacture here in Uganda locally with our partner Simba Automotives. I think you may have all seen that motorcycle around since 11 years. We have electrified this model together, but we don't stop there. We know that infrastructure is the most important part of any mobility application. So we are building battery swap stations across the country. We currently have 32 deployed. And we even took a step ahead here and said, okay, we want to automize the system so that a driver can come any day or night time to a station and he can self-service himself to access a fully charged battery. And I'm very proud to say that, to my knowledge, we are the only and the first one who have developed this technology on the continent. And you see even, we brought one of us, our cabinets here. You may have seen our newest deployment at Total in Nakawa. If you use Ginger Road, you will see it, it's quite prominent. And normally you are stuck in traffic there, so you take your time. And it's amazing to see this when everybody tells you, hey, why are you not buying this technology from China and just deploy it? And you say, no, the challenges of Uganda and Africa at large are a little bit different. We do not have reliable power. Internet is sometimes off. We all know those problems. And our technology is here really adapted, not just to help with grid blackouts that we still can, or our clients can still access our chargers, no, but also by limiting the impact of electric mobility onto the grid, which is very important. We all know and we all have recent blackouts, and this will continue. So if we have now hundreds of thousands of boda-bodas connected to this already weak grid, it will break. This is the engineering reality. But our technology smartly manages it to take the power when, during the night when there is no other consumer on the grid.
Dear esteemed audience, I think you can see the great work that Zembo is doing. But I want to know from you, is there a time you have broken some rules? Probably because as an innovator, you are a go-getter, you want things to happen, but here you break certain rules to make sure that you are in the space. Has that happened to you, and how did you navigate?
Yeah, I think breaking rules and breaking mindsets is part of my daily job. Maybe one big thing, and I see here a lot of professors in the room, at the end of my engineering course, it was about what's the topic for my final paper. And I approached my professor, who has also quite an experience in Tanzania, that I want to make a feasibility study on electric boda-bodas. And he looked at me and said, Daniel, it's not going to work. I said, yeah, then the result of my paper will then be that it's not going to work. I set off, I moved to Tanzania, did research, the use case was Dar es Salaam. And I came back after 6 months, had the initial seed funding, and Sembo was already founded. And I think this maybe also for the students and for the professors, even if you don't stand behind an idea for a paper, please give your students the possibility to still work on it and learn how to manage the results. I was totally fine if the result would have been, it's not going to work for certain reasons, then it wouldn't have worked. But that was back in 2017. We have now over 1,000 electric bodas just under our own brand here in the country. We see e-mobility in the two-wheel space coming up in every country. So I think this is how I broke rules here.
Yeah, you can see breaking rules is part of the innovation ecosystem, but you don't have to over-break them. You have to make sure that you manage the breaking, but sometimes from what Daniel is explaining, sometimes you have to navigate the waters and make sure that things happen. And that takes me now to Dr. Robina Kulabako. What did you do at your venture leadership space, but also have you broken some rules, and how did you navigate to make sure that you fix quickly the breakage?
Okay, thank you very much. In the venture innovation space, what I'm currently working on is I'm trying to use nanotechnology in water and wastewater treatment. And particularly what we are working with is iron oxide, which is a waste material from steel rolling mills. In layman terms, that is what we call rust. So we are trying to convert this rust into iron oxide nanoparticles. Here we are talking of particles that are with sizes in the range of 1 to 100 nanometers. And when you have these kinds of particles, they have very unique properties. So it is those unique properties that we're exploiting for heavy metal removal in drinking water as well as in wastewater. But again, they have also a unique property in that they can also remove bacteria. Specifically, we are working with E. coli in drinking water, which is a surrogate for presence of fecal material in our drinking water. And I must confess, though, that because things that are to do with public health, you don't just break rules anyhowly. So far we are treading very carefully to make sure that even as we test, the water quality complies, and also the system should be such that we do not have these very, very tiny nanoparticles escaping through the system and then being ingested by the people when they drink the water. Yeah, so I must confess, though, that, well, we are not yet on the market. So far where we are at, I must say that we have not broken any significant rules yet. Eh?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, let's clap for Dr. Clavako. She hasn't broken any rules, but she's not yet sure whether she's not going to break it. I hope the journey will keep like that. But at least at this stage of scientific proof, I think it is very important that you don't break the rules, otherwise many lives will be at stake, especially in the water space. But let's watch the space. We don't know what is yet to happen. Madam Irene, in your work, what do you do, and how do you ensure that you've navigated the waters even when the rules are broken in order for you to be an innovator? Just share with the audience about what you do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are a team of 6 scientists, public health. We also have a civil engineer, interesting, and then the majority are food scientists and technologists. So we are transforming Uganda's rich indigenous crops into high-value products that meet the nutritional demands of this generation. We find that a lot of the Gen Zs, the Gen Alphas, the current youngsters we have in our households, they're not going to eat the traditional opportunity crops that we used to consume while we were growing up. I would give the best example of molecular. For those from Eastern Uganda, it's a delicacy in every household. It's the oyster nut for those who prefer it as in other languages differently. So it's a very rich nut in oil and nutrients, but I'm not going to give it to a Gen Z in its state. When you cook it, it looks like scrambled eggs. They will not eat this thing. But if I transform this into a flour and I make a queen cake out of it, they will consume it. So this is what we are doing, transforming our real native crops into something more appealing to the youngsters and making it more affordable for each and everybody. So yeah, the innovation journey is not easy. Everyone faces challenges. For us, the biggest hurdle we have faced is machinery, efficient machinery, to really bring the products that we ideate and have in our minds to life. It's not quite easy, but thanks to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, they have really stood and believed in the youth, and I would really love to we'll take a moment and just give thanks to the ministry in a hand clap. Yeah, they're really doing good work, and thank you for believing in the young people. Thank you for believing in the youth that they can also be able to create products that change the economy of the country. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to hear that. Now, let me go back to Daniel. I want you to identify the most critical and usual challenge that Zembo has had to deal with. Because dealing with motorists is not something very easy, especially here in Kampala and Uganda in general. Just one critical, I don't want challenges, but I want just one critical, unusual, unexpected challenge, and how you navigate it so that we learn from you as innovators to see how we can again jump those hurdles when we meet them. Thank you.
I think for me, here, as we have scientists in the room, the Pareto principle is very interesting. Saying that achieving 80% of your output, you only need 20% of the input. But to get the last 20% of output, you need 80% of input. And this is true. Also, I am quite sure in terms of prototyping and so on. To get a formulation right is okay. You can do this relatively fast. But to get it market ready, to get the packaging right, to get all the lab certificates, those last 20%, this level of detail needed for those last 20%, this is the biggest challenge. This is honestly for me personally, but also for us as a company, a challenge to run it through to 100%.
Wow. Yeah, interesting. Now let me go to Dr. Kulabako. I know you're working with researchers, innovators, you're leading a team, and leading teams is not always easy. What's that most critical, unusual challenge you've been able to navigate through so that we can inspire the innovators here and the scientists in the space? Thank you.
I think the team I'm working with, I have mechanical engineers on the team. I'm the civil engineer on the team. We have an economist on the team. And then we have, I've forgotten the other. As we are working, first of all, we realized we need each other. We need to put our heads together. But I think the unique challenge that was thrown in my face was, Madam, the process for getting these iron oxide nanoparticles, it's a long process. In 1 week, we could only produce 1 kilogram. That is, if we worked for 5 working days, we would only end up with 1 kilogram. Now, if we are looking at upscaling, then that means we would have to incur a lot of costs in labor. You get? So we looked at, it was a glaring challenge, and we said, but again, we need to have a solution for it. Because if we have orders of so many units, then how are we going to manage? But I must confess that as I talk now, we have a solution.
Wow, a solution. We clap for that solution. I remember when I had a young innovator, a female who was more reliable, and she got pregnant and then abandoned the space, and I had to struggle to fix what was next. So I'm happy that the team is solidified, because now we are working with multidisciplinary teams, so they have different divergent interests and aspirations. Irene, I can't spare you, of course, on this question as well. Do you have any critical challenge that you'd like to share with the audience before we delve into our last pack for the audience?
For us, one of the challenges that we are actually still developing strategies to maneuver through is the perception of the actual consumer. People somehow are fixated to the products we have been having on market for a very long time, and then embracing Ugandan products, you have to really convince the person. So we still have a lot of work to do as a team in this room to really push that Ugandan products are actually better. Because looking at just our breakfast cereal, when we ran nutrition analysis tests, we did sensor evaluations, all the results show it's more nutritious than all the brands we have on the market that are imported from elsewhere. But now, if someone walked in a supermarket and found Pearl here and Cornflakes X here, that is from Egypt, for example, they would go for that one. So we really have a lot of perception, mindset issues to change, but I know this is something that takes time, and we are there. The ministry is really investing a lot in this. The Made in Uganda shelves and talks all in every angle of the country. And I know we shall get there. We shall reach a point and our supermarkets only have Ugandan products.
Wow. Build Uganda.
Buy Uganda.
Yes, build Uganda.
Buy Uganda.
Yeah, buy Uganda and build Uganda, please. Let's keep supporting our ecosystem. We have a lot to offer, and I know in this week we shall see a lot. So thank you very much, panelists. I just have one last part before I invite a few questions in the audience. You remember what STI, Office of the President, has been working on to make Uganda the best. That is actually flagging everywhere. I would like to know, what is that you think in the next 5 years, these scientists are going to remember you and say, Zombo existed and Daniel was a co-founder? What's that in the next 5 years you're looking at?
To make the Ugandan border sector green. I think if I would be remembered for that, I would.
Please,
be
if you're
very
happy with making Uganda green, please clap your hands. That's very important. Wonderful. Thank you very much. What about Dr. Kulawako? What is that in the next 5 years, these scientists are going to remember that Dr. Kulawako was at Makerere as a venture leader?
I would love to be remembered as someone who brought on board a technology that utilizes locally available material that was initially considered as waste, but now is a water additive in drinking water treatment and in wastewater treatment, thereby contributing to access to safe water for the communities.
Wow, please clap for Dr. Kulawako. Thank you very much. Madam Irene, what do you have in store in the next 5 years so that the scientists keep the face that was here at the National Science Summit?
Yeah, just to be remembered as someone who revived Uganda's indigenous crop heritage and transformed it into a drive of health, wealth, and economic sustainability.
Thank you very much. A clap for Irene, a clap for Dr. Kulawako, and another hand clap for Daniel here from Zembo. Now we only have 5 minutes, actually 6 minutes, to ask them any question. Remember, this is the Innovator Spotlight, so I'll take some questions from the audience, and then we get finished with the fireside chat. We have another microphone. Secretariat, please help me and move this microphone. We have a question at the back. Any other question? Okay, we need to ask our innovators here before we delve into another set of session. All right.
All right, thanks a lot. Good afternoon. I'm Wabulembo Fazil. I'm a food scientist, and I'm the Secretary General for Uganda Association of Food Science and Technology. Now, my question goes to Madam Irene. In the path of innovation, we face the challenge of the environmental, social, and economic pressures. For instance, where I'll talk about food science, you find someone has finished school, possibly with a master's or a bachelor's degree. He's having a lot of potential to innovate, but then there is that other economic pressures. He has finished school, he's having pressures for the family to feed, he has to develop and all that. And remember, you cannot actually use your brain to the maximum when you're having those other pressures. You're having the pressures to get what to eat, where to stay, how to develop, get a car and all that. How do you do that alongside the innovations? given the fact that innovations take long to yield, you can focus on innovation for like 5 years without getting any return on it, but you can only keep hoping for the best. So in that period, as you're carrying out the innovations, how do you survive? How do you counter-manage those other forces from the outside? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Any other question from the audience? To our great innovators, there's a hand right there. Another hand. Okay, yes, there's another one here.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Mehdi.
You could stand up for recognition.
Thank you. My name is Mahad, CEO to Party Foods and Vigo Gas and Energies. I have two questions. First of all, when you look at the products that we're innovating, basically we are substituting products maybe that have been on market, or maybe that are being imported. But you find that at the end of your product that is being on market, the prices are really not competitive. The cost price is either high, and you find yourself that you cannot compete well on the Ugandan market. So how basically are you handling that? Secondly, I would like to know what's really driving your passion in innovation. Is it the love for money or the love to solve problems?
Thank you very much. We have another hand this side, and we need to balance the gender as well.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay. I'm Florence Odom, and I'm interested in Mommy's technology in regard to water. I believe so much in primary health care. Now, Mom, you're talking about using rust to control or to come up with your product. How sure are we that this technology will go a long way in ensuring that the tiniest bacteria or whatever is in the water can be destroyed? Because for me, I would believe in boiling water in case I'm to drink it. But now you're talking about rust. How accurate is this? How accurate is this? And have you tried it somewhere? Has it worked? No side effects?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I am afraid I have to get back to the panelists on the fireside chat. And we have only 1 minute to respond because time is moving. We have to move the next session. So let's begin with Irene. There was a specific question for you. There's another specific question for Dr. Klabako. And then Daniel will give us a part. And meanwhile, as you respond, give a part to the audience what your last message would be, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for the food scientists who asked how to navigate the challenges on the socio-economic issues of innovation and how to, until the time when you break even. The ecosystem is quite dynamic. What worked for me will not work exactly for you, even if I gave you my blueprint, yeah? But some of the key issues that any innovator out there or creative mind out there should always appreciate is the item of bootstrapping. Yeah? Don't expect an investor to come and put money in you if you and your closest family and friends cannot put money in what idea you have. So starting with the little you have, you can start it at household level if it's a small product like jam. Jam is something you can do in your kitchen. Yeah? So you bootstrap with the little you have, and then please always also pick up the skills of grant writing, of writing concepts and proposals. Right now also there's a lot of investment that has been done in incubation centers. We have a number of incubation centers, like I currently am producing at Curad. There's an incubation center in Makerere. So right now we have a number of opportunities and facilities from where you can start until you get an investor or a grant that can really put or push you into scale and establishing your own facility. Yeah, and to the question of what drives me to be innovative, it's the problem I faced, individually. I faced it hand. The child loves cereal. I can't afford the cereal, but we have the raw materials in the country and we are exporting them at a cheaper cost. So I can turn this and make a much higher product, a much better product that is more nutritious, but also less costly than what we have on the market. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, Irene. Let's go to Dr. Clavako.
Okay, thank you very much, Florence, for that question. How sure are we that the water that goes through the system is safe? How accurate, and won't there be any side effects? Having set up this unit, we've had to subject it to different kinds of waters whose characteristics are actually different. And then at the end of the day, we realized that, you know what, we may need to add in some extra materials in addition to the iron oxide nanoparticles so that we discharge drinking water that is actually safe, right? And of course, one of the key things with this technology is analysis. You cannot run away from the water quality characterization or the wastewater quality characterization, both before and after the treatment. And of course, we have standards. We have national stipulated standards for drinking water, but we can also borrow World Health Organization drinking water standards for comparison. So that is what we are actually working on. But like I mentioned earlier, that when it comes to these innovations that directly impact public health, you don't rush them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Another round of applause, Dr. Clavako. And finally, Daniel, what's your take from the questions?
I want to take up the question around cost here, and I think this is very important also to consider when you do an innovation, because yes, we could develop the fanciest electric motorcycles which has Netflix and Wi-Fi and everything, but you always need to look at your customer. Do you really add value to your customer? Does he make more money with it? Is it more convenient for him? For example, internet providers. We have now very many. They all have different costs. The ones which are cheaper may don't offer the same quality. So here it's very important to always keep the balance. You need to have the quality which your client wants at a price what is affordable to him. And here the good thing is with electric mobility, a lot about the discussion is always around manufacturing and assembling. We do not manufacture the electric motors here locally. But one thing what I always want to highlight with electric mobility, the energy comes from the Nile. And the Nile belongs to Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap for our panelists. I want to take this opportunity to thank them and to invite them for a photo moment, but give them another round of applause. They have done as well. They have shared their journey for innovation. I would like to invite Dr. Cosmas Mwichirize to come over, and Vice Chancellor Lila University to join us and appreciate in terms of this photo moment. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, I'll tell you something next, but let's first take this moment. Great, thank you very much. Welcome them back to the audience. Thank you. At this moment, I would like to invite Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham, are you in the house? Okay, let's now move like this. We are going to listen to Professor, I think, Professor Sabiti, in the interest of time. Professor Sabiti, as I mentioned to you, he comes from all the way from St. Andrews University in the United Kingdom, and is going to give us a keynote address titled The Idea to Market Journey for Research-Driven Innovative Products and Enterprises. Let's join hands and welcome Professor Sabit Wilbur, because he has to go back, so we want to applaud you for coming and navigating the whole night, traveling. We are proud of you as Uganda. Thank you very much. Let's have the slides projected. Okay. Meanwhile, Prof, you can be introducing yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to be here. What a great opportunity to speak science in Uganda. I was supposed to be in Kigali at the European and Developing Countries Clinical Trials Partnership Conference. But when Professor Chilenga said it's going to be Ugandan science, I said this must take the first place. So I changed my program and made sure that I'm here to share in this excellent science and innovations that people have been talking about since morning. I'm Wilbur Sabit, born and bred from southwest of Uganda, and among those who, in those days, you would come to Kampala when joining Makerere University. So, but these days, there are many universities in every corner, so you have to find another excuse to come to Kampala. So can I have the slides, please, projected? Okay. So I was given a huge theme. Our theme for the week is Science for Economy, Building Quality Science for Market-Driven Innovation. And this is the first of the kind of the summit, but I would recommend that the next time when we have a science week, the schools should be involved. So every school should be doing some experiment to be engaged in the spirit of science. So I will look at why do we think of market-driven research, the research to market gap, the conceptual framework for developing products, and the case studies, key enablers to success, and challenges to overcome, then some conclusions. So why does market-driven research matter? So research is as valuable as its impact. So research that just ends in publications, in papers or PhD theses hanged in shelves is not good enough. It must make impact. So Uganda is investing in applied innovation to solve real challenges. You've heard from morning people who have identified problems, opportunities, and found solutions. And research or market-driven research can only be successful if we can bridge the gap between academia and industry. And this is the point that was made very strongly in the earlier talks and questions from the audience, that it's important as a good ecosystem that where industry and academia work together. So when we do this, then we grow our economy and we lift people out of poverty. So in this presentation, we are going to explore how Uganda is transforming homegrown research into viable market products and why that matters for economic growth, health, and sustainability. So what is the gap? So many research projects remain on paper. Those of you who have been to university, you do a research dissertation and it ends there. Somebody did the research and found many dissertations, maybe less than 1% end into something. So that research, even the rest that we get grants for, just remains on paper and it doesn't transform into something. So, and some of this is caused because of lack of funding or poor partnerships, lack of intellectual property support. This is very key in market-driven research, because if I discover something, if I innovate, I want to make sure that I have benefit out of my innovation. So if I'm in an environment whereby my innovation is copied and reproduced by anybody, and then I do not have returns, then I lose motivation. It's important to have intellectual property support. So the market-driven mindset, very, very important, and this is what pathogen economy is propagating. And from everyone who spoke today, they have demonstrated that Uganda is now, the mindset has changed. We are now market-minded. We are not just going to do research for the sake of doing research. I remember Mr. Kazeri earlier in the morning talked about diseases being opportunities for making money for our economy. So we are turning problems into opportunities. There's been a disconnect between academia and the real world. You go, you study, and then when you graduate, you're like, what do I do? What do I go and tell my mother? I've just finished a degree in biochemistry, but I don't know what I can do in the village. So that kind of disconnect. So it's very important that we are able to connect the science that we do, the curriculum that we offer in our institutions, with the real world life. So Uganda has a wealth of brilliant academic output, but few ideas reach consumers or solve societal problems at scale. The challenge is turning knowledge into commercial solutions. So that's our challenge, and we are solving it. From today, we want to turn things into solutions. So, how does the idea then transform into a product that you can put on the market? Because you cannot sell what people don't want. If they don't want it, then you have no market. So the first thing is to identify a problem or the opportunity. So the problem becomes an opportunity. You spot a problem, that becomes an opportunity. Then the next thing is, okay, you find a solution and you develop a proof of concept. And then after you've done that, you go to what we call prototyping. If you are inventing maybe a device to diagnose, or as our people have said here before, somebody talked about she saw a problem of her daughter wanting cereal, and she had to invent a cereal that works for her, that is accessible. So once you've developed a prototype, the next step is to now decide how do you move forward? And that we call market validation. And before we go deep in market validation, so when you have a prototype, you need to take it to the field to evaluate it, to check, does it work? Do people like it? Does it solve the problem? Then you will receive feedback, and then you fine-tune your product. The next thing you do, you decide how do you want to enter the market. So for example, if you are in a university and your idea has been developed in a university, now you decide, do I need to spin it out into a company and then start manufacturing and selling? Do I need to keep it as a university company, which we call a spin-in? Or do I license it to another company that now takes it into the market, and maybe when they sell, I get some receipts of the profits that they have sold or royalties? Or do you trademark and start selling? Or what are the regulatory landscape that you need to deal with in order to get your product on market? Then once that is done, you scale up. Then you get to manufacturing and market expansion, and of course the manufacturing must be of good manufacturing practice. Commercialization, you sell, recover investment, and employ other people. That's how these products turn into employment. Because once your sales grow and your manufacturing grows, you find that you can no longer do it alone. So then you need to employ other people to work with you, and that creates employment for other people. And of course, the happiest moment of the inventor or the innovator is when society begins to use your product. So it is being used in the practice, and it's solving the problem that you wanted to solve. You are the happiest person at that point, and maybe some cash is also coming back to your pocket. So successful innovations follow a staged pathway. The earlier market feedback is introduced, the more likely a product meets the real needs and succeeds. So it's good to get feedback as early as possible, because people will tell you if something doesn't work, they will tell you that it doesn't work, and then you can think otherwise. So there are some examples of which have been successful. You know about Chila Motors. I won't dwell much on it. You know how it started, and now it's on the market. People are using the buses, the Kayola buses, and we are all happy in the city having these green energy buses. You know about the Banana Industrial Research and Innovation Center, which again is an idea research project that started in the university and solving the banana waste and adding value. So the problem was that we are having lots of banana we produce, but most of it being wasted because we didn't know how to turn it into products. But through research, this has been turned around, and a number of products are being produced and put on the market. And actually, I want to say that we are yet to exhaust what we can make out of bananas. There's more that can be made out. So Uganda grows bananas in abundance, but most go to waste. So BIRDC turned the staple crop into value-added product line, boosting farmer incomes and food security. I don't know whether many of you have heard about this. This is the Airlight Vein Locator. This is also Ugandan-made innovation, started up by students, incubated at Makerere University, but also some links with Mbarara University. They now have a manufacturing line somewhere in Mbarara, and what they are doing, they are manufacturing devices which use red light, and red light can penetrate the skin and then light up the veins and make them clearer for the doctor or the nurse to see so that they can take a blood sample. I don't know whether you have ever been to the hospital and they want to take a blood sample and they spend like 15 minutes looking for your veins. And maybe the doctor piercing here and then piercing there and then piercing there to find the veins. But with this innovation, that's not a problem now because that device will light up the veins and it will be clearer to see, and the phlebotomist will be, it will be easy for them to take a blood sample. So blood samples are taken almost on a daily at every hospital. So this is a real world solution for a challenge like this. So this innovation, all these three are made from Uganda, and you have heard of many other innovations that were mentioned right from the morning. So, now this is case number 4. This is now the innovation that I made myself in my research group at the University of St. Andrews. So we saw that tuberculosis, the diagnosis of it or monitoring treatment depended on growing bacteria in the laboratory. So tuberculosis bacteria are one of the most slow-growing organisms. So if you grow it in liquid culture, it will take roughly a week if the patient has a high burden, but it can take up to 40 days for the bacteria to grow if there are fewer. And if it is a solid culture, it will take even 2 months before you get results. So our solution was, can't we use RNA to be able to detect these bacteria and quantify them? So what we do is we detect the RNA of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, that's the bacteria that causes tuberculosis, and then we quantify that RNA, and that translates into how many bacteria are present in the patient sample. So when the patient begins treatment, the medicine kills the bacteria, and then the number of bacteria that are present reduce over time, and then you know, okay, the medicine is working for my patient because the number we can count is small. This technology can be applied to many other infectious diseases. We have applied it to what we call the non-tuberculous mycobacteria. In Europe, that's now a big problem. These are other cousins of TB, but they do not have the same structures as Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So we've applied to that one. We've applied it to people with chronic lung diseases, and we're also applying it to also sepsis, to people with Mycobacterium ulcerans, Buruli ulcer. I had a student from Ghana. He came to my laboratory, and I trained him on how to develop this assay. He developed it, and then he took it back to Ghana to now begin to detect and quantify this Buruli ulcer. You know, Buruli ulcer was first described in Uganda, just in a village not far from here called Buruli. But now it is a big problem in West Africa. And it's also another hard to treat organism. So this technology is the first RNA-based bacterial technology that can quantify live bacteria and monitor treatment response. So that was developed in my research group at the University of St. Andrews, and we are now selling research use kits in over 20 countries in the world. So what enables us to succeed? A strong university-industry collaboration is very key. And that's what I've seen in the UK. Every university is run like a business because the government doesn't put direct money into universities. Each university must find money to run its own affairs. So they are always on the lookout for their researchers, whether there is a product they have that they want to take to market. And they support them all the way to market, because the university, if they manage to market one compound, one molecule, like a cancer drug, they will make money for generations to come. So they are very, very observant in making sure that things go to market. And for this technology that we developed, we now licensed it to a company. That company was scouted by the university scouts, who go out to the private sector and scout for potential investors, and they bring them to university and they say, look, we have a product here, can you invest in it and commercialize it? And then the investor puts in money and takes the product further forward to the market. Because it's a long process. For biological innovation, medical innovations, the time to market is roughly 20 years. It's only in COVID-19 where we had a vaccine in 1 year, and people are still debating how that one happened. So incubators and accelerators are very important, having incubation centers where people can incubate their ideas and prototypes. Government support, very critical, and government of Uganda is definitely doing it through the pathogen economy. And so successful innovations don't work in isolation. They have ecosystems around them: funding, mentorship, policy, and partnerships. It's very important to work in collaboration with others. So this is the ecosystem that would help you to really get things to where they should go. This is kind of made in the framework of a university setting, but it can apply to any other setting on how you can get your idea, what kind of enablers you need to get things to the market. So challenges which we need to overcome, there's still a challenge of limited venture capital and research and development funding, because we need to ask ourselves, whose research question are we answering? Uganda is trying to solve this through the pathogen economy, the Ministry of Science and Technology, by putting money by which Ugandans can ask research questions, innovate for challenges which are Ugandan. African solution, Ugandan solution for Ugandan challenges. There's a challenge of weak tech transfer offices, still a challenge in many universities. Their technology transfer offices are still not strong enough. They need to be developed and capacitated to help translation of these innovations. There's still a challenge of local investor appetite of risk. So investors are like, oh, do I need to invest in this thing? When will I get my money back? And then they shy away, and our innovators don't get the money that they need. Of course, bureaucratic hurdles in scaling or exporting your product. It's one thing to have your product sold in Uganda, but it's another thing for you to take it to Kenya or Tanzania or beyond. You heard of this fighting about aflatoxins and other things. So to unleash Uganda's full potential, we must address the friction points and de-risk innovation pathways. So what do I recommend? We need to embed entrepreneurship training in university program. So entrepreneurship should be part and parcel of all university programs. Strengthen our intellectual property and commercialization offices. Incentivize private sector research and development. Create demand-driven funding calls. So a system-wide approach is needed, linking research agendas to market demand and national development priorities. And that's my challenge to STI, to ensure that these challenges are overcome and our entrepreneurs have got the innovation to the ecosystem, the environment to innovate and take a product to market. So, research that works for Uganda. That's my take-home message. Uganda has the ideas, talent, and demand. And you have seen them right from the morning. The next step is scaling support to take innovations from laboratory to market. Welcome back, Honorable Minister and Canon Nakarima. Thank you for coming back. So the challenge for you is really, and that's what we are doing in the personal economy, scaling up the support that is needed for entrepreneurs, for innovators to deliver their products. Innovations can emerge from the interface of science and humanities. I want to demystify this issue of like, oh, humanities, they are not very useful. But actually, good innovation can happen at the interface of scientific subjects and humanities. And I will give you a quick example. At the University of St. Andrews, we developed a device for detecting and monitoring whales wherever they are in the world. And that device was developed between a collaboration of physicists, musicians, and mathematicians. So the musicians knew about sounds, the physicists knew about how to make up these devices, and the mathematicians knew how to bring in the mathematics. So they invented a device. This device tracks whales. The whales are tagged, and wherever they are in the world, wherever they are tracked all over the world. And that is an innovation that came because of collaboration between music, which is a humanities subject, and basic science, physics, and mathematics. I want to end by acknowledging Uganda's education that gave me something to sell wherever I am, to sell to the world, because I couldn't sell potatoes in Scotland. They have lots of potatoes. But the education I got from here, they could buy it because they needed it. Thanks to the National Science Week and the National Science Summit organizing team for inviting me and making use of my skills. The government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations, Makerere Lung Institute, and Makerere University at large, Interdisciplinary Consortium for Epidemics Research, University of St. Andrews, my primary employer, and the research colleagues all over the world, and participants who participate in these research projects, and funding from many sources that fund our research, of course, with our beloved STI that is making things happen in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was a very fascinating presentation by Professor Wilbur Sabit. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof. You've really helped us see the linkages that can happen. Thank you very much. And wish you well in your endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving well with our program, and we want to welcome the Honorable Minister back. Thank you very much, Honorable, for making time again. And I want us to also, in the same spirit, welcome Colonel Edith Nakarima. Thank you very much for coming. Colonel Edith Nakarima is the head of State House Investor Protection Unit. Thank you very much for making it, and she'll be part of our last panel when we come to that. So in the interest of time, we are now moving on to receive the findings from the acute respiratory illness clinical trial results that we will have a significant milestone in signing the clinical trials report, which the Honorable Minister, Dr. Monica Msenero, will sign today as part of the activities for the National Science Summit. So let me invite Professor Bruce James Chilenga to come over and make this presentation, and after which we'll sign the clinical trials report. So I can see Dr. Winters is here able to represent Professor Bruce. And after that, Professor Bruce Chilenga will invite the Honorable Minister to sign the clinical trials report. Thank you, Dr. Winters, for coming.
Thank you. Very good evening. I'm happy you clarified that, because people would have thought I'm an imposter. I'm not Professor Bruce Chilenga. Winters Mutamba is my name, and I will be presenting some of the work we've done through the pathogen economy, and that is, maybe I should stand here, the safety, pharmacokinetics, and preliminary efficacy of 2 herbal therapeutics that we subjected to what scientists would call scientific rigor, or a clinical trial. And we abbreviated that as CONAT-ARI. CONAT, I'll come to that, but ARI standing for acute respiratory infections. And that should definitely tell you what our target disease was for that trial. Maybe I should first give a short intro on what CONAT is. So CONAT is an abbreviation for Clinical Trials of Natural Therapeutics. The funder is the government of Uganda through Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, coordinated by Makerere University Lung Institute in the College of Health Sciences. And we work with several other institutions, again speaking to the idea behind interdisciplinarity. So we work with several institutions, the Makerere University College of Veterinary, Animal Resource and Biotechnology, COVAB. I saw scientists from that institution. The Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute, NACRI, I saw Dr. around as well. Uganda Virus Research Institute, I saw Jacqueline, and then the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratories. So I will go through what each of these institutions bring, but again, that further typifies the role of interdisciplinarity. I will probably speak to only this map. I don't know if this pointer works. Okay, yeah. I can speak to this map. Uganda is very well blessed with abundant flora and fauna. At least that we know for a fact. But despite that, let me use this. When you look at the continents in terms of countries that have done trials and churned out products that have gotten into the national drug or treatment guidelines, you discover that actually Africa, despite its rich or abundant flora and fauna, has only contributed up to 9. You see South America, 9, Europe around 33. But the message here is that despite all this abundance, we're still not doing well. And that's how CONAT comes in to probably fill that gap. So the program goal is to conduct research that accelerates notification and licensing of Uganda's natural medicines to improve health of Ugandans and to harness the economic potential of natural medicine. This is one of our favorite pictures, and I think we are walking the talk because a couple of years ago, His Excellency the President actually tasked scientists, and I will read this tweet that came out in 2022, never gets old. I call upon doctors, scientists to work closely with innovators of herbal medicine, especially by carrying out clinical trials in the presence of formulary founders, herbalists, in order to root out mistrust and therefore identify the important elements which cure a given illness. And ladies and gentlemen, CONAT has done that. This morning we had product innovators. I think I saw Dr. Kazile, we have Dr. Bakiro, and we have Professor Wako. So we've tried to do this, all that speaking to the call that the President put forward. He called them herbalists here. I just want to deviate a bit. A couple of years ago, I sat in a meeting where Professor was telling us, Professor Chilenga, the task at hand. And one of the things he said, I think if you remember, Prof, that your colleagues were actually saying you've turned herbalists, now you're herbalists. And I think we've been able to challenge them, and I can assure you that now the group is getting bigger because of that stewardship. The program objectives are to coordinate activities of natural medicines, discovery and clinical trials, mobilize funds, conduct research on natural medicines, conduct human clinical trials, creation of a dedicated clinical trials ward, build capacity of traditional herbal innovators from manufacture to market, support traditional herbal innovators in the process of licensing products found to be safe and effective. And in the last 3 years, we've been able to do almost all this. But for today, it will be basically about the clinical trials. Now, one of the innovations we've put forward is what we call the adaptive platform trials. Until recently, what used to happen is you'd have a product, design a protocol, implement, get done, then come back and do another one. The challenge with that is if you wait till the end, you could actually come up with a product that is not working at all. But also, this platform allows you to evaluate several products, all within the same platform, but also you have potential to evaluate many products at different stages, stage 2, 3, and 4. And at CONAT, we are trying to push for that. Like the trial will tell you, we've been able to evaluate 2 clinical or 2 herbal products using the same resources. Ideally, a long time ago, you'd have to design 2 trials. So you can see the cost effectiveness in this approach. Now, CONAT trials, we've so far concluded one that we are going to be presenting, but there are many things in the pipeline. In the coming weeks, we should be doing something on diabetes and also something on malaria. Now, coming to the CONAT-RE protocol or trial, the investigators, some of them are here, plus the trial team. Professor Chirenga is our chief investigator, and the co-chief investigators include Professor Pauline Vyachika, who was online. I don't know if she's still online. And then we have a wide array of expertise from several institutions and several research scientists. Now, someone might want to ask, why did we start with acute respiratory infections? And the answer is here. We looked at the burden, and what we discovered that across the world, and of course in Uganda as well, that the burden of these infections is quite high. And that's why we picked on them. Not just any disease, but something that is problematic to our country. And that's why we picked on acute respiratory infections. And here we document the burden. Most of us now, of course, know we've ever had an acute respiratory infection. I remember I got COVID twice. I don't know how many of you got COVID, but that's also an acute respiratory infection. Now, the acute respiratory infections could be caused by bacteria, but could also be by viruses. Now, the focus of our trial here was on viruses, and we picked on 3. COVID-19, as expected, caused by SARS-CoV-2, and then the influenza viruses, A and B, and then what we call the RSV. So those are the viruses we're interested in. I think I will probably rush through. This is a very important slide. A colleague asked me earlier, what do you decide or what do you base on to identify which product to include? There are so many products on acute respiratory infections. And these products are taken through some bit of scrutiny. First of all, the CONAT program put together a checklist. As an innovator, when you come, we subject some of your products to a checklist. But importantly, your product has to be notified by the National Drug Authority. Now, in the event that it is not, we don't just abandon you. We still support you to make sure you get this notification. And then, there are 2 critical stages before we finally subject these products through clinical trials. One of them is the in vitro, outside the human body. If you say this product kills cells, we get your product, we get the cell, put them together and see if it really does. Then the next thing, and I'm happy to report that this was done at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. I saw Dr. Jacqueline Chosimile here. Thanks for the fantastic job. Then the other thing we do is find out, okay, they work very well in a lab. How about if we put them in an animal model? How well would they work? And if we discover that if you gave them to 10 animals, they all died because of toxic effects, then there is no need for us to take it to what? To a human. So these are very critical stages. So these 2 products Vidicin and Tazkov was subjected to all that scrutiny, and they passed and ultimately got into our clinical trial. The objectives of this clinical trial were largely around safety. Are these products safe? 2, can they do that they are supposed to do? And one of the things we look at is their ability to clear the virus. And one of the objectives, like you see, is viral clearance. But also, most times our patients are very concerned about the symptoms. So we ask ourselves, do these products lead to faster symptom resolution? And that was the other objective. And then ultimately, if this product is working and it is doing very well, then you should get better instead of progressing. And that's why we'll have our last objective as ability to stop that disease from getting worse or disease progression. Study endpoints basically speak to the objectives. One of the main things we're interested in is their ability to quickly clear these symptoms, or what we've called the time to symptom resolution. Secondary endpoints, do they lead to faster viral clearance? And then the last one, do they stop that progression from a patient getting, let me use for lack of a better word, sicker, or probably you came with mild disease? If these products are indeed working, you shouldn't progress to severe disease. So that's the other thing we looked at. The methods, like I said, this was a trial, a phase 2A open label randomized controlled clinical trial. We leveraged the adaptive platform trial framework that I already talked about. Done at Mulago National Referral Hospital. We have state-of-the-art clinical trials out there, but we had screening being done at many health facilities across Kampala. So we're screening for patients who report or present with signs and symptoms of acute respiratory infections. To be included in this trial, you have to be an adult. You have to have a negative TB test, and of course you had to inform, to accept to be part of the trial by giving informed consent. We excluded participants with severe disease, anyone who has a contraindication to any of these products. Now, someone will wonder, how do you know someone has a contraindication? There are people who would tell us that every time I take a herbal, I react. So those participants were excluded. The pregnant were also excluded because we didn't have sufficient data on the effects of these products in pregnancy. And then any individual who had severe organ impairment was excluded. We followed up these participants for 3 months, 90 days, and there were several follow-up points. And at these follow-up points, there are key things we looked out for. One, like I said, is the virus clearing? So we did PCR testing. 2, how is this product doing in terms of safety issues? And here we did many lab tests to check for effects on the liver, the kidney, the heart, and the blood, of course. And then lastly, we had a clinical team that interfaced with the participants and asked if there were safety concerns that we didn't pick on the lab, but they wanted to express. So those are some of the things we did across a period of 3 months. What did we find? This table, I will not ask you to read it. I'm just close here, I can't also read it. But just to let you know that our sample size was 510, and we met that sample size. The mean age of our participants was 32 years, so on average, our participants were aged 32 years. Majority were female, more than half. As expected in most trials, females are always more. And majority had secondary level education. This slide, I will probably pick out one thing in terms of how we're able to allocate patients to the different arms. Maybe one thing I didn't mention is if we confirm that you're actually eligible and you consent, would allocate you to any of the 3 treatment arms. So one of the arms was the product plus the standard of care. So those were 2 arms, because each product would go with a standard of care. We had 2 products, those are 2 arms. And then the last one was the standard of care. So we had 3 arms. And what this table is basically telling you is the arms were fairly balanced. So our randomization was quite good. And that is very key, because once you have a balanced randomization like this, then you eliminate things around bias, and then you can be able to confidently assess the outcomes across the three arms. Now, one of the things I said that we wanted to see is, does this product lead to faster symptom resolution? So this slide tells you that these products led to a faster resolution of symptoms compared to the standard of care. That is very key and probably take home. And I will not bother you with this graph, but what we are basically doing here, this is called a Kaplan-Meier that represents hazard ratios. What this is basically saying, what is the possibility or the rate of resolution of these symptoms? And if you look at this, the red is the standard of care. That curve is lagging behind the two curves for IP1 and IP2. And that already shows you a signal that there is a faster symptom resolution. So we try to adjust for the presenting symptoms. And what we noticed that even when you do that, the products still lead to a faster symptom resolution. I'll pick on product A, or product 1, which had an adjusted hazard ratio of 1.3. And what that means is patients in the IP arm of one of the products, IP1, had a 31% higher rate of symptom resolution when compared to the standard of care. I think that's a very big message. And we saw the same thing for IP2, where we saw a 38% higher rate of symptom resolution compared to the standard of care. So what am I saying? That these products led to a faster symptom resolution compared to the standard of care administered alone. That's the message from this slide. The next slide is looking at the symptoms. So they came with several symptoms: cough, sore throat, fever, and everything. And we tried to do the same. Cough was actually the most prevalent symptom. But what we see here is still the two products lead to faster resolution of cough, statistically significant, and also faster resolution of a sore throat. Of course, significant for one of the products, but not significant for the other. But still, you see a faster resolution of these symptoms. How about viral clearance? You remember that was one of the other objectives. So do these products lead to viral clearance, so a faster viral clearance rate? And we didn't see any difference here. At the time to viral clearance did not differ between arms with estimated median time to viral clearance of 2 days. Safety. You don't want to give a very dangerous drug to a participant. So that was one of the key things we wanted to assess. Are these products safe? Yes, they have led to a faster symptom resolution, but are they safe? And over the follow-up period, a total of 304 participants reported an adverse event. Now, this was either clinical, picked by the clinician, or a lab, picked after review of the lab results. And the cumulative total of these adverse events was 602, meaning there are participants who had actually more than one. That's why you see the number going high. And to note is most of the adverse events were actually mild and self-limiting. The adverse events distributed across the arms, the standard of care had 161. The IP1, or product 1, had 220. And IP2 had 221. And what this shows is that actually the standard of care also has adverse events. But now the question is this because of the background disease process, or it is indeed a result of these products? Now, these graphs show you the safety assessed from the lab, from the the clinical angle in terms of clinical signs and symptoms pointing to safety. And again, speaks to the fact that most of these were actually mild, or what we would call grade 1, and only a few were grade 3, the deep red, for all the products. And then you see for standard of care the same, you see for IP1 the same, IP2 the same. But one thing to note from these graphs is that actually as you move away from enrollment, as the days increase, you see these adverse events going down. Again, that could point to the disease process, because like I said, we're picking clinical adverse events. The participant comes to you and they tell you, I've had a headache, I've had a tummy upset. So as the disease wanes, probably is one, this probably speaks to the disease process, which again could point to the fact that what we are seeing is not per se because of the drugs, but rather the disease process. How about the labs? Now for the labs, you realize they don't fall down gradually like it was for the clinicals. But still, one thing to note is, again, for the labs, majority are actually mild. Very few life-threatening. These were things like a raised platelet count, things like a lymphocytosis. You know, we were picking all that. But still, we didn't see anything that was quite worrying for us to be concerned. I forgot to mention for the clinical adverse events, most of them were actually GI related. Nausea, some abdominal upset, diarrhea, something we see with most of these products. Even Panadol that we take for headache could potentially give you a headache, you know, as a side effect. So this is what we saw. But one thing to note is that the labs take quite some time before they come back to normal, as opposed to the clinical adverse events. Now, one thing, if you remember the title, we had something to do with pharmacokinetics. Just to make it simple, if we gave you a drug or put a drug in your body, how does your body react or respond to that? So we start talking of things like absorption. The drug should ideally be absorbed for it to effect. Then it should ideally be metabolized, it should be excreted, and then we would see levels going down or staying steady. Now, if we give a drug and we come back later and there's nothing in blood, then we probably given you what some people call byoya byanswa. Ideally, it should be reflected. So what we did was we picked a group of patients or participants, actually two categories of participants. There is a group that we gave a single dose. We give you the drug and then monitor you and see how the drug either increases or decreases over time. The expectation is that if we give the drug and it's really going where it should go, you should have it go up, gets metabolized, then excreted, then we'd see that drop. But then there's another group of participants who we said, okay, we are going to give you several doses of this drug. Again, we come and see how the body handles that in terms of what we notice in the blood. So we used our clinical trials ward within Mlago and admitted these participants and monitored them and collected blood samples after giving them these products. And day one, this is for the single dose. We give you one dose and see how your body reacts or responds. But what you see, forget about these many lines, but we noted that when we give you the drug, or when we give the patient the drug or participant the drug, initially, of course, the levels are low, there's nothing. But then, after 5 to 7 hours, you see it peak, because now it's been absorbed and is in the blood system. Now, after 7 hours, you see a drop. Again, speaking to issues of metabolism and excretion, which is normally what we see for all oral drugs. So, in a way, this passed the test. Then we did, at day 7, we give you several doses of a period of time. And because we are giving you several doses, we expect that you get a point where you accumulate, and then you stay there until we finally withhold the drug. And that's what you see here, that you see the levels go up, and because you're giving more, you have that steady state, which is maintained because you keep replacing. Again, something that is very typical of drugs given orally and subsequently or over many doses. Now, what's the conclusion? I think I already mentioned that these drugs did very well. And the reason I say they did very well is because they led to a faster symptom resolution compared to the standard of care. Now, I need to mention that the standard of care for these acute viral respiratory infections is actually supportive. Most of you have gone, you have a headache, they give you Panadol. Some people have been taking cetirizine. There are those who get antibiotics if you have a superimposed bacterial infection. There are those who, I'm told there are those who are getting steroids. Of course, that's again debatable, but that's the standard of care. But what we see is that actually these two products did very well in terms of resolving the issues that patients present with, and these are normally symptoms. Now, the second take home here is that the products led to faster viral clearance. Whereas it might not have been different across the three arms, but at least they led to faster viral clearance. And that is very key, because most times people, I will bring the example of COVID. If you still have the virus, the chances of transmission are definitely higher. But if you have that clearance, then you're cutting the cycle of transmission. And I think that's a very good point. But importantly, like I mentioned, we wanted to know, are these products safe? And what we found out here is actually these products are safe. You remember the standard of care that we thought is actually safe also had adverse events. So I think that's the last slide, but allow me to thank the institutions involved. Like I mentioned, interdisciplinary. We have, of course, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat that has funded this through the government of Uganda. Uganda Virus Research Institute, I mentioned the in vitro studies. And then we have Busitema University. I saw Professor Wako here. They are the product developers for one of the products that we evaluated. Kazile Herbal Products Limited. I saw Dr. Kazile here. Thank you so much. College of Veterinary Medicine for the animal studies and all that. The Director of Government Analytical Laboratory. I forgot to mention this. One of the things we said, you brought us this product, but what is in here? So we did literature and actually discovered these products, what was very common to them was a chemical called quercetin. So we sent these samples to DIGAL, the Directorate of Government Analytical Labs, and said, is this quercetin really there? And they were able to actually document that there is quercetin. So we thank them as well. And then, of course, Makerere University for the leadership and oversight. And then the trial participants, 510. I think we need to thank them for contributing to the science, the enrollment and screening facilities. Most of them were KCCA facilities. The ethics and regulatory bodies. We had a data safety and monitoring board. Very key again, I mentioned in adaptive platform trials, you don't want to wait for a product until the end and say this product is not coming. You'll have expended a lot of resources. So the DSMB was there to tell us that this product is actually causing more harm than good. Can you stop it? But luckily, we didn't get to that point, so the products continued up to the end. And then the Scientific Advisory Committee and the trial staff, some of them are in here. We do appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winters, for a wonderful presentation. Can we give him another round of applause? And we want to thank you, Professor Bruce Chilenga, for leading the team and making disciples, because we have seen the great work that you've been able to do. So at this moment, we are going to move to the signing of the clinical trial report, but I would like to know if there are one or two questions that probably could arise from the audience. And after that, we'll take 2 people, 3 people, and after that, we'll go to sign our clinical trials report. I will ask Professor Chilenga to give a statement before the minister signs. So let us take 3 questions. One is Professor Sabiti, Another one is Mr. Kajimu, and then the third one. Let's begin with Professor Sabit.
Thank you, Dr. Mutamba, for the excellent presentation and for the excellent work and for turning the herbals, what they used to call bucket chemistry, into real medicine. So there are two observations I made. One, you ruled out tuberculosis. So I would like to know, why was it important to rule out tuberculosis among the participants? And two, when I look at your Kaplan-Meier curves, the curves look a little bit close, though the probability value looks great, 0.001. So how can you convince me that indeed the difference of viral clearance was different?
Do I answer?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to inquire on the part of the pharmacokinetics. I've seen you're able to detect the levels of the drug that was able to move to the blood. But usually herbal medicines have a number of compounds. So which compound were you looking at to see that the drug has actually achieved the different plasma concentrations? Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Ambrose and I'm a clinician. I have a few questions to you, doctor. So we have looked at the pharmacokinetics of the drug, and I believe that for every such study that is done on a drug, we have like the data presented in a way that is easy to understand. For example, when you started talking about the safety of the drug, I noticed that there is I expected to see maybe the issue of the therapeutic index. That one was not determined. I didn't see it because even the efficacy value was not shown, basing on the quantum dose response curves that you showed us. I also want to ask you a question there. If maybe you've tried doing a research to know if the drug has a protein binding effect, because I saw the curve was rising and was completely going down. Was it following a zero order or a first order elimination? Those are the things I would like to know, such that I can easily work well in my clinical setting, to know which drugs can interact with it, maybe to make it more active, or ones that increase its elimination. So that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Maybe I take on those first. I struggled to hear the last question, but I will try and respond for the things I picked. I mean, I will start with Professor Sabiti. Professor Sabiti, I forgot to tell you that he's actually my mentor and he supervised me for my PhD. And we'll be cutting cake next month. Yeah, but thanks, Professor Sabiti. So why were we interested in TB? Two reasons. By the way, I used to work in the TB program for quite some time, and I discovered one thing, that actually TB is misdiagnosed in most of our settings. And that is one of the first reasons. We didn't want again to also be among the people who are mismanaging TB. But the main reason is, if you have TB and they start you on treatment, some of the drugs actually affect metabolism. You know, the cytochrome P something 5, the pharmacologist can help me. But it is more of drug-drug interaction. Some of the TB medicines actually could increase metabolism of some of these products. And we are not dealing with the product that we are very sure about, so you didn't want to take that chances. That's why we picked out TB for those two reasons. Not mismanaged, but also the issues around drug-drug interactions. But Professor Chirenga is here as well, maybe he'll come in. The second bit was about how do we convince you. The curves were quite close. I wanted to leave this to Professor Chirenga. You know, you leave the big questions for the professors.
Okay, thank you, Wilbur, for that question. First of all, here I'm going to be a bit technical, then I will give the other answer after. A Kaplan-Meier models, we modeled the hazard of you not improving given the product. So these are not simple proportion modeling. We modeled the hazard. Now, when we are doing the clinical trial, and this goes off to what we teach in class, how do you design a clinical trial? It starts on the outcome. The primary outcome was a point change in the severity of the symptom per day. So we did not design, and this is where the innovators need to think with us. We did not design, Wilbur, you came with the cough, no. No, if you design a clinical trial like that, we'd never find any effect. Because these coughs actually may never go away actually, even for 6 weeks. But if you came with a cough of severity 5 and it becomes 4, it becomes 3, there is a change. So we modeled the hazard of a change, no, a failure to have a change in the severity of the cough over time. And I'm happy you have asked that question. This may not be the audience to go into that. You can actually model the probability of improving. That's one. But for us, what we are interested is the failure outcome. So that's why I said it's going to be a bit what? Technical. Now, when it comes to the other reason, is the clinical trial was not compared to a placebo. It was compared to the standard of care. Imagine all these drugs you take for your flu, amoxicillin, cetirizine, all that, on top. So the effect size is small. You get it? Now, we knew that from the design of the trial. So we powered our study to be able to detect however small difference it is. And that's why you are seeing the difference is small, but the p-value is very nice. Actually, let me tell you, I was going to say this at the end. I have been in a clinical trial since 2009. I have never seen a clinical trial perform this well. Even all these medicines we are giving you for TB, for cancer, the difference, this p-value here, you can't find it. Actually, the first time when the statistician gave it to me, I said, no, it's not true. So I called him to my table. Let's run this model together. And you know how we run these models? You set the computer, the thing runs, you go take coffee, come back, it has not what? Converged. Until when the thing converged and the difference was there. So I think, Winters, I knew this was going to come from your professor to give you hard time.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Chirenga. I'm happy this was not a Viva question from my supervisor. There was a question on what compound we're interested in. The answer is quercetin. That's the product that we're interested in, and the PK assays were around that. And actually in literature, quercetin is quite a good product for these infections. It has anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and all those effects. The Chinese actually have done quite a lot of work on quercetin. I didn't get the last questions from my colleague there, but I think they were around PK, issues around interactions, which drugs to look out for. I don't know if that is what the question was, but I'm happy to probably interface with you and
you can
respond.
engage with the participant later. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Dr. Winters. He has done a very great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost coming to the close of this first National Science Summit. And at this moment, I would like to invite Professor Chilenga to make a statement on that clinical trials report, after which you will invite the minister and our dear Colonel Nakarema Edith to come over and escort the minister to sign that clinical trials report and launch it. I also want to recognize the presence of the Deputy RDC Nakasongora District. Can you wave to us? Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. He's right there. So Professor Chilenga, you can make a statement and then invite the minister to sign our clinical trials report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can sign now. Let me invite Honorable Minister Dr. Monica Musenero to walk to our clinical trials report together with Colonel Edith Nakarema and Professor Chilenga, the team of STI, the head of the pathogen economy, Madame Brenda, the innovators who were behind this, like Dr. Winters, you can't be left behind. Let's move closer to our clinical trials report launch at the first National Science Summit. We want to thank the Almighty God that this has been able to happen. We want to appreciate the CONAT team, the bigger family. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Musenero, for signing and launching the clinical trials report by the CONAT team. Thank you very much. Now, Colonel Edith Nakarema signing the clinical trials report at the first ever National Science Summit. This is a wonderful day of monumental magnitude, and we thank the Almighty God for using our honorable minister to create change in this country and make Uganda the best. Wow, let's clap our hands to Colonel Edith. So I will invite other people that are present here to also sign on this important document. Professor Chilenga, of course, as the chief investigator, Vice Chancellor Lila University, you need to come close and sign. The head of the pathogen economy, Madame Brenda, please sign. And we want to continuously see how Uganda turns into a greater nation. This is fascinating because it will also increase our GII, the Global Innovation Index. These are some of the facilitations, groundbreaks for our GII increase. And we know what STI has been able to contribute. Wonderful. Thank you, Madame Brenda, for being the engine of the pathogen economy with your team. And we want to appreciate all the STI team leads for leading well and showing the example as we make Uganda great again. Of course, without forgetting Dr. Cosmas Mwichirize, the superintendent of industrial value chain. I don't know if he's around to sign as well. Of course, Professor Sabit, you need to be closer and also make a signature before you travel to United Kingdom. Dr. Winters, where are you? Sign, please. Sign on this important report. Thank you very much, Dr. Kazile, the team at CONAT. Thank you very much. This is a great moment. It's one of the events of the National Science Week. And Professor Chilenga will hand over the clinical trials report to the Honorable Minister. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Chilenga, for handing over this important report. We also recognize Professor Pauline Vyachika, who is the co-investigator and who has been attending online. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. He's waving to Uganda the important milestone of this clinical trials report. So let me kindly ask us to take back our seats, and then we are going to move into the last parts of this summit. So at this moment, I kindly request the Honorable Minister to have a group photo with the team at CONAT. Professor Chilenga and your team, please have a moment of a group photo. I think it is important that we take it from here so that we capture the clinical trials report in the background. Okay, the CONAT team and the key rangers, the team leads, please join in so that we have this photo at this day of monumental magnitude. Thank you. I hope we are moving well with the photo moment. All right. Let's all say, making Uganda the best. Making Uganda the best. Making Uganda the best. Wonderful. Well done. Thank you very much. Let me kindly request everyone to join in from the team, the CONAT team. Okay? All right. Great. Can we have the team joining in? All right. So let's now invite the Honorable Minister back to her seat, and then we are going into the last closing moments of this first ever National Science Summit. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister takes over the seat, I would now like to welcome Dr. Samuel Obachilo to come here. Dr. Obachilo, Samuel, please join me here. We are going to have 30 minutes dedicated to the innovators mentioning a statement on the work they have been doing, and after that we are going to have the closing session. So let me invite Dr. Samuel Obachilo to take a lead of this session, and then we will delve into the closing session where Mr. Mrodokai will introduce Colonel Nakarema, who will also invite, after speaking, invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us. So let me invite Dr. Samuel Obachilo.
Thank you very much. We shall start with Solomon. And Solomon is going to present herbal extract larvicide project from Lira University. Control room. We are going to keep time, so better do 3 minutes, maximum 4. You can start talking.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and the Vice Chancellor Lira University, and all the other scientists, and each and everyone. My name is Solomon Eshel. I'm the principal investigator behind the herbal extract larvicide, which is one of the projects being funded by the mighty STI. As I wait for the slides, herbal extract herbicide is one of the projects which is targeting the prevention and control of malaria among the people in the community. This project here, it targets the mosquitoes at the larval stage, whereby aiming at breaking the life cycle of the mosquitoes to avoid them hatching into the adults. Oh, one time I remember a philosopher in United States of America, one time he said, instead of continuing mopping the house, why can't we close the tap? And that is why we are introducing the herbicide. Okay, I can read from here. Mosquito-borne diseases, it contributes to more than 700 morbidity, and then 700 million morbidity cases, and then also 1 million mortality cases. And then if we realize, you will find that malaria is one of the causes of poverty in the country, because the country always spends more than $500 in the malaria control activity, and then also at the society level we always spend more than $600 million in the treatment of malaria, and each individuals we spend each month, each individual spend at an average of $3. Herbal extract herbicide, it has been formulated, scientifically validated in the lab, and now we are moving from the lab to the community. Below there are the laboratory results. During our testing at the laboratory setting, we have found that the herbal extract herbicide, which has been formulated from Lira University, has 100% efficacy within 30 minutes in killing the mosquitoes at the lab stage, and then also having a residual efficacy of 98% after 3 days. It still continues killing mosquitoes. And then also, the toxicological studies conducted, it found that the LD50 is more than 1,000 milligrams per kg on Western rats. Here it means that it has minimal toxicity on the mammals and also other aquatic lives. We have also done a study on the fish, the pollinators, the bees, and then also the soil microorganism. And we have also found that the herbicide have no effects on the fish, the pollinator, and also the soil microorganism. Therefore, this product is cost effective, environmentally friendly, and is also scalable. There is the mechanism of action which has been determined. And then also the market, we are targeting the public health agencies, NGOs, government agencies, private pest control, eco-tourism sectors, hotels, and also the general households in the community. This innovation supports job creations, wealth creation, because if we can prevent malaria, it means that we are going to prevent the country from losing more than $500 million in the treatment of malaria. Therefore, people will be productive, the government will also save the money. And then also, we'll also create jobs among the people in the community through people who will be cultivating the herbs, and then also people who will be working in the industry. Here is the estimated mortality rates of malaria in the country. If you see on the other side, you will find the estimated cases and then also the estimated mortality. You will find that cases is reducing, but the mortality is again increasing. Therefore, it indicates that there is a lot of resistance to the drugs that we normally use. It means like we have to target the mosquitoes so that we can make our people healthy, and then we make the community productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much so for that presentation. The people in the control room, the next presenter is Rachel Najuko from Search Innovations Uganda Limited, and she'll be presenting on a topic, mushroom value addition for employability and sustainability. Welcome with me, Najuko Rachel. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Najuko Rachel from Search Innovations Uganda Limited, and I'm the CEO. We are based in Mukono district, and today I want to talk about unlocking the potential of the mushroom industry in Uganda through market-driven innovations. Currently, as the mushroom industry, we are facing a challenge of high post-harvest losses of mushrooms by the smallholder farmers in Uganda. This is because most of the farmers here in the mushroom industry are taking mushrooms as the side income. So when they move with that, they do not take it as so much business, and that's why they have too much and they do not value what it takes. So we come up to promote value addition on those mushrooms. And as a solution, Search promotes value addition through production, processing, and marketing, utilizing science cultivating techniques to boost yield, quality, and waste management. As we know, with mushrooms, most of the processes we pass through, we do not have anything like waste. So as we are moving on, we look at each step as a value, right from culture development, then spawn production, come to the gardens, produce fresh mushrooms, then continue to value addition, produce value-added products. Very many products we can get from mushrooms, since most of the farmers have been in just growing. But right now we've taken a step of training more farmers to see that value addition is taking place in mushroom growing, because every step is a business. As we do value addition, we increase value-added products, more so in market, in spices, recipes, confectionery, food, and also immune boosters. Remember, even the waste that is got from mushroom is so good to be made in organic manure. And also, people who do produce the brown fries also use our waste as the raw material. So we do not have anything to waste. And with employment, it starts all from the youths, the elderly, the disabled, and whoever needs to do work at home. We know that mushroom is good for them as business. Various channels can be got, because people can market mushrooms on the roadside, in supermarkets, in hotels, in schools, in different companies and offices, and also the door-to-door. And we use different communication channels, via phones, via social media, via email, via messages, and also follow-up visits. Currently, as such innovations, we are based in the Kampala metropolitan area, and that is the much income that we look at in a year. But given the serviceable available market in Uganda region, we can earn that in a year. And since Uganda is having 45.5 million people, we expect that amount of money to be earned by mushroom farmers within a year. So this is good business that one can earn out. As we show that, we see that fresh mushrooms that are sold at 10,000, somebody earns 2,000. Spawn, one person can earn 800. Then dry mushrooms are 1,000, and also powder mushrooms at 20,000 as an income generated. So value-added products earn you a lot. And even the organic manure can also earn you a lot. Our ask right now, as I conclude, as such innovations, we are developing an initiative to showcase mushroom-based innovations made by Ugandan smallholder farmers to national and international stakeholders for the industry to thrive. So we therefore urge those who can sponsor this initiative to come on board, and we make this a success, probably this year within November. We also want to be facilitated to increase public awareness about the nutritional and scientific economic values of mushrooms for a mindset change to poverty in Uganda. And we are also encouraging all farmers to use solar dryers in drying to eliminate aflatoxins in agricultural products. Today, the whole of this week, you will be finding us at the Choice Gas Stall so that we explain more about that. And we are welcoming everybody for any training you want in mushrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it is not easy to keep time, but in the interest of time and in the prevailing circumstances, we are going to be doing a pitch. So 3 minutes, my presenters. Otherwise, I'm going to be forced to stop you. Can we have Tina? You will introduce yourself. 30 seconds, then 3 minutes.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My name is Tina Mutabazi. I work with Uganda Flying Labs as the Managing Director. My presentation is going to be on UAV in aquaculture. Okay. It is a data as a service model for East Africa blue economy. The problem statement that emanated for this project to take place was due to the fact that agriculture industry in East Africa is growing rapidly but faces persistent challenges. Inventory inaccuracy, catch thefts, territorial disputes, lack of real-time environmental data, constraints on productivity, insurance coverage, and regulatory oversights, particularly across Lake Victoria Basin. Scientifically, the problem statement that was identified was that the sector lacks scalable, verifiable data systems for assessing fish stock, water quality, and catch infrastructure. There are so many things we can think of as solutions in the UAV industry, but on this particular project, we decided to zero down on ping and planning, complemented by water sampling using drone. And the UAV data, which was used with a RGB sensor, the data was processed. The stage development where we are right now is, it has been currently in the early adaptation by Ministry of Agriculture in conjunction with FAO through the True Fish Project, and we've been working with North Carolina University and other environmentalists. We are also seeing that in this stage we are at a digital governance of shared ecosystem, considering that Uganda holds 60% of the share in fishery among the 3 countries shared Lake Victoria. And water quality has also been ascertained using drone technology. Our results also show that the images that were processed using Pix4D and ArcGIS, deep learning, estimates fish density, mapping zones and territories of cages. This also enabled us to secure water sampling without exposing staff to physical risk. Cage infrastructure inspections were done adequately. The market has really gone big in this area. We see that we have an offer of scalable economic benefits, job creation, reduced losses, lower costs in monitoring infrastructure, support fish industry in mitigating zoning between investors and local community. Loss assessments have also been done to produce projections and disease feeding management. By and large, we have also seen a huge growth in drone global market reports, which shows that the drone industry is taking a big stride by the figures that have been reported. Now, in 2024, it showed $0.89 billion use of drones towards fish industry, and it is also projected that in 2019 will be at $1.59 billion use of drones in that area, and this poses great advantages of safety, cost, repeatable work, and also minimal maintenance. Last but not least, our appeal and recommendations due to this project have shown us that in the area of policy and scientific, we would want to see an enabled policy framework for the localized UAV deployment, insurance partnership for loss assessment, public and private investments in DAS delivery for fish health, introduction of robotic technology in aquatic sciences in the universities, intergovernmental systemized zoning, sustainable fish industry practice to align with global warming challenges. And I would like to say thank you so much for your listening ears.
Thank you very much. I know it is not easy, but she has done well. We are going to listen to the Damaric tincture, and he has promised me to use 2.5 minutes. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome. As Nicolette prepares.
Yes, good evening to you all. My name is Brisbane Jimo, and I'm a pharmaceutical scientist, as well as a pharmaceutical analyst from our University of Science and Technology. So globally, we have over 900 million people that are actually facing skin infections. And in Uganda, we have over a 30% prevalence of these skin infections, and of which 22.2% of these are actually fungal skin infections. People suffering from fungal skin infections generally face stigma, at some point permanent skin deformity, and also death, according to NAMTV. But the conventional drugs that are available on the market actually have steroids that bleach the skin and also cause immunosuppression over prolonged use. And also the antibiotics that are present are generally facing resistance. So Damaric tincture is a safe and an affordable organic formulation, providing triple effect, as well as minimizing the synthetic treatment side effects. It is specifically formulated to relieve eczema and arthritis foot, as well as ringworms. So, so far we have been able to secure National Drug Authority approval. We have registered the trademark, and we have produced over 6,000 units. We have prepared a research manuscript that is ready for publication, and we are in the process of filing a patent with URSB. We have so far carried out acute toxicity studies from MUST, and partly COVAB. And we also have vital partnerships with Farm Biotrack and Mast Holdings Company. We are currently pending our clinical trials and upscaling production. So generally, Damalic tincture has the relevance, it has the opportunity antimicrobial resistance by reducing over-reliance on antibiotics. It is also an effective remedy against prevalent fungal skin infections, and it is also going to reduce the need for steroids in skin products. It is also going to reduce the treatment durations, as we know that most of the fungal skin infections, the treatment duration is usually 3 to 4 weeks, but we are going to do that within 1 or 2 weeks. So these are the partnerships. Some of them have been onboarded, and others are going to be onboarded. And mostly we are producing from Farm Biotrack Mast, and we have also been able to receive a seed grant from CITT. So these are some of our future ventures, and notably, I want us to look at I wanted us to look at the Aquadent hydroxyapatite toothpaste that is having a component we extract from eggshells, and it is actually going to be among the first in Uganda. Then we are also having a gelatin plating project, extracting gelatin from animal skins and bones, and we want to develop this into empty gelatin capsules for packing medicines.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for the Damalic tincture. Thank you very much for that great presentation. Let's have Nicolette share with us her abstract.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shalom Nicolette, and I'm in the sericulture value chain, which is silkworm farming, which involves a process of a bombic silk moth mating, and then there's a hatching of eggs, and then there's a silk cocoon that is formed by the larva. And I just want to dive right in because I'm talking about value addition in the sericulture value chain, and I want to talk about the products that I have. Okay, the slide. Okay, some of the products that we have are jewelry, a skincare product which contains the protein that is produced by the worm, the silkworm, which is good for your skincare, and it could be an addition to the beauty industry in Uganda. And then the jewelry is also an addition to the fashion industry in Uganda. But our main goal is to also be able to export silk yarn, which will boost the export market of Uganda. We also make silk cocoon art and silk yarn art on sculptures, and I believe that also boosts the creativity and innovation of Ugandans, and we can support them and skill set them, especially the rural community that I work with in Serere. And that is basically it. I just wanted to talk about the market relevance as well. We are currently, we have created employment opportunities for farmers in Serere, silk rearers and the jewelers, and also given the farmers that I work with free land whereby they can plant their legumes within the mulberry farm, because there's an intercropping, I practice intercropping on the farm, which is a sustainable agriculture practice. And then also we are skill setting the jewelers and the silkworm rearers. The areas that we would need help from the government or whoever is here today is marketing, where you avail us with such opportunities to talk about our products. Then also tax holidays, grants for expanding the farm so that we can be able to actually produce more, and then also scale up partners if there's anyone here. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, STI, and our President who are giving us these opportunities. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Nicolette, she deserves a better hand clap, doing it virtual and without slides. You have really done well. Fast to do the next.
Thank you, each and every one of you. My name is Dominique Naere, founder and CEO, Executive Officer, Granville Tech, Chief Technical Officer, Granville Tech, and our innovation is mainly in line with utilizing artificial intelligence to deliver personalized. Oh, can you hear me? Sorry. My name is Dominique Naere. I'm trying to rush through because of the time. But in any case, my tech startup is known as Granville, and we utilize artificial intelligence to deliver personalized education to individuals and also make education as cheap as 70,000 Ugandan shillings to make sure that education is no longer a stress or a burden whenever it's time to go back to school, and also to deliver quality education and eliminate the social classes of, for you to only attain good quality education, you need to go to a high class school, and also reduce the burden and pressure given to parents, and at the same time give tools to teachers within the same ecosystem to simplify the process of them doing their work of teaching. So we are not trying to disrupt the ecosystem with AI, but we are demonstrating how it can be used as a tool to empower different domains of work. And education is, as of current, the first product we are releasing, as Granville is mainly a think tank. And for that, I've given a bit of my submission because, yeah, adaptive learning for educational transformation of Uganda. If you could move up the slides. Those are the target issues or the issues that we're trying to solve under investment by making sure that we use technology as a solution to eliminate the infrastructure barrier. Poor infrastructure, low survival rates. A lot of students drop out at senior 4, and I don't think all of us want to see that. So the next thing, we look at how we can combine AI and human effect and what AI can't do. And we still leave the human in the loop without cutting out the human being. And of course, our goal is to deliver education based on an individual. I would wish to have each person learn based on how they understand information, because I don't believe there is anyone who is stupid. The technologies behind that, I won't go too much in depth. We have large language models, Bayesian knowledge tracing, knowledge graphs, a lot. There is, of course, potential globally, and East Africa at a large has not yet tapped this market. Don't worry. And of course, impact is really, the 30 seconds won't allow me to talk about the impact, but we have job creation to more or less a high level, good quality education. So for those interested in getting to know more kindly, get in touch with us, go to our website and see what we do, Granville Tech. Thank you.
Yes, it deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Dominic, for ably articulating what you're doing. Dixon Baguma, right? Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Nixon Baguma. I'm a student at Makerere University pursuing a bachelor's of degree in information systems and technology. And I'm the founder of Baguma Poultry Hatcheries. In Uganda today, smallholder farmers face challenges in getting dead chicks, and most of them depend heavily on imported dead chicks from our neighboring country, Kenya, and others import from abroad. Baguma Poultry Hatcheries is a fully registered project which was established to start manufacturing egg incubators. So we manufactured an egg incubator with an egg carrying capacity of 1,000 eggs. That is way back in 2023, which we tested, and it had a hatchability rate of 85%. In our testing phase, in our testing phase, we hatched 500 eggs, and now we are advancing our system. That is our machine, which we innovated. We are advancing it to uniquely position it from other existing incubators. Currently, we are leveraging AI, and we are coding an app where we shall be monitoring the incubator, the function, the operations of the incubator, even when we are in remote areas. So that is the step we are on, and I think when we are done, then we shall be in a position to manufacture more incubators for our dear customers and other entities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Baguma Dixon, for that presentation about increasing poultry production. Lastly but not least, we shall have Harid Chirunda presenting about incubating Barara Zad prototype starter cultures. You are most welcome, and keep it to 3 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harid Chirunda. I work as the Director of Research with the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, heading the Mbarazona Agricultural Research and Development Institute. I'm the principal investigator of the study that I'm going to share with you. Our study was on starter cultures that we developed as NARO, and we sought funding from STI to ensure that we can be able to characterize these starter cultures and develop them into products. That is the research team. We have Professor Ivan Mksa from Makere University, Food Science, Professor Joero Wazira from Bara University, and other scientists from NARO and Makere University. The problem we are trying to solve is that we know that more than 15 years farmers in southwestern Uganda have been investing in dairy production. Nonetheless, we experience annual fluctuations in milk prices, which at times reduce milk prices from as high as 1,200 to 400 shillings, which we see as a very big gap and a constraint to the farmers. But we also know that globally, there is a market which some Italian study indicated that we shall have an increase of 20% increase in consumption of milk products by 2030. But then Africa may not have these products, and therefore they have to be imported from Europe. But then what is the challenge that we have as Uganda or as Africa? It's because we don't have, our processing lines do not produce products with good hygiene. Just be aware that the ghee that you buy from Western Uganda has about 23 different bacteria and fungi, 4 of which can cause diseases in humans. But at the same time, we don't have the right cultures that can be used to process in order for us to access the market within Uganda and elsewhere. But we also know that we have a challenge of antimicrobial resistance in the country and globally. We used conventional methods, and through conventional methods, we were able to isolate the organisms, but we also sequenced them in order to be able to characterize these organisms. And we zeroed down to 3 of these starter cultures that were isolated from Ankole cattle. And we tried to sequence them so that we ensure that whereas they say the starter culture or lactic acid bacteria are generally considered safe, but then we wanted to be sure because there is a paper which indicates that they have ever had resistance against tetracyclines. So we sequenced for resistance against different antibiotics, especially those which are in common use in healthcare systems in Uganda, and those are the genes for those of you who are conversant with genes. We also tried to screen them against especially tetracycline, and we realized that they were not resistant against tetracycline, but resistant against other bacteria, but other antibiotics. Fortunately, where the resistance does occur, it is carried on chromosomes. They are not horizontally carried in order to be transmitted from the starter cultures that we use, or to the lactic acid bacteria, onto the other pathogens that are treated in healthcare systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is we have been able to through the funding we got from STI, we're able to build the capacity in the country. We have been able to produce those 4 products. So we have 4 products that have been produced, and they have been named so. Those are not political parties in this country, because I assume some of you might be thinking so, but those are the different starter cultures. There are 4, for ghee, for cheese, for probiotic yogurt, and for conventional yogurt. Very important to note that if we can be able to increase our ghee production, which is safe, we can, in addition, be able to do export promotion in addition to import substitution. I want to thank you so much. That only suffices to show you what these products are. I thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Harriet, for that presentation. And in the interest of time, I will invite you for a group photo with the chairperson organizing committee, Professor Bruce, in front here. The photo moment is historical, being taken at the first National Science Summit. You wouldn't miss this. As Dr. Medad takes on the next item.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. A round of applause to this wonderful team. Our innovators are doing great. Samuel, just briefly, you can come here. I would like to move to the last part of this important event. I know we've sat for a long time, but finally, something good is coming. So we are getting to the closure. We have these activities that are going to happen. One is that we are going to invite Professor Chilenga to make sort of a sum up, if it is ready. We had thought of a communique so that we get to know the key pointers. If that can not be at the moment ready, we can now move in to welcoming Mr. Mordecai, who is going to introduce Dr. Nakarema to address us. And after that, Dr. Nakarema, or Honorable Kano, you have many titles now. Kano Nakarema, Edith, after being introduced, will address us. After addressing us, we'll kindly request you to invite the Honorable Minister, who will address this congregation. Thank you, Kano, for being part of us. So, Uncle Mordecai, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Medad. You've done a great job today. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm happy to be here, and I take the honor to be able to introduce our Kano. So distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and honored participants, members of parliament that are here, the leaders, our ministers, protocol observed. It's my pleasure to introduce Kano Edith Nakalema Asizua. She's the Special Presidential Advisor on Investment Protection and the head of the State House Investors Protection Unit. As a trusted advisor to the President and a champion of innovation protection, Kano Nakalema Asizua brings unparalleled expertise and insights to our summit. So I want us to put hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our Kano Nakalema on this National Science Summit. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kano. For the first time I was called doctor, and so for that minute I was scared about how to talk like a doctor. Honorable Dr. Monica Msenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President, Professor Bruce Chirenga, Executive Chairman of the Summit, and the Director, Makerere Lang Institute, but also the Principal, College of Health Sciences, Makerere University, the Vice Chancellor, Lila University, distinguished leaders present today from the academia, from the government, from the civil service, and our very, very esteemed scientists, innovators, and researchers. Should I say good evening to everyone? It is such a great delight for me to have witnessed the great milestones, the wonderful achievements that Uganda has already registered from our own children, the very, very talented boys and girls, women and men of Uganda. Congratulations, the Honorable Minister. It's been a long journey with the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, because when she was announced the Minister of Science and Technology, it was like, where do you start? Yet a lot had been done already in your laboratories, you the scientists, you the great researchers, but because you don't announce your products until they are put on the market or until they are consumed by us in the public, it was hard for her to start. But I want to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart, Honorable Dr. Msenero, that you have made it to the world today. Uganda's journey toward middle income status and later on first-class status depends critically on our ability to transform scientific research into commercially viable innovations. As the head of State House Investors Protection Unit, abbreviated as SHIPO, I have witnessed firsthand how robust investor protection works and serves as a great changing tool when you use sustainable innovations. You can change the ecosystem of economic transformation. Under the great and able leadership, but also direct guidance and supervision of His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, SHIPO, the State House Investors Protection Unit, has established Uganda's electronic investors protection portal, an innovation that was also done or created by Ugandan gifted ladies and gentlemen, but especially the youth. By the way, my joy is very complete because I am seeing that all great innovators are youth. Congratulations, young Ugandans, because you're taking us forward to the levels that we have been dreaming about. I have been watching on all the stalls as looking at wonderful young ladies and gentlemen with great insights, very motivated. We are proud as a country, we are proud as parents, we are proud as Ugandans. And congratulations our leaders in this STI. Also having registered this great milestone of having the very first summit on science, technology and innovation, Honorable Dr. Msenero and Professor Bruce with your teams, congratulations. You have put the world, you have put Uganda highest, and we definitely cannot go backwards. We must move forward. So Uganda's Electronic Investors Protection Portal, in less than 2 years, it has been proved. Actually, one of the professors at the University of Ethiopia gave us a mark that we feared to take on, because Professor Tiferi from the University of Ethiopia told us that he did his own research and found out that the Uganda's Electronic Investors Protection Portal has increased FDIs, the foreign direct investments, by 80% in less than 1 year. And so that one, we said, is that possible? So for us, we are getting feedback, and we are putting ourselves at over 30% with proved feedback from both local and foreign investors. Again, it is your achievement, you the scientists, the innovators, and great researchers. We are grateful to you. So the investment innovation nexus, as my point number one, quality research attracts quality investment, but only when investors have confidence in the protection of their capital and intellectual property. Uganda's STI ecosystem shows tremendously amazing promise, but we must address the valley of death between laboratory discoveries and market-ready products. Friends, we have seen here great innovations. I tried to list those that I have witnessed, and the list is so long. Everything is much needed. Everything has, and of course, being proved by our great scientists. Professor Bruce Chirenga saved many lives during COVID because, of course, he remains the best expert in, should I say, in lungs protection. so because during COVID, we all put ourselves to that battle of ensuring that the lives that would be saved reached those that could save them. And Professor Bruce, I don't know the hours he slept during that time, because we would be calling him day and night. And so, Professor Bruce, thank you for saving lives, and now for being ahead of ensuring that the medical system, the great vaccines, the medicine and the diagnosis processes are being improved by our own and in our own motherland. We are so grateful. So you're adding to for yourself those that will give you support in saving lives. It is such a great honor to see that those that have been working, the great researchers, have now produced a multiple of the young researchers, innovators, and inventors, and we are grateful to you all. So let's protect the valley between the products that you're producing and the consumption, the market out there. International investors consistently cite intellectual property protection and regulatory clarity as primary concerns when evaluating emerging markets. So Honorable Dr. Msenero, as a minister who sits in cabinet, and definitely being a policy maker and a decision maker at the same level, as you lead STIs successfully, kindly ensure that in your cabinet, the regulations and the guidelines that are set are going to ensure that they address the challenge of they're addressing the challenge of market sustainability at international or global level. The ships, different. Someone is singing the investors protection units. The main role that we were established is to ensure that there is real-time responsiveness, and the Electronic Investors Protection Portal, EIPP in brief, through that innovation by Ugandans at NITAU, that's National Information Technology Authority, in liaison with the private, the already successful private sector entrepreneurs. They were led by Ron Kawamara. We continue to address the issue of bureaucratic delays that previously discouraged investment, research, commercialization. So we're addressing that, and we're seeing a lot of investments coming up, and we thank you, the innovators. Uganda's decades of stability and security provide the foundation of successful STIs, but modern investment require digital age accountability and transparency. So going forward, building investor confidence through investment protection. Our key points are here. Transparent regulatory frameworks that will reduce investment risk and those that will lower the cost of capital for innovators. It's where we are focusing, Honorable Minister. Having strong intellectual property enforcement mechanisms to protect both local and international or foreign investors and partners. Having clear dispute resolution processes to encourage long-term partnerships between researchers and innovators. Quality research standards and market readiness. The critical elements include research must meet international standards to attract serious investments. Commercialization pathways should be considered from research design phase. And so, Professor Bruce, as you continue to produce these great innovators, scientists, and inventors, their research designs will matter most on the market during commercialization. So let the standards start from your laboratories until we receive them on the market, because you're able and you have shown great competencies, but also results are speaking for themselves. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, who remains the chief promoter, supporter, and protector of STIs, is very, very happy with your sector. Some of us who didn't get the chance or maybe the competence to do sciences, we are looking forward for a way of becoming scientists, at least by assimilation. Maybe for me, since I am surrounded by scientists and you're my leaders, you will for today permit me to associate myself with you by assimilation. So you are the most protected, the most promoted, the most supported sector in the science, Technology and Innovation by His Excellency the President and his government. There is no doubt about that. Commercialization pathways should be considered from, I think I said that, from design phases. Collaboration between the academia, industry, and government reduces translation risks. Our role is to facilitate connections between credible researchers and vetted investors. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to tell you our role as the State House Investors Protection Unit. It is to ensure that we protect credible investors and connect them with vetted investors for economic development and transformation. As I conclude, allow me to put down qualitative indicators. International recognition of Ugandan research institutions. I had earlier, when the Honorable Minister was leading us through the great stalls out there, I mentioned and I congratulated on behalf of many Ugandans that are celebrating the achievements done or put on record by Ugandan scientists, researchers, innovators and inventors. And I remember that just a few weeks ago, if not just 2 weeks ago, Dr. Jackson Orem, the Executive Director, Uganda Cancer Institute, won for Uganda, but also for himself because of his hard work, research and sciences, won a global leadership award in the prestigious Global Oncology Leadership Award. Don't you see how scientists are taking us to Rwandans? Congratulations to all of you and to Dr. William, wherever he is. But we also have very many awards that have come from your sectors of STIs, and so we'll continue to say congratulations and that we are very proud of you. Participation in global research collaboration is much needed. So now that you have put the first summit, which is also online, maybe at a global platform, Honorable Dr. Monica, Minister, STI, Office of the President, continue to push in your cabinet because that's where decisions are made, and you sit with the top decision maker. Please encourage your teams to participate in many global research collaborations and partnerships. Success stories of lab to market transitions should be well publicized and promoted. And on that note, I am appealing to the media fraternity, the third estate, please show the world, show the citizens first and the world at large how we have great successes in the STI sector in Uganda here. Investor satisfaction with regulatory environment will increase their competencies in promoting the STIs for economic development. Uganda's qualitative leap will not come from research alone, nor from investment alone, but from the synergy between high quality scientific inquiry and robust investor protection, which for us at the State House Investors Protection Unit, we are trying our best, but we don't also have the pressure of trying. We must do it because we are under the command-in-chief, and me as a soldier, orders are not discussed. Investors must be protected from not only fraudsters, but also from unnecessary bureaucracies. Our role is to create an environment where researchers can focus on breakthrough discoveries, where investors can confidently support the commercialization journey. The recognition speaks for itself. Uganda ranked as the best investment destination in Africa actually twice, 2 consecutive years, Uganda has been ranked as the best investment destination in Africa by the annual investment meeting in United Arab Emirates. That is the year 2003 and the year 2004. And Uganda was identified as the 3rd most rewarding and profitable economy to invest in on the African continent by Oxford Economics. So you are investing on a fertile ground that you have created by yourselves and that continues to be protected by the top leadership led by His Excellency the President. It is not just marketing, it's measurable validation of our approach together as Ugandans, or goodwill Ugandans especially. The Made in Uganda Innovation to Market theme of this year's, I think, National Sewerage, NSW, this national, perfectly captures this vision. We are not just showcasing what our scientists can discover, but we are demonstrating how our institutions can protect and nurture the investment needed to bring those discoveries on a global market. How do you balance protecting investors with encouraging risk-taking in research? A protection does not mean eliminating risk. It means making risks transparent and manageable. We focus on creating clear rules, reliable enforcement, and fair dispute resolution mechanisms so that investors can make informed decisions about which risk to take and which one not to try. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and Honorable Minister, I would like to conclude by pointing out the fact that I made a lot of notice thinking that it was going to be a panel discussion, so and now Professor chose to put me on light to say that now give your remarks. So and I don't want to speak for long, but surely from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the State House Investors Protection Unit, for us, we are very, very delighted to see that the great scientists, researchers, innovators, and inventors taking Uganda forward, and we think that Uganda is going to fly through the middle class and get to the first class because of your great efforts that have produced results in the shortest time possible. So what the way forward is, in my view, Uganda must position itself strategically by fostering public-private partnerships, ensuring that research aligns with global demands, which you're doing, because really you have great your international standards are clear, and so in addition to fostering the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, ensure that your well-aligned research continues to meet and compete favorably with global standards, and supporting policies that turn ideas into economic policies. Let's turn your great ideas into economic assets. We must not just be consumers of technology, we must be creators and exporters of innovation. This is our moment. Science is the foundation of economic growth, and if all of us as Ugandans and goodwill human beings, if we all invest our efforts in supporting STIs and invest wisely in all that we do to promote science, technology, inventions and innovations, Uganda can lead, not just regionally, but globally. I thank you all, and I wish you the very best. Permit me invite the Honorable Minister to come and address this great gathering. And from the bottom of my heart, once again, I am humbled to take part, and I hope I have been given the chance to associate myself with scientists by assimilation. Welcome, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Colonel Edith Nakarema. You're most welcome to this important National Science Summit. And indeed, you have been able to summarize the panel that we were expecting to happen here, where you would participate. So, Colonel Nakarema has invited the minister to speak. I would like to, as the minister comes over, as we welcome the minister, Professor Chilenga will just read a communique in a short time, and then the honorable minister is going to address the congregation. I want to apologize, Colonel Nakarema, for that kind of interjection, but it's part of the honorable minister's communication. You're welcome, Prof.
I hope the communique can be screened. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister, our beloved Colonel Nakarema, I want to thank you for really staying with us here the whole day to go through the content of this summit. I'm going to read the communique, but because of time, I may not read it word by word. By practice, a communique is read word by word, but allow me to skip some sections. Summary of the 2025 National Science Summit communique with the theme Made in Uganda, Innovation to Market. This summit, held on June 16th, has brought together researchers, innovators, policymakers, youth, industry leaders to advance the commercialization of Uganda's innovations in health, in agriculture, environment, and industry. Acknowledging Uganda's immense potential in the science-led development, participants of this summit have resolved to accelerate homegrown innovation through the following priority actions. For the media, we'll give you this document in writing, so you may not have to write everything. The key resolutions of this summit, which our rapporteurs have captured, include the following. 1, strengthen academia-industry collaboration. 2, scale local manufacturing. 3, reform regulation and certification. Honorable Minister, this is a key one, and I know you have been working on this, but the regulation and certification should align with the speed at which these innovators are working. Support the young people, youth and grassroots innovation, promote market adoption and public awareness, enhance regional and global collaboration. The key challenges which the summit have identified include limited access to critical inputs and funding. I think that was in the earlier session when we had the industry people. Cultural skepticism towards traditional and local innovations. And then the high cost of research and development and over-dependency on import of inputs. Stakeholder commitments. The government of Uganda should implement the Traditional and Complementary Medicines Act and allocate 1% of the GDP to STI by 2030. I know Honorable will talk about this. And you guys are asking for too little. Yes. Private sector. Enter into offtake agreements to make sure that locally made products are procured by government, which is the biggest consumer of products and services. Academia. Embed innovation in curricula and set up incubation centers. Development partners. Fund platform, trials, and product validation initiatives. In conclusion, the communique affirms a shared commitment to transform Uganda into a hub of scientific and industry excellence, and all stakeholders are called upon to align with the efforts of NDP4 and Vision 2040 and urgently move innovations from the lab to the market. This communique has been prepared and read before the Minister of Science, the Secretariat, the participating academic institutions, Makerere University, Mbarara and Bustema, innovators, and the private sector. The next step is to draft policy briefs for cabinet, a document, public dissemination of outcomes, and then follow up on action points. I'm going to add one more next step, that tomorrow at 5 p.m., this committee will have an after-action review at 5 p.m. as it has been in the organization. Honorable Minister, now I will finish the communique. I want to deliver the following thanks. I want to thank all of you, the attendees, especially you who have decided to remain here up to this time when it is getting dark. Please clap for yourself. I want to thank the speakers. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the chairs, and especially our day program director, Prof. Medat. I think he's done a wonderful job. Yes. I know we have all done a wonderful job, but you know, being up and down, you can't check your WhatsApp because you are directing the program is not easy. I'm sure you now have 2,000 WhatsApp. I want to thank Honorable Minister, as you guided me 3 months ago, these pre-interns, Honorable Minister, you remember you guided me, I need to create a program to keep them active and sharp, which I'm still working on, Honorable. But I started with this summit. I invited 10 pre-interns who have been handling our activities, the running. Please, can you stand up, the pre-interns, or they are in the works? Are they here? Oh, I think they are busy working. So the pre-interns organize the dining area. They have been the one carrying the food, organizing everything. And I also want to thank you for that guidance, that these people who have already qualified and waiting for professional training, they can be useful in many ways. And we are working on the program, and the Honorable is full on it. I want to thank you, Honorable Minister. I think I already thanked you in the morning. Especially, I want to thank Kanona Kalema for coming and for giving a keynote address when you are supposed to be in a panel. But I knew that you would do us very well. I want to thank our service providers, the people who brought the chair, the bigger National Science Week who have given us this venue the whole day. We really thank you. Probably we need to clap for the organizing committee of the Science Week. I want to thank the Secretariat, the people who do the work. Yes. And also I want to thank the organizing committee. In the morning I called them to come here. Allow me, organizing committee, not to disturb you again to come here. But you are very, very much appreciated. Honorable Minister, as you know, and Kano, this idea came about 3 weeks ago, or actually about 3 weeks ago, when we said we need to embed a summit within the National Science Week to create a platform for people to talk. I have been amazed by the innovators, the people who have been here, the rapid fire, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. This is wonderful. By you people who have presented here, I want you to clap for yourselves. We selected 24 abstracts from over 100. I have the marks actually, they sent them to me as the headmaster to see. This one 45, 45. So by the time these people came to this podium, they have beaten about 5 others. So I want to thank you for putting in the time. Honorable Minister, as you know, we have been, under your direction, handling the issue of science communication. So far we have 3 products. The first one is a monthly webinar on Saturday, where we get scientists to converse on Zoom. We have held, I think, 3 so far. So that one has taken off. And these conversations are very beautiful. The last one we had on Saturday, I think I told you, someone has now a test. You know, we have a test kit to test ourselves if we are sick. Someone has made a test kit for bananas, for matoke. If your matoke is wilting, pick something and test and know what is happening. This is the conversation we had last time. The Science Summit has taken off. The next one is a journal, a science journal, where we can write these things and you read them at your pace at home. Those are the 3 products we are working on science communication. But of course also the media, we have been, probably another group will work with a team to bring out a media product. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think organizing committee, I want to finally thank you. We have come to the end, but we'll only allow the Honorable Minister to address us and close the summit. Thank you.
Let's be seated. The day has run so fast, and standing on the protocol already established, I'll take less than 5 minutes in my closing remarks. First of all, I wish to congratulate everybody. Let us congratulate ourselves for this inaugural ever science summit in the country. It's good to be part of history, and you have been part of this history which has been said today. I believe that we have all learned a lot. We have created new networks. We have understood new things. Definitely for me, I have seen projects. You know, when we were beginning STI, I knew every single project. Now there are so many that I can't keep up. So this has been an opportunity for me to hear about some of these projects. And I believe that you have created the linkages, as we said in the morning, that part of the objective is to demystify the work that we are doing. So I want to thank you all. I thank those who prepared. Thank you for the idea and taking on the challenge and delivering something phenomenal to all of us. I believe that this platform has helped us to see a lot of novel ideas that we will possibly look at and say, maybe these ones need to go to the next level. So we have picked a lot, and some of them we are going to be following up to see where do you need the support to move to the next level. So in the morning, I already laid down the expectations, and I believe that in the communique and through the day, we have met most of those expectations. Just one point, Kanona Kalima, thank you so much for that very insightful remarks to us. It's very good for us to hear from a person who is seeing us from the other side, because it is for you that we are working. And having that mirror point for us to see what is being appreciated and where people are struggling to appreciate us is very, very helpful, because we want to be the best. And when you want to be the best, you really want a lot of feedback so that you can purify yourself a bit more. So I just want to comment that as you have been here this afternoon, and for those who were here in the morning before you came, you will notice, and as you went through some of the exhibitions, you will notice that there are so many domestic investors. Many of these young people sought funds on their own initiative, and they started work. And so they are really investors. Many of them have denied themselves. They have, not all the people here have received funding. The majority of people here have funded themselves in some way. And I think they deserve to be recognized as investors. And if we recognize them as investors, it's important that we also upgrade the recognition and the attention that we give to them in the investor protection. So I would like you to know that there is a very surging storm of domestic investors. They are poised to transform the landscape of our economy if they can receive the support. Some of the support they need is not monetary. Some of the support they need is protection. I have to deal with this, and now that you are here, I think you can help me with the protection, and I deal with the technical support. So that we work together. The nature of protection sometimes does not arise from individuals who are intending to harm them. Many times it arises from structures that we have built, slow public service structures, which are non-responsive to investors, or structures and systems which were set to serve us when Uganda was not producing investors, but was simply importing products, and they need adjustment so that they can now serve these domestic investors. I believe that working together, we can create a fast-tracking ecosystem, because most of their challenges are delays. There are delays, you go to an office so many times, instead of being served immediately. There are delays in communication. If I need a service and this particular office does not have capacity to give me the service, instead of them saying so, they may tell you, oh, come back tomorrow, come back the other day. I believe that we can work together to positively build a positive and very supportive environment. I have a bit of challenges with unclear policies. Every day I receive complaints from things that were supposed to be tax exempt, and then they come and they are held at customs. This is a challenge from research equipment to, and they are held, and you keep wondering, is this or is this? They are very unclear, and so their type of protection may be different, but we need to work together because they are going to be a growing category
of investors. I just wanted to, Professor Chirenga, in the communique, government has promised, and we are pursuing 2% of GDP, not 1%. I have a communication, not official, but I have a communication, a reliable communication to that effect. And so we would like now to promise that we adopt the communique with that amendment so that we can all be accountable for this when we meet next year. I wish to urge the more senior individuals to provide mentorship to the young ones. If you've seen here a young innovator and you have some knowledge about the field where they are in, they can reduce time lost if we are able to mentor them. I also wanted to say that get in the habit of consulting. At STI, we are very open. You can call us and we'll give you guidance. Because I had somebody who said they have written a paper for publication about their innovation and later said they are preparing to file the patent. The moment you publish, you have forfeited the patent. So how you synchronize? When we were in a publish or perish, your push was to publish. When you're in product or perish, first make sure you secure your intellectual property before you give out the information in a publication that other people are going to produce very fast before your own intellectual property comes out. So when you need to consult, we have a program at STI, the Investor Readiness Program. We help you to understand. So even if just call and ask, when you go on the website, there is a number. Usually that person will take your number and direct. We are working to get a dedicated number because that's somebody's private number, but we had to start somewhere. And on our website, there is a number, so please you can call and ask for that guidance so that you don't work so hard and you jeopardize your work. I must say it has been the greatest privilege for me to be here today. Thank you so much, all of you. I wish you a very successful rest of the National Science Week. May the Lord bless you so much. At STI, we aim at making Uganda the best for God and my country. God bless you. Bye.
So STI has also prepared a cup of tea exactly where we served our lunch, as well as where we had our breakfast. So let's not leave the tea there. Let us take the tea and then continue rejuvenating in the National Science Week, making Uganda the best.